order. Tammy, please let the record show that all board members are in attendance. Up first is Stephen, who will lead us in our pledge in honoring excellence.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are so pleased to introduce you tonight to two students from Holland Elementary School, Renaya and Randallyn Georges. Renaya and Randallyn, would you please come forward? Renaya is a 5th grader who enjoys dance and gymnastics. She is also great at drawing and loves writing. She will be voicing the pledge this evening. Her sister, Randallyn, is a 3rd grader who enjoys drawing, playing video games, and riding her bike. She is also very good at math. Randallyn will be signing the pledge this evening using American Sign Language. And they are joined tonight by Ms. Kara Ross, who is an interpreter for the deaf from Holland Elementary. We know that others from their school community and their family are here supporting them tonight, and we ask them to stand if you're here in support of Renaya and Randallyn, and we thank you for being here tonight. And now we ask those who are able to please join us as our students lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies, whenever you're ready, you may continue.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wonderful job. Thank you so much. I promise this night I will follow up. That's awesome. We'll continue now with our Honoring Excellence, and we are pleased to be joined by a special student from Central High School. Joining us is Catherine Dutton. Catherine, would you come forward, please? Catherine is the first female from Springfield Public Schools to win the Missouri State High School Activities Association State Championship for Girls Wrestling. Let's give her a hand. Catherine began wrestling in middle school, and with the help of Community Partnership of the Ozarks, she started with the nonprofit Bulldogs Youth Wrestling Club. During her first year at Central, Catherine was the first freshman to qualify for the state wrestling competition. She recently won girls freestyle state championships and qualified to go to the Fargo National Tournament in July with the Missouri girls national team. To support, Catherine, the Bulldogs Club partnered with Community Foundation of the Ozarks to raise $1,200 for her to travel to Fargo. Although Catherine is currently a sophomore, she has already set her sights on wrestling in college. Her career goal is to become a trauma surgeon. So joining us tonight from Central High School, Dr. Judy Bruner, the principal. We have her coach, Mr. Brian Pick, and we have the athletic director for the district, Mr. Josh Scott. If there are others, would you all please stand in supporting Catherine? As well as congratulations, Catherine, and if you'd like to say anything, you're welcome to.
Just a big thanks to all my coaches and teammates this year. They're a big help.
That's awesome.
I just want to say we are so proud of you, and you are honoring all the work that you've done so well. And if you can win a state wrestling champ, I have no doubt, or championship, I have no doubt that you can handle trauma surgery. No doubt whatsoever. So keep going. Keep going.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
That is awesome.
Next, we would like to recognize our friend and our colleague, Ms. Carol Embry, who was recently named the 2021 Missouri Business Official of the Year by the Missouri Association of School Business Officials. Ms. Embry is completing her 29th year as a school business official. For the past 7 years, Springfield Public Schools has benefited from her expertise. She's a certified school finance and operations official through the Association of School Business Officials International. As the Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Carol oversees the finances of the district and has responsibility for construction management, facilities and grounds, transportation, nutrition services, purchasing and distribution, and business operations, including payroll and accounts payable. Ms. Embry has also been an active member of MOASBO since 1995 and has served on the association's board of directors and on the Spring Conference Committee and Audit Committee. Congratulations and thank you for your service to public education.
That's right.
Sounds like a long time ago, doesn't it?
Yes.
It was. It was.
So, certainly 29 years is a long run. If you do the math, there were 2 years I worked in my church, so that extended my years a bit. But I must say that my service in Springfield Public Schools has been my favorite of all time. And I owe it to Dr. John Jungman, the people with whom I serve here, and most certainly our Board of Education, who has provided us opportunity to do great work for kids. And that's really what it's all about. So thank you for your leadership through all of that.
Congratulations.
We'll now conclude our Honoring Excellence with our Building Up recognition for this month. And as you know, each month our principals and our department leaders recognize individuals who personify what it means to build up others. From these outstanding employees, we choose one to highlight to our Board of Education. So this evening, we will tell the story of Ms. Tamara Scully and how she supports our youngest learners and their parents in developing skills to overcome communication challenges.
My name is Tamara Scully, and I am a lead parent educator with Parents as Teachers with Springfield Public Schools.
Tamara Scully has a passion for working with families and children who have some speech and language concerns. She has been working in our Tiny Talkers program and developing fun activities to use with parents to teach them how to work with their children at home to increase their children's ability to communicate with others.
Tiny Talkers was born out of the idea that we saw lots and lots of parents within our Parents as Teachers program that had concerns about speech or language delays. So as a parent, we always look for resources, but when you go online and you try to Google or YouTube how to help your child that can't pronounce letters, there's a whole lot of people that want to talk about a whole lot of things, but there's not any clear direction that's given. I come in as an additional support with Parents as Teachers and work with these parents and really develop their skills as a parent on how they can help their children with these developmental concerns.
Tamara collaborates with early childhood special education's speech and language pathologist to make sure she is targeting the skills that are developmentally appropriate for each child she works with.
So without her, I don't know where I would have been. I tried the ABC Mouse, I tried the Hooked on Phonics, but those weren't the resources I needed.
It's just been so encouraging to watch those kids go from being so frustrated with not being able to say what they want to say and how empowered they feel as a child to get those wants and needs met by being able to communicate effectively.
So she looks forward to the meetings every week. It's something where she absolutely loves coming to the park. It's something she talks about. She tells everyone else about her teacher. The songs that we learn are something that she sings in the car. It's something she shares with her sisters. It's something we sing together before bed. So they really resonate in her head, and those are sounds that are repeated. In addition, we practice those same letters and those same names and those same sounds. So what she does here, we can then replicate at home, and it gets her that much more closer to getting those sounds correctly.
Tamara is so creative. She exhibits building up characteristics, and she's hardworking and passionate about working with our families.
I love that we get to empower parents to help with their children's development and
Scully, please come forward so that we may present you with a Building Up lanyard pin and thank you for your many talents as a coach to Tiny Talkers and parents.
Thank you. It's an honor. I just want to say thank you to the board for believing in early childhood and supporting parents as teachers and letting me do a job that I am honored and I value so much of just the work that we do in early childhood. So thank you so much for your support. I greatly appreciate it.
That's cool.
And if you've not yet had an opportunity to watch Twitter and other social media platforms for the SPS Builds, hashtag, we encourage you to do that. There are many great stories that continue to be shared by our colleagues as the year concludes. So that concludes our Honoring Excellence for this evening. We thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen, very much. Our next agenda item is to approve the agenda. The recommended action is that the board approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Charles, is there a second? Scott will second that. Any discussion? Hearing none, we are ready to vote.
There it goes.
Another one.
There it is.
It's just slow. Okay, all right. Did anybody else's not come up? Scott's didn't come up. Scott, do you want to, I'll take a verbal from you.
All right.
Aye. Can you record that, Tammy, please? Thank you. Okay, we have unanimous approval of the agenda. Our next agenda item is public comments to address agenda items. The Board of Education welcomes comments from the audience about issues being discussed. It is recommended the request to speak be submitted prior to the beginning of the meeting. Comments will be limited to 5 minutes for each speaker and will be timed by the board secretary. It is inappropriate to address the board about individual students or individual staff members by name in open meeting. If you have concerns about individuals, these concerns should be addressed through the appropriate administrative supervisors, either in the schools or in the district office. The board uses this time in our meeting to listen to comments and or concerns from the public, but will not comment or engage with the public during this meeting. If you have materials that you would like to share, please provide them to the board secretary prior to speaking, and she will distribute them to the board members. Our first public speaker is Amanda Swanson. Is there an Amanda Swanson here?
Yes.
Yes.
Say who's second.
Amanda Swanson. I'll go ahead and move on to the next one, and then we'll come back to her. Yep. Okay. Kyler Sherman Wilkins. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Dr. Kyler Sherman Wilkins. I'm an assistant professor of sociology at Missouri State University. I want to start off by just really expressing my explicit support for what SPS is doing with regards to diversity and inclusion training, specifically some of the staff under Dr. Ivania Garcia Pusateri doing really extraordinary work that I stand firmly behind. I'm a sociologist. I'm a researcher. I'm also very much committed to diversity and inclusion work. You'll probably hear, I've heard at previous board meetings, comments about how diversity and inclusion work does not work, and I think that's at best a misinterpretation of the evidence and data, and at worst explicit lies to push a particular agenda. People point to the Harvard Business Review as one study that shows that diversity and inclusion trainings are ineffective. It's really important to note this is one study. It's also in a corporate setting. There have been other meta-analysis, which is an analysis of analyses that have found that actually diversity and inclusion trainings can work if done properly. And I know and I have confidence that the staff at SPS will be able to implement those strategies to make sure that it's an effective training. I want to, time is, I guess we'll start slow. I want to reserve the rest of my time to talk specifically about critical race theory. It's really hard to not talk about it, especially when coming into the building. There was a protest on critical race theory. And what I want to do is, because I'm an educator, make sure that we're all on the same page as to what critical race theory is. The best way to define critical race theory is to tell you what it is not. People talk about critical race theory as being anti-American and un-American. People talk about critical race theory as being this perspective that's meant to, highlight these rigid racial categories with the goal of continuing or perpetuating those rigid racial categories. Critical race theory is not that. What critical race theory is it's a perspective. It's a way of seeing the world. And the central tenet of critical race theory is that society, we as a society, have grouped people into these racial categories that are socially constructed. We've created hierarchies of these racial categories, and then we use these hierarchies to distribute resources. One of the central tenets of critical race theory is also this notion that we cannot talk about the founding of America without talking about white supremacy in these racial hierarchies. A prime example of critical race theory and how it's very necessary and to be taught, and at least these perspectives to be exposed to young people, is the fact that people can tell you the 3 ships that Christopher Columbus sailed to this country on, but they cannot tell you the indigenous people's tribes, those names that have been eradicated during this westward expansion and colonization of this land. People talk oftentimes about this idea of critical race theory as being indoctrination. And I think that's really laughable and ironic. When you think about the definition of indoctrination, it involves exposing people to having people believe things without turning a critical eye to it. And that is not critical race theory. Critical race theory, in fact, is trying to unindoctrinate the indoctrination of the whitewashing of history. Going back to that example that I said before about how we can identify Christopher Columbus's ships, but not the indigenous peoples that were massacred. So the whole goal of critical race theory is not to perpetuate racism, it is to eradicate racism. We can only eradicate racism if we can identify what those racist structures and systems look like. Critical race theory is a tool that allows us to do that. The last thing I'll say about all of this is just repeating what I said at the previous board meeting, which is this argument that we should be exposing our children to reading, writing, and arithmetic, the things that are really important for learning. And that's certainly true. We do need to teach our students reading, writing, and arithmetic. But we also need to teach them how to be involved, contributing members of society. We are a globalized society. There are people of different races and ethnicities in this room, people from different perspectives. We have to also teach our children to be able to interact with those people as competent human beings, respecting differences. And part of that respect means seeing people for who they are, understanding their lived experiences. And again, critical race theory is a tool that we can use to understand the lived experiences of people of color and see how we, to this very day, see inequalities and inequities across lines of race and ethnicity. Critical race theory is a very important tool that we need in order to rectify these injustices and perhaps get to a point where we can indeed claim that we are all equal under the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kyler, for, I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah, okay. I just was going to thank Kyler. Thank you for sharing your expertise and for helping educate the board. Our next public speaker is Amanda Swanson. We found you, huh?
Yes, sorry, I went to my car.
Oh, yeah. Welcome. Good evening.
Thank you. Hello. So I teach for Springfield schools, and I have one child that goes to school here in the district, and I didn't really prepare anything. I just want to say that I greatly appreciated the diversity training that I received this year. The district, I was very impressed by it, and found it to have a lot of great resources. Also, there have been so many things about racial injustice in the past in our history that I never was taught in public schools. Things like, redlining. I didn't even know about that until the last few years. Emmett Till, sorry. I didn't know about so many things until the last few years. And I should have been taught those things in public school. So we can't just pick and choose what history we teach. It's not okay to whitewash history, and it does not help to improve the future. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Amanda, thank you for sharing your perspective as an SPS teacher and parent. It's important that we hear from you.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Travis Marler. Travis Marler. I'm going to move on, and we'll bring Travis back if he's still here. Cindy Beecher. Cindy Beecher. Okay. Go ahead, Travis. Welcome, Travis.
Thank you. I'm a Greene County citizen whose son will be attending Springfield Public Schools this coming fall. I'm thankful for Springfield Public Schools' initiative to advance diversity training within the district. I want to encourage the board to continue providing the leadership and the resources for diversity training. See if I can read this without Stephen in black glasses. Oh, there they go.
You can take your mask down.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, that'll make it easier for you to
help.
understand me too. I grew up in a small Kansas town of 12,000 people in the last quarter of the 20th century. I spent the first 20 years of my life there before moving to Springfield, Missouri. The town was a quintessential American small town in so many respects, thriving on a combination of manufacturing, small business, and agriculture. It even featured a picturesque central street lined with large trees that formed a canopy over the street. Much like other small towns in America, it was almost exclusively white. In my town in the 1990s, diversity was a four-letter word, spoken alongside eye rolls, scowls, laughs, or mutterings about liberals. In 1998, I graduated from the town's high school in a class of 200 students. As I think back, I can't count more than 5 students in my graduating class who were not white. If the class consisted of 5% of students from diverse backgrounds, I would be surprised. All this to say, during my years as a K-12 student, when I learned in school about the history of slavery, racial oppression, and the fight for equality that have characterized the entirety of American history, it was predominantly conceptual. Old and distant because I lacked a connection to the lives of diverse family or friends around me. And it was assaulted by the subtle and not so subtle messages of white supremacy around me. So, it troubles me to hear, more than 20 years later in small city Springfield, that diversity training in Springfield Public Schools is enduring increasing hostility from some in the Springfield community. I've heard that the diversity trainers are being openly accused of being racist against white people, Marxist, and agents of cancel culture, among other things. Having seen fresh examples this year of where inflammatory, misinformed rhetoric and otherizing ideology can lead, it is especially concerning. When my son enters Springfield Public School, he will sadly be exposed to many of the same experiences and voices from peers, friends, and other families that I was when I attended public school decades ago. My wife and I worked very hard to help him see the dignity in all people and to stand with them, regardless of their gender or orientation, race or ethnicity, size or shape, ability or social standing. For the health of the community of Springfield, my son's health, and most importantly, the health of students and families from diverse backgrounds, I'm asking the SPS board to take a strong stand by supporting its diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives and the people who staff or implement them. The nation is moving forward in these things. Springfield needs to move with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis, for sharing your story with us. Our next public speaker is Cindy Beecher. I did say that right.
Yes, you did.
Okay, just making sure. Welcome, Cindy.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. This is a public speaking tip I learned from my friend Krista sitting back here. So I just need to tell you all that I'm nervous and it'll make it easier. So I'm going to start off with that. So I'm here as a graduate of SPS. I loved school so much that I went on to become a teacher. So I taught Spanish and ESL for MSU and OTC here and was a product of MSU. And then I went on to study nonprofit and civic leadership at Drury and have gotten to merge my passions of education and civic engagement through my job. And so I really love that, and I prepared all these notes to share with you all, but I'm not going to read it. Because Dr. Sherman Wilkins has done a great job of explaining the history, but I just wanted to say thank you all for making this a priority for our community. You know, as someone who studied Spanish, even learning about all of the cultures around the world that study that speak the Spanish language, I didn't learn about the impact of colonialism and genocide and all of those things until I was actually in those countries, seeing it and hearing the history firsthand. And so I think that's another reason that this is so important for our students to learn and for our teachers to become well-versed in global cultures and just becoming culturally competent themselves, is because our students are not all going to have the chance, like I did, to go travel the world. Thankfully, as a student at MSU, I found the loophole where if I'm studying Spanish, I can make anything a Spanish credit, right? And so I used my financial aid for that. But anyway, all students are not going to have that opportunity. And so we need to educate our teachers, make sure that they are educating our students so that they just have the whole picture. I didn't get that whole picture as a student at SPS or even in our universities. And so thank you all for doing this, and I just want to encourage you to stay on the course.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Our next public speaker is Dorette Reynolds. Dorette Reynolds. Dorette Reynolds. All these people are supposed to be how many? They're coming. Okay.
Maybe 90%.
Yeah.
Strategical 5.
Krista Monaco will be on deck. Yeah, okay. She's already in the room. Okay, great. Dorette, good evening. Daryl.
Yes. How are you, ladies and gentlemen, doing this
sorry.
evening?
Good.
Well, I'd like to talk to you about critical race theory, CRT. The 1619 Project lies about the truth concerning the founding of America and its founding fathers, with attempts to rewrite history as a racist theme by whites. And where have we seen this before? Communism. Rewrite the past, manipulate people by teaching lies. This project is the basis for critical race theory. America was founded on a principle that all people had God-given rights, that all people were created equal, not some people, but all. From the first governing document of our great country, we the people created the Mayflower Compact. We the people built the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. These documents support the foundation that all people have God-given rights and liberties. America, one nation under God. Racism has no place anywhere, be it white, black, or any other color. The Bible and science supports that. We are all one race, the human race. Our DNA alone is proof positive that we are one race. Your school district embraces critical race theory and teaches it to our children. You are replacing real history with false history. Teaching it to lie. You are pushing racism on our children You are endorsing racism in your schools. Shame on you. But here are a couple facts about critical race theory. It believes science, reason, and evidence are a white way of knowing, and that storytelling are a lived experience are a black alternative. In other words, ignore facts and teach lies. It acts like anyone who disagrees with it does so for a racist or white supremacist reasons. These concepts are fundamentally totalitarianism, the beginning steps of communism. Research Stalin, Hitler, Marx, and Mao. Real history does not lie. Don't let history be overwritten with lies. Good or bad, history is something we can learn from. And it is what happened, like it or not. We are who we are, for better or worse, and we need to learn from our past. Let us mourn the sad and rejoice the good, but learn from it all. The truth needs to remain the truth. And I implore you to do the right thing and remove this concept from your curriculum. Thank you for your time, and do you have any questions?
I just would say, I'm sorry I didn't say your name correct,
That's
Daryl,
okay.
but we appreciate you sharing your thoughts with the board tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, a fact is a fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Krista Mikado. I'm sorry. I'm not very great at this. It's a good thing it's not graduation where I have to read, hundreds of people's names tonight. Krista, I got that. I've got that one.
Yes, that works.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Krista Mikado. My pronouns are she, her, hers. And I have the privilege of working around the issues of diversity and inclusion and promoting equal access for all Missourians, for all students, for all children, for all adults, for everyone. And I find it, I'm sorry, my brain keeps popping up with this one thing. I really find it ironic that the previous speaker connected critical race theory and racism against white people as a bad thing, and like Hitler. And Hitler absolutely focused on people and massacred them. We have the genocide as a result of the Holocaust, which is a direct result of Hitler's policies. But those two things are absolutely connected. And they are connected in a way when you're talking about people, separating them and vilifying one certain group of people, and then deciding that they no longer get to talk, or they no longer get to live.
You stand near the mic, Mom.
Yeah, if you'll stand closer to the...
To the
yes,
mic?
thank you.
Oh, where is the mic? No? Okay.
Yeah.
So, sorry, my name is Krista. I find it really ironic that the previous speaker talked about critical race theory and connected it to Hitler, which is the exact opposite of what critical race theory is trying to do, which is stop things like the Holocaust from happening ever again. Because we know our society has a history of making others of people and then no longer erasing them or no longer seeing them as humans. And that is not what we are here to do in education. As an educator myself, as a proud product of public schools, I had a different experience than what many students did went to SPS. I went to Texas public schools, and we were taught some things like about Juneteenth. That is something that we are proud to know about and be able to celebrate that history. However, when we erase that history, when we no longer discuss it, that is when we will continue to perpetuate the same issues. And I want to thank Springfield Public Schools for committing in their strategic plan to focus Area 5 on diversity and equity. I'm sorry, equity and diversity. As a staff member of the Community Foundation of the Ozarks, we are committed to inclusive excellence in the Ozarks, along with our partners at the United Way and Community Partnership of the Ozarks. This is important across all areas of our city. We are all committed to moving forward and making sure that everyone has a better quality of life in the Ozarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista, and thank you for sharing the perspective of how the community agencies work together. Appreciate it. Our next public speaker is Michaela McDonald. Good evening, Michaela.
I'm going to take from what somebody else said, and I am nervous.
Okay, we're good with that.
I'm going to try not to read off of it, but probably will. So my name's Michaela McDonald. I am a mental health counselor serving people in the Springfield area and surrounding areas. I see children all the way up to older adults. One thing that I see way too prevalently is trauma, depression, and anxiety linked to discrimination, microaggressions, and racism. Many of my clients of color and LGBTQ+ clients have developed all of these things from experiencing repetitive and invasive comments. The most discouraging part about all this is that there is an easy way to change it, and it's something that I'm super grateful for. That teaching teachers and teaching teachers to teach kids about equity and diversity. I think it is super encouraging to hear this being discussed and implemented. I think with this implementation, we can encourage positive change, equity, and justice for all students. Trauma is really difficult to treat because it comes from a place of survival, fight or flight. When people experience prolonged exposure to being in a survival state, they end up with PTSD, anxiety, depression. I hate to see this in our community. I hate to see it in children. Children should not be contemplating suicide. Okay. I apologize for my... I've had clients of color say that they struggle just to go to a store and not be afraid. They live in this heightened state constantly. It isn't right. My youngest sister, who happens to be black, is in high school. She's had the N-word shouted at her in the halls multiple times. My mom, she's had discussions. The three youngest siblings I have are biracial and black, and she is tired of using the excuse they don't understand, because it's not a justifiable excuse for the subtle and constant abuse. When I began studying psychology, a diversity course was required in my undergrad. I remember going into it thinking, I've got this. I love diversity. I'm an advocate for equality. And I found out I only knew the tip of the iceberg. I still don't even know the full extent of it, to be honest. I came out of that with guilt, shame, frustration, confusion. One of the biggest frustrations was that I wasn't taught this sooner. I wasn't informed about the historical distortions, the withholding of pertinent information about how our systems work, and how deep the suffering and the racism actually go. I would be happy to know that my kids won't be late to this information, that they can advocate young for their peers. As a mother of two toddlers, my hope is that when I send them to school, it will be a place that teaches justice, advocacy, equity, and the truth about history, the full history. It will be a place of growth and improvement upon the mistakes of the past. And yes, there will be guilt and there will be discomfort. But some of the most beautiful things come from those things. some of the most pertinent things come from discomfort. And as a therapist, I see it all the time. People facing their demons, facing the things that are uncomfortable, and growing from it. My hope is that the board will truly consider continuing this. And I have to say again, I appreciate the Office of Equity and Diversity for pushing for this change. Their hard work is appreciated. Many, myself and other people in the counseling community, it is a challenge that comes up with so much resistance. And I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time.
Michaela, I just want to say thank you for bringing your expertise around trauma, depression, and anxiety, and we can sense your passion and true care for our students, and thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Michelle Gavel, and I know she's right there. That's right. Good evening, Michelle. Welcome.
Good evening. It's nice to see some familiar faces.
Yes, nice to see you.
I come to you today as a Springfield public schools parent. And I just want to share an experience with you that we had in the district and my hopes for continuing to support the focus of the Diversity and Inclusion Office going forward. So we have heard many voices opposing the diversity trainings for teachers and the Focus 5 goals set forth by the district. Because of this, I would like to share my family's experience and how the position of the Chief Diversity Officer and focus on diversity and inclusion has been a benefit to the district, and how continued training of teachers and administrators could prevent situations like mine in the future. To give my situation some context, I'm going to give a brief historical background information. Members of the Black community have been dehumanized, demeaned, and harassed for centuries by comparing us to apes. Examples are seen throughout history and currently through art, media, and news sources. A recent example of this can be seen in a recent Florida political race where robocalls went out against a Black candidate with monkey and jungle sounds in the background. These comparisons have long been used to justify the terror inflicted upon the Black community worldwide. Fast forward to my child's third grade year, the school was chosen to participate in a partnership where they were to put on the production of the Jungle Book. Those familiar with my family know that we have conversations about accurate history and its impact on today's society. It would announce that my child's class would be the monkeys in this particular production of the Jungle Book. We attend one of the more diverse schools in the district, so there are other Black and Latinx students in his class, more so than in other schools in the district. When this was announced in class, and I'm very proud of my son, my child stood up and was able to articulate why he was uncomfortable with being a monkey in the Jungle Book and singing the song, "I Want to Be Like You," in that particular production. Once he informed me of the situation, I then followed up with an email explaining the historical implications of having Black and brown students stand up in front of their white peers to be monkeys and singing the song, "I Want to Be Like You," in front of the whole world population. Let's see. The teacher and the principal were able to contact the Chief Diversity Officer, who was an awesome resource, and come up with a solution that allowed all children to participate in a culturally sensitive and inclusive manner. There are countless other examples of how this position and this focus is a benefit from around the district, some situations that are far worse than mine. But I invite you all to consider that if this was caught before an 8-year-old child spoke up in the classroom, this could have all been prevented. The planning of this production went through many discussions with no one speaking up even to consider the cultural implications of monkeys and singing a song like this in that production. You see, these trainings can assist SPS staff and their partners in having these discussions before they get to the classroom, saving children like mine the experience of having to be the only one that sees an issue with situations similar to this one. These trainings help SPS be proactive instead of reactive when diversity issues in the district arise, and help prevent them from making national news, which has happened in this district more than once. Our community leaders often say that they are committed to a diverse Springfield. They want to attract diverse global workforce, and that's essential to our community's growth. Well, if you want to attract young, diverse professionals with families like mine in this area and keep them here, It is essential that you make sure their children are treated well, see themselves in the curriculum, and are respected when they get here. I would hope that those on the board endorsed by the Chamber have the same viewpoint. Too often, I have seen the revolving door of young families, especially young Black professionals with families who do not want to send or keep their children here because of similar negative experiences in the district. I ask that you continue to fully support the diversity officer, the staff they employ, the Focus 5 goals, and the trainings implemented to ensure we continue to move forward and not backwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, as an SPS parent, giving us a very practical example on this topic and for the importance of the work. Thank you so much, Michelle. Our next public speaker is Tom Boone. Good evening, Tom. Welcome.
Good evening. There's a first time for everything, and this is my first time to speak to the school board.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. I would like to share an experience. I heard earlier tonight that white people learn by facts and Black people learn by lived experience. I don't think that's exactly the way it happens. I have learned a lot from my lived experience, and I'd like to share an experience tonight. The young lady who led in the pledge was in 5th grade. And I was in 5th grade when this happened to me. We had one Black student in our class. In fact, I think he was probably the only Black student in the entire school system, and it was a fairly large system. One day we were out on the playground, and I don't know if you remember the game Red Rover. Anybody play that? I did. And I just happened to be standing next to this Black boy when we were playing that game. And we made a pretty good team. I don't think anybody broke through our barrier that we had up. Well, when I got home that evening, as usually was the case, I was asked what happened at school today. And I shared that experience with my parents. And as embarrassed as I am to admit this, my dad went ballistic about that. And essentially told me not to hang around with this Black student, and especially not to touch him. I was fairly young, but I knew in my heart that this was no kind of attitude to have toward another human being. And it certainly wasn't any way to treat another human being. That experience was my introduction to some of the inequities in our society and to the lack of diversity in many places. I'm a person of faith, and I believe in the inherent dignity and worth of every individual. It isn't something that we have to earn. It is given to us simply because we are human beings. And so I really appreciate the efforts the school system is making to begin to teach everyone that we all have inherent dignity and worth, and we should respect that, and we should treat one another with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Our next public speaker is Dr. Janice McCafferty-Wright. McCafferty. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Hello. I'm Dr. Janice McCafferty-Wright. Prior to moving to Springfield a few years ago, I taught elementary and secondary social studies in Central Missouri. I am a teacher, educator, and scholar of education for democratic citizenship and global understanding. Today I'm speaking in support of Springfield Public Schools diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives.
And real fast before I move forward, I would like to also remind people, when thinking about previous speakers' comments, that desegregating schools was also once called communism and ungodly. Just to put a little bit of historic framework there. So in my career, I'm privileged to learn with and from educators participating in U.S. and foreign public diplomacy programs around the world, especially in the Middle East and North Africa. This work has brought me into collaborative relationships with international education NGOs, the U.S. Department of State's Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs, U.S. consulate programs, the Federal National Security Education programs, and programs connected to countering violent extremism. I can tell you that my experiences as an educator in Missouri led directly to my work countering violent extremism. Because you see, in Missouri, I have heard citizens declare, when discussing news about a tragic event in the Middle East, we ought to just bomb them all. In Missouri, I have also heard citizens declare we ought to just bomb them all while discussing Black Lives Matter demonstrations in Ferguson, Missouri. In fact, while attending an event in Springfield with a sign that read, "Love thy Black, Brown, Asian, Muslim, LGBTQ+ neighbor," I was told by multiple citizens of Springfield, yes, but not Muslim. I was also told that if I were ever alone in a room with a Muslim, that they would slit my throat. Oddly, I had just returned, throat intact, from a year-long federally awarded fellowship in Morocco, a Muslim country, where I studied Arabic and researched civic education and youth civic engagement. We ought to just bomb them all. Do not love thy Muslim neighbor. Declarations such as these are the results of the failures of many systems, including public education. Today, across our state, students enter colleges of education. Some of them are graduates of Springfield Public Schools. Those who are of traditional age have spent their entire lives in the war on terror. Education students, including those from this district, have had their entire K-12 educations shaped by No Child Left Behind, Race to the Top, the Every Child Succeeds Act, and other education policies that have gutted the time and investment required for powerful, meaningful social studies education. This kind of education can disrupt dangerous narratives. This is the kind of education that counters violent extremism. And let me tell you, it shows. We have a lot of work to do with our pre-service teachers. Yet meeting the biggest challenges facing our communities and our world requires frameworks for understanding and engaging with complex systems that produce and reproduce these challenges. At a minimum, we must do a better job preparing students and educators for ethical engagement as citizens of a diverse democracy. And at a minimum, this includes not shying from an honest, a truthful history curriculum, and this includes continuing and even amplifying the district's diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your expertise with the board. Okay, our next public speaker is Emily Bowen Marler. Okay, all right. Welcome, Emily.
Good evening. I am Reverend Emily Bowen Marler. I'm a minister at Brentwood Christian Church and a parent of a future SPS student. About 2 years ago, I attended an event where a number of students from marginalized populations shared their stories of racism and discrimination within Springfield Public Schools. It was a powerful event where we honored the experiences of these students and vowed to work to make Springfield schools safe for all of our students. Since then, SPS has begun diversity training, which is a necessary component of making our schools safer because it exposes staff and teachers to perspectives they may not otherwise have access to. It shines a light on ways that our institutions are less safe for students of color, students who are LGBTQIA+, and students who are disabled. Sadly, diversity training in schools across the country are being systematically targeted by a well-funded right-wing campaign that is posing as a grassroots effort. What is happening in SPS board meetings with concerned citizens speaking out against the latest buzz term, critical race theory, is happening across the entire country. I have friends from all over the United States, and the story is the same. Flyers are circulating along with the rumors that CRT is indoctrinating and infiltrating our schools and undermining all we hold dear, so people must do what they can to stop it. The fact of the matter is, most people decrying CRT do not actually know what it is. They don't understand that critical race theory is an academic movement that focuses on the relationship between race, racism, and power. It includes economics, history, context, group, and self-interest, even feelings and the unconscious. And actually earlier, I can't remember his name, but there was a gentleman that kind of talked about critical race theory and what it is, and I found that really helpful as well. Now, I don't know about any of you, but I want my child to grow up in schools that value diversity and equity. I want my child to grow up in schools that value the worth and dignity of every single student, every single teacher, every single staff member. I want my child to know that the stories and histories of people of color matter. I want my child to understand that history that is told from the perspective of only one people group is not complete history. I want my child to recognize the importance of learning history from the perspectives of the oppressor and the oppressed, the winners and the losers, the people who have come out on top and the people who have struggled to make a way in this world. I want my child to have friends that look different than him and to know that they are worth every bit as much as he is. I want my child to learn to have empathy because he attends schools that value perspectives that differ from his own. I want him to value his friends with disabilities because he sees that the schools he attends work to make accommodations for them so they have the same access to learning that he does. If my child ends up being gay or transgender or non-binary, I want him to know that he is valued and loved because the school system has his back when he is tormented for being who he is. Diversity and equity training helps our teachers and staff know how to spot discriminatory acts, helps them know which students are likely to be targeted and seek out changes so that none are targeted, helps them advocate for students who are under-resourced or marginalized because of their race or their disability or their gender identity or their sexual orientation or their religion or their lack of religion. And more than that, it helps teachers and staff recognize the importance and necessity of advocating for those students because there are so many barriers in the system that are placed in front of marginalized students. We don't stop learning once we graduate. As adults, I hope that we continue to grow and learn. Diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives help us aid us in this. And I am thankful that SPS has made a commitment to these efforts, and I hope that the commitment continues to strengthen and expand so that all students will be afforded dignity and equity in their education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. Dennis Rudnick is our next speaker. Welcome, Dennis.
Thank you. I just finished grading, so I'm going to refer to my notes so I don't forget my place. I was going to begin with sort of countering some of the rhetoric by a previous person regarding some false assumptions around critical race theory. I think Dr. Sherman Wilkins and the previous speaker did a yeoman's job. All I will kindly suggest to those that are listening that perhaps have different ideas about critical race theory than what it is, I will just simply quote The Princess Bride and suggest that you keep on using that word. It does not mean what you think it means. Okay? So it is an advanced theoretical concept, and just because race or any identity is being taught does not automatically constitute it as critical race theory. Okay? So I just want to name that. My name is Dr. Dennis Rudnick. I speak to you as an assistant professor of education. I have been in education for over 25 years, specifically focusing on multicultural education, and yes, as a critical race theorist. I'm also here as a dad, okay? I, like many of you, like many of the previous speakers, am deeply concerned with recent efforts to suppress freedom of speech, prohibit critical thinking, and hinder human relations in our schools. Across our country, a bevy of well-funded legislation currently seeks to dismantle any form of teaching and learning that seeks to engage our students with opportunities to understand and work towards a better community, nation, and world. This is harmful for all of our students, even students that might share similar descriptions as I do. This is harmful for all of our teachers, many of whom are concerned that they will be fined or imprisoned for what they teach, how they teach, and yes, in some cases, who they are. Even my most avidly conservative teacher education students take issue with the inauthenticity, unconstitutionality, and immorality behind such efforts. Even my most timid and reserved teacher education students, and we taught on Zoom the last year too, right? So there was all sorts of borders to cross in our engagement with one another. But even our most timid and reserved teacher education students needed to make it plain, needed to be expressly adamant that critique of society is not about hate or guilt, blame or shame, but about love, about justice, and about responsibility. When you love someone, when someone loves you, there may be critique. Anyone with children understands that deeply. Any of you have children? Have you ever been critical of your children? Does that mean that you hate your children? Can that also be true about a country? You just call it like you see it because you want them to do a little bit better? That's what we're asking us to do, okay? It's called being honest. We have a responsibility to foster the requisite knowledge, awareness, skills, and dispositions that educators and students need to thrive as ethical, equitable, and effective persons and professionals in a diverse, multicultural, and global society. This includes learning how to engage about and across differences, disagreements, and conflicts as opportunities for deeper understanding. We have a responsibility to empower, not indoctrinate, empower educators with the tools to become more aware of and responsive to complex dynamics of power, identity, injustice, and equity underlying education in the United States so that we can prepare our educators to best advocate for our students, communities, and schools. We also have a responsibility as a sidebar. If we're going to quote Dr. Martin Luther King, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., we need to make sure that we have the responsibility not to take him and his words out of context. Okay? I strongly consider Letter from a Birmingham Jail, his 1966 interview with Mike Wallace, perhaps his speech on Vietnam, and perhaps the entirety of his I Have a Dream speech. Might be a good place for us to start. We have a responsibility to all of us. We have a respective and a collective responsibility. Right? And to those that are in denial, and it's understandable that we might be resistant because it's hard. What if it was true? I see my time is short, so I want to share briefly. January 7th, the day after the insurrection at the Capitol, and Logan, I know you're listening. We sat down with my son and told him what happened, and yes, it was hard. And we asked him, some folks say that we shouldn't tell you about these things to protect your innocence. What do you say? Logan thought for a moment, and he said, Dad, I'm glad you told me. Why? So I'll know if it happens again. I want to encourage you that Logan's insight, wherewithal, and courage may remind us of our responsibilities, and that what is often hard is also often necessary.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you very much. Our next public speaker is Phil Snyder. Phil Snyder. Is Dr. William Harwood in the audience? Okay. We'll go ahead with Dr. William Harwood.
stuff. Okay, good evening.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. First, I should say I am also an assistant professor. I teach philosophy. Mostly, I do political philosophy, and some of it is critical race theory, which I only have recently found out is so terrible. So first, I'm very glad that so many people came out tonight. Civic engagement is extremely important, and a good citizen doesn't just vote every 4 years. It also means being involved in the community, so I'm just very happy so many people are here. Second, I want to say a quick word about this two sides thing that keeps becoming such a big deal. A weird myth that there are two sides to every story. For some, there's only one. We don't usually have the Surgeon General on the nightly news saying cancer is bad. And then they say, for the alternative opinion, we're going, no, it just doesn't happen, right? Other issues have 12 sides. If we have an oil bloom we have to clean up or a bridge needs building, we might have a bunch of different proposals for the city council, et cetera. So it's unhelpful when we try to reduce things to just this kind of he said, she said, that we try to, demonize one side as opposed to the other, right? Especially when we're talking about things that are important like U.S. history. So my colleagues have already done an amazing job talking about critical race theory, so I'm going to take a different tack and talk a little bit about my past. I grew up in the Deep South. My folks didn't go to college. My huge family is almost entirely military, and they're all from farmer stock and small business type. When I was a kid learning about U.S. history, my family felt the need to critique most of what I learned. Civil War was actually the war of northern aggression. Most of what I learned about slavery wasn't really true. It was obviously about states' rights. Reconstruction was just flat out evil and a way to punish the South, and slavery wasn't that bad. And the KKK, which patriarchs on both sides of my family were leaders of, was really not as how people described it. And they did all this so that I would know the real history as opposed to what I was being taught. However, when there was ever any discussion of whether we should rename Robert E. Lee High School, or should we remove Civil War monuments, or stars and bars, or just heritage, not hate, all that was automatically wrong. There's no critique, there was no nuance, there was no context. It was just absolutely wrong, and any attempt to have a conversation about this was indoctrination, right? This is 40 years ago, 30 years ago. I'm thankful for the teachers that I had who had the courage to teach me history as it happened, rather than the rewritten version that my own family wanted to teach me because it made them feel more comfortable. Because without those teachers, I would not have understood what was the fact that I was literally being indoctrinated by my own community, by my own family. I didn't have the tools as a kid to know the difference. It was those teachers who had the bravery, because it was rare, understandably, because they knew that they would have the backlash potentially for what they were doing, which was quite literally their job. I still have had to learn most of what I've learned about U.S. history myself. And unlike lots of professors, I've had lots of other jobs outside of universities. I was a bartender, I was a real estate agent, I've done manual labor, I've worked in different small businesses. I lived in lots of places and met people from all over the world, and realized very quickly to my embarrassment, I love the dramatic music, realized to my embarrassment that most of the people that I met from other countries knew more about my history than I did. For example, just to give one story, that throughout the Cold War, the Soviets actually used both our history of racism, but also our continued refusal to address and teach it as a tool of propaganda. I bring this up just as one example of how not only the two sides thing gets misused, but also I've heard so many of these people talk about CRT, critical race theory, as both a form of indoctrination and somehow communist, yet the actual real communists were using it to actually recruit people. They were using it as a way to say that our refusal to deal with these things was a way to undermine U.S. interests around the world. So again, if you really try to go at them, find the right target. So I'm not here to convince anyone about what should be taught, because I'm not a school teacher. In my classes, when we talk about race, we talk about all the different meanings that it had throughout history. We talk about the fact that there's never really been a definition of race that's held up, because quite frankly, they all at the end of the day don't really make a lot of sense. Yet, the fact that race is a social construct does not diminish its very real effects in our country today. The fact that most people today know that race isn't a real thing doesn't suddenly erase our unique history, and it is unique, nor does the lived experience of folks in our country. My students constantly comment on the fact that it blows their mind simultaneously that we're such a young country and we're the oldest democracy on earth. It also blows their mind, and again, there's no two sides on this, that it was when we were actually discussing how to found the country, when we were actually discussing how to write that Constitution, that we explicitly discussed the issue of race as part of that. And by the way, we're literally the first nation in the world that ever did that. That's new. That's not a debate. There's no two sides on this. This is actual history. And the thing that I hear every semester, my students always say, why didn't I learn this in high school? So I just want to say thank you for what you guys are doing. I really appreciate it, and I hope to hear more.
Thank you, William. Phil Snyder. Good evening, Phil.
Hi, good
Welcome. Thanks for waiting.
Thank you very much. My name is the Reverend Dr. Phil Snyder. I'm a lifelong Springfield resident. I'm a product of Springfield Public Schools. My children attend Springfield Public Schools. And I'd like to thank the school board for supporting diversity and equity training for teachers and for trying to cultivate an environment of inclusion for students. People say all kinds of things about critical race theory, initiatives related to diversity and equity and inclusion. But really, it's just about being better human beings. It's about being decent to one another. People say that critical race theory teaches us to hate our country and to hate each other. Progressives like myself are often told that we hate the flag. It's not that we hate the flag. It's that we love the flag too much. It's not that we hate the principles of this country. It's that we love them too much. We want America to be true to itself, to live up to the best of itself, with liberty and justice for all, and to really mean it. It is out of a love for America and the dream of America that we talk about dignity, equity, diversity, and inclusion. The previous speaker was talking about the 1619 Project, talked about totalitarian states. It is totalitarian states that do not teach the full history. Totalitarian states are the ones who suppress history. And I hate to break the news, but in 1619, not everyone enjoyed the same equal rights. We do not have to be afraid of the truth. I'm a pastor. I'm drawn to the teachings of Jesus. He said, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free." Another wise sage named James Baldwin, who said, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced." There's this passage out of the Bible, Exodus 34. It talks about God's steadfast love, about the way that God forgives transgressions. But in the very same passage, it also talks about the way that still yet sins, shortcomings from the past, they get passed down through the generations. We inherit a lot of shortcomings from the past. The doctrine of discovery, the slave trade, Jim Crow. We inherit that past. Okay, we may not have been in that past, but we inherit it and we are responsible to it. How can we build a school system that is responsible to the heritage that we inherit, pays attention to the dynamics of systemic racism that is not up for debate? We can't debate whether or not that's a thing. We just need to respond to it. I mean, if you're a football coach, you have your team watch film. You try to figure out how to get better. You see your shortcomings, you try to learn from your shortcomings. We should always try to do our best by learning from our shortcomings and be the best that we can be as a community, as individuals, as students, as teachers, as faculty, as administrators. A lot of what we are hearing, and this is, I don't mean to bring up this tired refrain, but a lot of what we are hearing is just a playbook from the past. We've heard this playbook before. As Dr. McCafferty Wright, Dr. Harwell already mentioned, opponents of segregation have always been called Marxist and communist. As Harry Truman said, socialism is a scare word they've hurled at every advance the people have made. Let's not forget that Dr. King was dismissed as a Marxist. And honestly, if you look at the speeches that were given at the last board meeting that were not in favor of diversity and inclusion, and you compare those to the famous speech that Governor Orville Faubus gave, the Arkansas governor who opposed integration, you'll see the talking points are identical. I'm happy to send that link to you. Lastly, I was going to share a lot of those quotes, but I don't have time. I want to leave you with a quote from Dr. King. He said, "I'm not going to segregate my moral concerns. But there are times when you must take a stand that is neither safe nor politic nor popular. You must do it because it is right." Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Our next public speaker is Erica Gravely. Is Erica in this room? Okay, I'll move on. We'll come back to Erica. Dr. Elizabeth King. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Elizabeth King, and my expertise is in child development. So I'm here today to discuss the importance of teaching children the truth about the history of our country and providing them with tools to create a more just society. So I am in support of the diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts of SPS, and I want to see even more. So honestly, there's a lot of things that I would love to talk to you about regarding teaching children. Things like how we talk about gender, how we talk about class. But given current conversations about the misinterpretations of critical race theory, I'm going to focus on how we talk about race in the classroom. I don't have time to give you a complete history of racism, nor describe the depth, the slew of examples of the continued effects of racism in this country to convince you of its existence, but it is. What I can do, though, is to implore you to see how harmful it is for children if we ignore talking about racism and thus do nothing to challenge the continued trauma that racism inflicts on children. So ignoring the discussions of racism hurts all children, because even if we choose not to talk about it, children are still internalizing racism. Children are not colorblind. In infancy, children reliably detect differences in skin color. In toddlerhood, children start to pair these differences in skin color with narratives about who is good and who is smart. Narratives they receive quite subtly from their media, the books, the TV, their parents, their teachers. Even unintentional messages make their way into forming children's understanding of social groups. By preschool, a developmental period marked by disparities in preschool suspensions by race, these narratives shape how children make friends. And by kindergarten, children have developed feelings about their own racial groups. So black and white children alike, when presented with dolls, will say that the white dolls are smarter and prettier and better than the black dolls. So these things continue through children's development unless adults intervene to break the cycle. We don't need to teach critical race theory to divide. This has been done since the beginning, right? The evidence is clear that children are internalizing racism. Slowly but surely, given our history with race and the messages that are so entrenched in society. Without looking carefully, we really miss these messages. And by ignoring them, children are really being harmed. Black children are hearing the stereotypes about them. It's affecting their self-concept. White children are learning over time to perpetuate the history of racism. So by avoiding the topic of racism, we are actively continuing the structures of racism. Structures that really truly hurt all of us. Taking away from opportunities to celebrate Black joy, too. If we're so fearful of talking about race, we miss the beauty. Folks are so quick to claim that racism doesn't exist because of a fear of having conversations about racism. I grew up in a space that did not talk about racism at all. I thought we lived in a just society, and that thought was really comforting. And it was really difficult to get out of that. When I became aware that what I considered a reality, a world that was based in equality, was not the case, was not an accurate description of our worlds, it took a really long time for me to dismantle all the messages I had received since infancy. So I'm asking you to start early, because I'm still doing it. I'm still a work in progress trying to dismantle the things that I have been socialized to think and feel since day one. So I'm imploring you to not hide the truth from children or from yourselves, the community listening. Anti-racism work doesn't have to be like a sit-down, one conversation, long, tough conversation about the atrocities of our history or the current atrocities of our current day. Just like how those small moments might send anti-Black messages to young children, we can update even our day-to-day practices to include both an accurate history and a true celebration of diversity. And from there, well, first, really, it starts with the adults, right? It starts with us as adults doing the work to truly understand the realities of racism. And it takes a long time to dismantle this, right? But from there, we can help all children succeed and build a better world than what we inherited. Isn't that kind of what we all want here? Last, we will not harm children by talking about racism. I've heard that a lot, that this is child abuse. We will not harm children by talking about racism. We do harm children by being too afraid to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. King, for bringing your unique perspective on child development and expertise. Erica Gravely, welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am Reverend Erica Gravely. I am pastor at Asbury United Methodist Church. I am also a parent of 2 children within the school system in middle school and high school. And I am this evening representing Faith Voices of Southwest Missouri. And I'm reading a letter signed by over 100 people from this organization and the community. Tragedies of injustice born of humanity's fear of difference, including differences of race, have been among our most important stories for as long as people have had the capacity to communicate. Such stories have been vital components of every great religious text. We need to tell these stories, not only because doing so is a necessary part of learning and growing, but because to deny our stories is to deny our humanity. Recent tragedies of injustice, such as the murder of George Floyd and the corruption in the nation's soul it has brought to light, have been the occasion for a resurgence of a national effort to hear, to listen, to understand, to overcome. The horrific murder of 6 Asian American women in Atlanta shows how racialized hate can unleash carnage. We must do better. Such stories have emboldened others to tell their own stories. People of faith across the nation have shown up to listen, to weep with those who mourn, to help plan and enact change. As a result, hope for progress has burgeoned. Though what we have heard so far has made it clear that the story of systemic racism in America has yet to be fully told. Our efforts to understand have barely begun. With the story thus barely begun, however, many among us seem to have come to the discussion already weary of hearing it. Such people, including some who purport to speak from a position of faith, have made clear that they wish to not only withhold their own participation in conversation, but to shut it down entirely. We at Faith Voices of Southwest Missouri believe that being tired of hearing about injustice is no indication that we have completed the holy work of truly hearing, understanding, and reckoning with it. In fact, the opposite may be the case. Those that least interested in hearing the story may be those who need to hear it most. Therefore, we condemn vile, hateful social media posts and texts that promote racist and homophobic misinformation in the public square. One recent example of an effort to shut down this vital conversation involves an attempt to end anti-racism education for faculty in Springfield public schools. The program has been the target of a misinformation campaign that has regrettably often clothed itself in the language of faith. As faith leaders and believers, we reject this effort and others like it, believing we can best enact our faith by being present for one another's stories, by listening with openness, thoughtfulness, and love, and by responding with reflection and, where necessary, repentance. It is our sacred duty to learn about one another by being present for stories of suffering. Our weariness may be a reason to pause, but it never must be a reason to quit. Thank you.
Erica, will you please let the Faith Voices of Southwest Missouri know that we heard them tonight?
Okay.
Thank
Would
you.
you like copies of the letter, or should I hand them to the...
You can give them to Kathy. Thank you. Our next public speaker is Diane Ely. Good evening, Diane.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. Is the microphone here? No?
Yes. Yep, it's right there.
Okay, got it. Do you think, I'm assuming that this school board wants kids to be taught to excel, to celebrate their individual gifts and talents, and to be proud of their achievements. I would assume that answer is yes. And I know that's what teachers want. Do you want brilliant doctors and engineers, inventors, scientists, astronauts, historians, talented artists and musicians, talented athletes, with an excellent education to be successful after that career ends? You want successful businessmen and women, smart leaders. When ever in American history have we not thought it good to strive for excellence? It's the land, America is the land of dreams and opportunities. It's why everybody wants to come here. The system that you've put in place, that will no longer be possible in the name of racial justice, diversity, and equity. The definition of equity is the same outcome for everyone, so there will be no more excellence in anything. How can there be? The advanced placement classes are being stripped away. Math is now racist in many schools. You no longer need a right answer or to show your work. No kids in this system will have anything of which to be proud or for which to strive. They will all be the same. We cannot have any disparity. That is differences in outcome. It's a very bleak picture. If some kids can't rise to the same heights in certain areas, then by hook or crook, no one will. The diversity and equity training doesn't help those who have less, no matter what color they are. If they happen to be white and they have less, God help them, because not only do they have less, maybe less money, less natural ability, less love and support, it now means they are taught they are an oppressor. So yet another strike against them. They have to believe it and own it, and they have to make it up to someone. The kids, no matter what color, including the black, can't possibly feel good about themselves or have real hope or a desire to reach a higher goal. They have no chance. The black kids are being taught they have a target on their backs because the whites are always going to hold them back. They don't stand a chance of success on their own. This undermines confidence, and it's demeaning to every single child. And the sad thing is, you'll never really achieve equity anyway, because those with more will get out. The good teachers will leave. The families, black or white, with money will get out. We have to make public schools great. It is the only hope, a way out for so many children. The American Medical Association, the largest national organization representing physicians, medical students in the United States, says it will set aside its long-held concept of meritocracy in favor of racial justice and health equity. Okay, so what? Now we don't want our physicians to become physicians based on skill and knowledge and bright, sharp minds that have been challenged and stretched? That would be merit. No, it's now going to be on racial justice and equity. I think you call this woke. Fun, correct. I think most would call it destructive, extremely sad, and absolutely absurd. God created the most amazing and colorful world, including a wide variety of people, different colors, sizes, shapes, with a variety of gifts and talents. We should be putting programs in place that encourage everyone We should not be putting programs in place like CRT that force kids either to be bad because of their white skin or to be victims because they are black, because those are the only two options with this program. And it definitely does divide us. Most of us want unity. I beg you to turn this around and put a good program in place so that we can be unified, and we can. Let's let kids be kids. Let's let them laugh and play, teach them good things, give them hopes and dreams, and let's help each one soar. And just lastly, I have a granddaughter who was totally honored to get to have the role of a monkey in Jungle Book. Right? The town I grew up in had very few blacks. One of the black in our community was Homecoming King. There's stories on every side of this fence. And as far as our nation being systemically racist, I think we forget we actually elected a black president, not once, but twice. And it took a whole lot of people to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Our next public speaker is Wes Pratt. Good evening, Wes. Welcome.
Thank you. My time hadn't started. I guess it had.
They're already clapping for you over there.
Good evening, President Dr. Laner, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Jungman. As a former elected and appointed public official, I commend you for your commitment to run and to be appointed, be elected to the SPS district in order to serve all the district stakeholders, especially all of our children and all of our students. As I speak to you, I'm reminded of the motto, public service is the noblest good. Let me repeat that to you. Public service is the noblest good. I trust that your commitment and your service is representative of that statement consistently. As leaders of this district today and in the future, I trust you take that motto to heart to meet the challenges and the opportunities the future holds for our students, our teachers, our staff, and our administrators. I have listened and read and viewed with keen interest the local opposition to the diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts of SPS as well as statewide and nationwide. Such efforts are in large measure, part of the organized nationwide efforts to promote confusion, divisiveness, polarization, as part of a political agenda campaign to discredit our governmental and our administrative processes. It is also an effort to maintain partisan political power in a changing, evolving America that to too many citizens is threatening and/or is perceived to be threatening change due to the evolving and increasing demographics. CRT is being used as a wedge, nay, it's being used as a bludgeon to combat the changing and emerging national demographics. Instead of promoting cultural consciousness in order to become a nation of citizens and residents who are more aware, more knowledgeable, and capable of acquiring the skills necessary to effectively negotiate our cross-cultural differences, we engage in superficial and misleading divisive rhetoric. Instead of collaborating to unite us and appreciate ourselves as human beings, many of us are being manipulated to focus on creating false and misunderstood differences, narratives, and propaganda. I am a product of the Springfield Public School District, and I am proud of that fact. But I am not proud of the fact that students from diverse backgrounds are treated in many respects as we were 50 years ago, being subject to daily microaggressions, biases, implicit biases. They are taught and counseled too often, not by teachers, counselors, and staff that may look like them or share their common life experiences due to the history, the past history of the lack of access, of equity, and success to teaching and counseling careers for professionals of color or diverse backgrounds. They are too often the victims of a lack of cultural consciousness by teachers, counselors, administrators, and their classmates. as well as community members, residents, and citizens. 50 years ago, students were often called the N-word. They were threatened with feigned references to lynching. They were told to go back to Africa. They were called guerrillas and often disparately punished when it came to the same infractions, the same violations of school rules and regulations by white students. I know this for a fact. I know this to be true because I was one of those students, as were my brothers, sisters, and the community members that I grew up with over on Sherman Street. These type of incidents, and more often, occur too often today. Last year and the year before within our schools and within the general community, so that many of our diverse students do not feel safe, they do not feel secure in the classroom, in the community, in this city. The district's efforts at promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion are to be saluted and to be praised. They are simply efforts to promote the value of the inclusion of diversity. All of us are diverse, from the so-called founding fathers and mothers who came to these shores from England and Europe to the native indigenous populations of this nation. As a matter of fact, when the first white settlers came to this region, they would have already found African Americans living in concert with the Native American populations. Yet that history, and the history of so many others, is not taught in our public schools, in our public school system, and or is it recognized or valued by the community leaders and educators. This nation has its challenges, its history, as does the region, community, and state, but why can't all of us start to understand the value of our diversity? Diversity in our public school system is simply the individual differences such as personality, learning styles, and life experiences.
Thank you, Wes.
It also includes group social differences such as race, ethnicity, class, gender, sexual orientation, country of origin, and disability, as well as cultural, political, religious, and other affiliations such as veteran and socioeconomic status. I will submit to you my remarks in writing, but I would simply say to you, I have sit and I've listened, and I am dismayed. I am dismayed as a product of this public school system that our students are subject to the vitriolic and the painful expressions of racism that persist in this community. And you have got to have the courage to step up, to stand up, to stay up, to speak up.
Thank you, Wes. Our next public speaker is J.T. Nowakowski. Welcome, J.T.
Thank you so much. That's very hard to follow, Wes. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
My name is J.T. Nowakowski, and I am a former social studies teacher, a Springfield resident, and have worked in education for over a decade. Diversity, equity, and inclusion training is important to student success. Students, in fact, would be placed at a disadvantage academically in AP US History, AP World History, and all of those classes if we have the absence of discussions of race, racism, diversity, equity, and inclusion. I am in support of the inclusion of diversity education in schools, and this includes critical race theory, anti-racist pedagogy, and culturally responsive teaching practices. As a resident, recently I attended an event on the lived experiences of Black girls and women in K-12 in Springfield Public Schools. These students presented photo representations of their unique experiences. Many identified the challenges of living in a predominantly white community that often ignores, undermines, and makes invisible their lived experiences. If we do not include, and if we do not continue to include the education on diversity and inclusion, these gaps in equity will continue and will widen. Black women matter, teachers matter, students matter, and diversity in education matters. Good day.
Thank you, JT. Our next public speaker is Mel Brave. Mel Brave. Welcome. Good evening, Mel.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Mel Brave. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and I'm a parent of a Springfield Public School District student. I provide counseling services to this community to address the traumatic experiences of clients. Before I worked here as a counselor, though, I worked here as a foster care worker. I used to live in St. Louis before that, where I worked in outpatient drug treatment in St. Louis alongside probation and parole officers with newly released prisoners. And before that, with new parents of newborns through grant writing for medical services and providing advocacy training also in St. Louis. But I have history before that as well. Before that, I taught high school English in Ferguson School District, Ferguson-Florissant School District, and Ferguson High School. And even before that, I attended an HBCU, a historically black colleges and university, as one of the few white students living on campus at Lincoln University in Jefferson City, Missouri. I wish I was here to tell you how my white evangelical Christian homeschooling background prepared me for this experience at an HBCU. But it did not. I wish I was here to tell you how my white church growing up taught me to truly hear, see, and love my black, brown, and indigenous neighbor as taught by Christ's example, but that would not be true either. There was one tiny moment in my life which prepared me for the years I lived and sat with black college students and learned to listen to them. And that tiny moment was sitting on the floor with my mother as a little 4 or 5-year-old girl, and she started to read to me my first history book. It began by telling about a man we all know named Christopher Columbus, who first discovered the New World America. My mother paused. She scanned the page with her eyes, and she frowned. Little me leaned in, curious about the strange look on my mom's face. What is it, Mommy? She shushed me and read on and frowned more. And then she sighed, she set the book down, she looked at me, and she softly said, "This book doesn't quite get it right." Get what right? Christopher Columbus did not discover the New World. My very white-appearing, blue-eyed, brown-haired mother told me. She looked me in the eyes and said, "People already lived here. It was already found. Our white ancestors did not find this land. Our brown ancestors already lived here. It was found. It's just that white Europeans did not think that it existed, and so therefore it did not before in their minds. And since those white men are the ones who are writing this book, I guess I'm going to just have to read it to you and correct it as we go along." Members of the board, that same mother knew that I was standing here before you today to talk about the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion. That same mother that taught me that would be very upset and ashamed because she would not support the importance of those principles and what you're doing and what you're speaking to our students about and what you're trying to bring about change-wise. Because although that mother and that story is the essence of what she taught me growing up, that mother has incredible trauma. And as a trauma counselor today, I can look back on my experiences as a little girl and understand how trauma can transform the fear brain of a human being's mind. And what trauma can do is limit the way that we think. It can make us so afraid of our neighbors, of the people around us, that we are afraid of their very experiences transforming our lives and changing the way that we interact with one another. We can be so afraid, so very concerned because we have negative beliefs that are created called negative cognitions in our mind. Then those beliefs can become so firm that we can begin to see all of our lives through that filter and begin to believe that things are a threat to us that are actually not a threat at all in any way. It's just that the brain wants to maintain its status quo. The brain wants not to change because it feels and literally believes that change will actually kill us. The The brain does not know the difference between a physical threat of harm and an emotional threat of harm. It does not have the ability at times to discern without careful skills being taught to it to know the difference and how to discern that difference. Our trauma brain's purpose in the amygdala and the hippocampus and the combination of these little parts of our brain and how they work together. Its job is to help us discern a threat and immediately tell us what we need to do to respond to it. We fight it, we flee. What do we have as a response?
Thank you, Mel. Your time is up. Thank you, Mel. Our next public speaker is Scott Warman. Good evening, Scott.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time. My name is Scott Warman, and I teach over at Missouri State. My undergraduate background was in history, and now I teach archaeology. I'm also the parent of 2 SPS students, a son and a daughter. And many of my colleagues have already made the points that I would like to make more eloquently than I can. They've spoken wonderfully tonight. I will add just a few things. I agree that, trotting out critical race theory is being used as a wedge. It's a scare tactic. You probably know better than I. Is there actually a class on critical race theory anywhere in SPS? I'm pretty sure there isn't. I don't think that is actually what we're talking about. I think what we're actually talking about is just including issues of race and diversity and equity in the curriculum. And I definitely support efforts to do that. Equity does not mean everybody has to be the same. There's a difference between sameness and equality. What we are talking about is providing equal opportunities for all students to see themselves in the curriculum. I think a lot about why we teach history, why we teach social studies, because that's what I do. If it's just to feel good about the United States, then that is indoctrination. If it is to create educated citizens, we need to teach a complete history. We need to teach a history that tells students why current conditions exist, so that they can be educated citizens and contribute meaningfully to our community. We want them to be able to evaluate multiple interpretations. We want them to be able to look back at the past. When we teach about the past, we cannot retell everything. It is literally impossible. We must make choices. What things do we teach? What things do we emphasize? We will leave some things out. We can't go back and repeat the entire past of the planet. But race and class and other issues like that are critical parts of our history, and we cannot leave those out. Somebody earlier said a fact is a fact, and they referenced all men are created equal being in our founding documents. It is also a fact that the men who wrote that owned other human beings as slaves. That is a fact. And we cannot ignore those kinds of facts. They declared that African Americans would be 3/5 of a person. They barred indigenous people from being able to become citizens of this country. Many Native people were not able to become citizens until well into the 20th century. These are also facts. Facts that our children need to know and understand, not to make them feel bad about themselves, but so that they can be educated members of our society and contribute meaningfully from a position of knowledge. We learn about the past to avoid repeating its mistakes. We learn about the past because there are great inspirational things there. Our country was founded on inspirational ideals, like all men are created equal. That's a wonderful idea. And the beauty of our history has been the attempt to live up to those ideals that we have never quite achieved. And so I ask you, as we move forward, to help our students be more culturally competent, so that when they show up in my classroom, they know more about our history. Students frequently show up in my classrooms at Missouri State unaware that there were civilizations in the Americas before Europeans got here. The idea of democracy was not new to the Americas, but in fact our Constitution was based in part on the Iroquois Confederacy. that there were democracies in Mesoamerica. These are also facts. Facts that can help our students understand the world better. And also to be able to connect a through line to the present that goes through our history to help them understand where we are now and how we got here and how to act responsibly moving forward. We need our students to be culturally competent because they are entering a multicultural and global world. My father taught agriculture at the University of Central Missouri. You know what he had to teach people about? If you're growing row crops, you need to know what's going on in Brazil. If you are raising beef, you need to know what's going on in Botswana and Argentina, because that's the world that we live in. And so I strongly support efforts to increase diversity and inclusion because it will prepare our students for the world that they will live in. I love America. It's not perfect. It has beautiful ideals. And so the inspiring story of America is the struggle to be what we claim that we are. Let's let all students see themselves in that history. Thank you very much for your time.
Scott, thank you for bringing your expertise in history as well as being a parent of our SPS student. Thank you for sharing that story in light of our agenda topics tonight. Thank you. Our next public speaker is Carmen Macon. Cameron.
Close enough, you're fine.
Oh, well, I appreciate you correcting me.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
Hi. Thank you guys for sitting through all of this and listening to everybody today with such open minds. I really appreciate it. My name's Cameron Mankin. I am a current student at Missouri State University and a lifelong 417 resident. I am a product of the local school system and I am proud to be one. I'm here today to represent other young people who have such support for the diversity, equity, and inclusion measures that Springfield Public Systems is introducing. I believe it's a worthwhile to expand and diversify the perspectives of students in our school system. And I'm here today not only on my behalf, but also on students who couldn't be here. So my friend Liz Worse, who's also a lifelong resident of this area and is a student at MSU, couldn't be here tonight, but I'd like to read this statement from her. So Liz says, I grew up not far from this beautiful city we call home. In receiving my undergraduate education and having the opportunity to volunteer and work in our community, my heart and passion is centered in uplifting and making our community a better place for everyone. My eyes have been opened to the importance of investing in our children and education, and they will inherit our progress and continue in investing in our Springfield community. Our children's educational material is vitally important to the future of Springfield and, quite frankly, our country. Systemic bias, prejudice, and racism is real and a reality in our Springfield community. I hear about it whenever our peers share their experiences in my classes. I hear about injustices through friends I've made in college, some who grew up right here in Springfield, and I've heard it in myself. Until listening to those around me, did I truly start the path to understand the hurt and anger that I was causing people with my actions. I became ashamed. I didn't know myself and I didn't know the world around me. I would come later to find out that those who I'd written off as the other became my beacon of hope. The inclusion of diverse perspectives is critical in facing the problems each and every one of us are involved in. Having not been presented with material centered around diversity and inclusion until my college career, I have faced many obstacles and trials as I navigate the community around me. Theories such as critical race theory have broadened my perspective and taught me the importance of being more dedicated and involved as a student, resident, and community member. The obstacles that are built into the foundation of our institutions and procedures are not only harmful to those they target, but everyone. Each and every one of us is affected. The act of leaving these vital theories and perspectives out of education ultimately hurt the next generations to come, the generations that will carry our communities. These realities must be taught to our children so that they can be prepared to become engaged citizens. Learning about these theories have greatly impacted my understanding of the world around me. My heart has changed. Inequitable access to resources are apparent in the communities that I have compared to the lack of opportunities that some of my peers have had. This is injustice happening right in front of us. We must come together united, ensuring that our children are equipped to invest in themselves and in each other. It's vital that we incorporate these theories and emphasize the continued path to inclusion and equity. These conversations are hard, but ones worth having. And just as Liz says, I do agree with those words, and I speak on behalf of several people
within the MSU community and as students who are making their lives here in Springfield, Missouri, and will one day go on to raise families with children in the Springfield public school system, that we do support the Diversity and Equity Inclusion Program. And just like Liz says, it's a hard conversation to be having, but I'm glad we're having it here today, and I'm so thankful for you all for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cameron and Liz, for bringing a young professional voice to our board. Thank you. I'm just letting my fellow board members know I'm going to call on speaker number 23 of 44. Our next public speaker is Linda Fender. She declined. I'm so sorry. Our next public speaker is Lola Butcher. Okay, thank you, Lola. Our next public speaker is Dr. Sarah Jean Baker. Dr. Sarah Jean Baker. I'll go ahead, we'll bring her in. Our next public speaker is Swain Loftus. Is Swain here? Okay. Is Gerald Keem in the audience? Okay, we'll just wait until Dr. Sarah Baker. Yay, okay, we got you. All right. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Sarah Jean Baker. I'm a parent of 4 children. Our children range in ages from preschool to middle school. I've also been an early childhood educator, teaching kindergarten and first grade for many years before I became a school leader at an elementary school. I'm now a teacher educator. In my roles, I have the opportunity to be in schools throughout SPS. I have observed interactions in classrooms between students and between teachers and students, in the hallways of the schools, and even in the front offices. I have observed positive interactions in the schools, but I have also observed far too many problematic behaviors. I've actually been quite shocked at the behaviors that I've observed in the schools. My students also share with me their own observations of the problematic behaviors they observe in the schools across the school district. I would also venture to guess that many of us in this room have had our own experiences of feeling like we didn't belong in school. Student belonging is a critical aspect of creating school environments that allow students to thrive in all areas of their development. Don't we want all students to feel like they belong and can achieve regardless of their background? Years of research on teacher quality support the fact that effective teachers not only make students feel good about school and learning, but also that the work of effective teachers results in increased student achievement. Studies are clear that one of the most important things effective teachers do is understand and use students' culture. Students' cultures includes not only their race and ethnicity, but also their beliefs and norms, religious background, family structure, and class. So how does one begin to understand the cultures of a classroom of students? Well, the answer is similar to the directions that are given when you're preparing for takeoff on an airplane. And the flight attendants remind you that in the event of an emergency, to place the oxygen mask on yourself first before helping those around you. In our schools, this means that school leaders, teachers, and school staff need to begin to understand themselves first. They need to understand the culture they have, because we all have culture, even white people. Even Springfield has its own culture. When we better understand our cultural self, then we are able to better connect with the people we are striving to serve each day in the schools. We should want all people to feel a sense of belonging in school. Isn't that what Jesus would do? He would include all people. He wants us all to belong. Teachers become teachers because they want to make a difference in the lives of their students and families. No one goes into teaching to not make an impact on their students. So to make an impact on students, it's vital for teachers to understand the complexity of culture. This is why the diversity, equity, and inclusion work must continue in SPS. It is vital for student success. There's a theory of understanding students' culture and then utilizing this knowledge in the classroom. This theory is called culturally responsive teaching. It was developed in the 80s by Dr. Gloria Lansing-Billings. Scholars have continued to build on this theory and research its impact. Culturally responsive teaching also known as CRT, but not to be confused with the other CRT acronym being used this evening, was developed to maximize student achievement. The theory not only has been shown to support increased student achievement, but it has been shown to help students feel empowered and valued at school and in their communities and develop empathy. The theory also moves beyond cultural awareness to cultural humility. These are values that we should agree we want all our students to possess when they graduate high school from SPS. These values are not able to be realized in our schools when we speak against diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. The research is clear and provides us with informed knowledge. Informed knowledge should not be confused tonight by those that have been sharing their uninformed opinions. It's been normalized that because everyone has an opinion, that all opinions are equally valid. But opinion is actually the weakest form of intellectual engagement. When we don't fully comprehend, we give an opinion. It's the easiest response. There have been many uninformed opinions given tonight. We need informed knowledge when making decisions about what's best for students in SPS, not uninformed opinions. Informed knowledge is gained from ongoing practice and study with current educational research. The current educational research communicates best practices for teachers, school leaders, and even organizations like PTA to use to increase student achievement and feelings of belonging in school. If we want increased student achievement, then we'll follow the current educational research. If we want our students to have feelings of belonging in school, then we'll follow the current educational research. The current research advocates for utilizing theories in our schools like culturally responsive teaching. It's what the top performing districts do. I'd just like to thank the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion team for the invaluable work that they are doing to change our schools. Thanks.
Yes, our next public speaker is Swain Loftus. Yes, you can give them to Kathy. Good evening, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's a privilege to be here. Thank you, Honorable School Board and others for letting me be here and speak tonight. The handout I've made available is 8 big reasons why critical race theory is terrible for dealing with racism. It's an article from James Lindsay on June 12th, 2020. And first of all, I'd like to say that the critical race theory applied, in my opinion, is like, say we have this beautiful, amazing house and a very spacious, great material. It's very productive to the people that live there. And then they find some roaches in it. And the neighbors that are jealous of this house start telling the people that live in it, blow it up. Blow it up. You got roaches. You got to blow it up because those roaches are bad. And then these people keep listening to that and going, yeah, well, we deserve not to have roaches in here. Let's blow it up. And finally, they blow it up. And guess what still lives in the rubble? Roaches. And these people were tricked into destroying an incredibly beautiful house that served them very well by overreacting. Now, I agree, roaches need to go, and there's ways of absolutely getting rid of them, but blowing the house up is foolish. And in my opinion, critical race theory is destroying, is dividing people and creating just these feelings of like someone's always out to get me, and destroying this beautiful thing we have in America of unity and opportunity. And like a lady said earlier, doggone it, I remember President Obama being elected to president twice. And America, you know, we're not perfect, but I think we're overplaying this discrimination against people of color. Now, what does critical race theory really look like in practice? My son is an English teacher in a large metropolitan area in Texas. And I talked to him about this. And he told me, he said, Dad, the school he teaches at has swallowed this critical race theory hook, line, and sinker. And this is just a piece of what embracing critical race theory does. He said, a few months ago, they made him and all the Caucasian, light-skinned teachers go into this big room, and then they had the teachers of color in there too, and then they instructed all the light-skinned teachers, you cannot speak. You are to sit still and listen to all the people of color. And they had all the people of color talk about how unfair life's been to them. And I'm not for unfairness at all, but I'm telling you, what's that? That's racism. Yet it is the end result of critical race theory being implemented. And just one more example, say you have a well that people come up to and there's someone there guarding the well says, there's strychnine in the well. Do not drink this water. It will kill you. And they're like, but I'm thirsty. And then you have people line up going, I remember when I was a kid and I was so thirsty. And it's like, yeah, but don't drink out of this well. There's other alternatives you can drink from and you won't die. And I feel like this critical race theory is like the strychnine in the well that's so divisive. And if we just use that to solve our need for thirst, we will die. We will suffer great loss when there's other alternatives besides the well with strychnine. There's probably, 20 feet away, there's a water faucet or something. None of us should support discrimination, but we shouldn't embrace something that's decisive and destroys the greatest economy, the greatest freedoms known on earth. And this critical race theory does exactly that. My son explained it to me, and I mean, it's like, and he didn't quit. He said the reason why he put up with it is he had a mortgage to pay, he had a little girl on the way, and so may the Lord direct us to love one another and do what's best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Swain. Our next public speaker is Gerald Keene, or Kime. Good evening, Gerald. Welcome.
Good evening. This is quite a treat. Hello there. To be able to speak in front of people. I have spoken at the city council, and they've got the little computer thing, going on. So it's good to at least to see your eyes. At any rate, the critical race theory. People have come, they've given their monologue. I'm going to try a different approach, maybe some interaction. I don't know if that's allowed or not, but I would... Nope, yes. Okay. We're hopefully that will interact. The shirt that I'm wearing, what color is it? It's not that hard. Come on, somebody. What color is it? It's white. So I heard it. None of you guys. It's white. Okay? It's a white color. Color. I'm not ashamed to be a person of color. Why does the word or that term, people of color, exclude the color of white? It's a color. You can't get around that. In any teaching, I'm not sure exactly of the particulars of how this CRT was going to be taught in schools, but any teaching that sets off a class of people to be ashamed of their color or to feel bad about who they are, that's not good for our schools. It's not good for our children. We should be people that would encourage diversity, of course. I'm for that. I grew up in a school where there were blacks and whites. But this idea of having a group of people feel ashamed. Somebody mentioned that, the link with Hitler and CRT or whatever. If a person anybody who teaches another class to feel ashamed for themselves? I believe that's what Hitler did. He told the Jews, you're not like us. You need to, we're going to mark you. He made them feel ashamed for who they were. And any kind of teaching, whether you make a black person feel ashamed, or whether you make a Hispanic person feel ashamed, or an Asian person be ashamed, or a white person to feel ashamed for his skin color, that's not right. I grew up back in the days where, in my mind, there was no racism in school, even though I was bullied. I was bullied in school. And it was of the people of color, darker color, okay? I experienced that. But I'm reminded of the song, Three Dog Night song. Some of you people may remember. Black and white. The page is, the ink is black. The page is white. Together we learn to read and write. The child is black. The child is white. The whole world looks upon the sight. A beautiful sight. That's what I grew up in. And I never had any racist tendencies against, black people or any kind of other people, especially when I came to know Christ as my Savior. He makes a difference. Because everybody at the cross is the same. There's no difference. So, yeah, I'm here to just emphasize that if you're teaching in the schools that certain children should be ashamed, that's not right. It's absolutely not right.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you, Gerald. Our next public speaker is Mike Aton. Did I say that right? Mike. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, gentlemen and ladies of the audience. Good evening, gentlemen and ladies of the board. So today is my second time in front of you guys. Last time I was just sitting there listening to everything. A lot of the phrases that have been floating around were oppressor, oppressed, racism, oppression matrix, privilege, supremacy, injustice, diversity, equity, inequity. Every one of these terms has a skin color label attached to it. Have you ever thought about taking these skin color labels and switching them? Think about it. What would it do to you if you switched the skin color labels on these terms? What would happen to you? I'm asking all of you, how do you see this community grow under this concept of pitting one group against another based on skin color? In previous years in this country, that was prohibited. It was called racism. Now it is supposed to be good? Come on. It very much reminds me of Germany in the 1930s to 45 under Hitler. Hitler was an excellent pitter of one race against the other. The Jews in Germany, they were responsible for all of the evils in Germany. As you can tell, I did not grow up here. I grew up in a country where we had homeless people, and we had very rich people. People who owned several mansions, and a jet, just like here. But what's the difference? Where I grew up, we all looked the same. We all had the same skin color. So, who was I to blame for my living in the pits? Who was I to blame for being poor? Everybody looked the same. The rich people looked the same. So how could I blame the rich people for my terrible situation? I couldn't. But I wanted to know, what's the difference between them and me? One thing: education. Education was the difference between my poverty-stricken situation and the rich people. So, there was my answer. I did not want to stay in the pits. So education was my ticket to get out, and education is available to every single one in this country. I taught in the public school system, I know. So once I figured out education is my ticket out of the pits, there was focus. There was no blaming of anyone. There was no fooling around. There was no opportunity for teen pregnancy. There was only one goal: stay the direction, get the education. By the way, I was the very first one in my family who finished high school and got college degrees. But it never dawned on me until many years later in this country when there was talk about this type of a situation. I thought, that applies to me. Okay, fine. I have looked at the free lunch data for this school district. There are a lot of white kids on the free lunch program. Who's responsible for their living condition? And these poor white kids, are they also oppressors now because they are white? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next public speaker is Kai Sutton. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. I first like to say thank you for your efforts. It's greatly appreciated. I am here as a concerned parent of several children in the Springfield Public Schools, 4 of them, and one who will be entering soon. I moved to Southwest Missouri from Chicago. First, we lived in Joplin, and right after the tornado, I relocated here to Springfield. And coming from Chicago to Springfield, Missouri is a really big difference, especially within the schools. So I remember a time my daughter was in the 4th grade, very young. I'm going to just share a little bit of lived experience. It was Black History Month. She was 4th grade, and during the school hours, they were sharing books. One of the children walked up to her and gave her a book that talked about slavery and told her that, that's where she belongs and that she needed to go back to Africa. In 4th grade, this was what another student told her. This wasn't a book by, Marcus Garvey, mind you, it was a modern book. She came home crying. I went to school the next day to talk about it. The teacher didn't know what to do. She apologized for the situation, but she said that she didn't know how to respond. So this is something that, as my child graduates Springfield Public Schools this Friday, this is something that she still carries with her, a story that she still tells. Since that experience, she's been called the N-word on the school bus, my son as well. She's developed severe anxiety, and she's even been suicidal several times because of it. She doesn't know how to really interact with peers, so that's something we're working on as she navigates out into the world. Her story is not unique. Our children are confronted with everything from stars and bars and parking lots of public schools, yelled in the streets, or racist jokes told in the cafeteria. Our schools need more education on these issues, and our teachers and staff need to be educated on how to respond to them, especially trauma. When I read these reports and plans that we're reviewing tonight, I am encouraged that we are teaching teachers how to deal with overt racism and other insensitive, hurtful incidents that occur in the classroom, like my daughter and others faced and continue to face. So yes, we do need more diversity training. It is necessary, in my opinion. We do need more inclusion to bring positive change. So please continue the efforts with the program. While in the SPS district, my children, I feel all of our children, we need to see more teachers that look like us, that we can learn from, that we can relate to. In all of the years that my children have been in the Springfield Public School district, they have not had a single person of color as a teacher. So how will we be able to recruit more diverse teachers when we deny that there are problems? How do you think it feels? How do you think the community feels when we have school board members fighting against the very measures that we need to address if we are to deliver the promise and hope of democracy in our country? Our school district is making sincere efforts to bring our community together, to reach all children, to reach understandings of the different challenges and histories our students face, their communities have faced, and continue to face. We do this to build understanding of the different paths we have taken to embrace the complexities or how our ancestors and lives intersect. History is not just memorizing lists of presidents, dates, and places. It is a complex fabric of the intersections of ideas, movements, people, economy, geography, resources that involve all of us. To lift up and recognize these diverse threads does not diminish the others. To say the critical race theory, diversity education, and efforts to be inclusive reduce everything to one lens couldn't be further from the truth. We cannot let this conversation be controlled by one group of those who are available for every school board open mic session. The loudest aren't necessarily representative of the majority of parents, people in this community, or what is in best interest of our public schools or democracy. We need to establish some formal conversations. We need to continue having the conversations. I'm here reaching out to you on behalf of the NAACP and concerned members of the community who are interested in strengthening our public schools and our democracy to meet for real conversations about these matters. We are not here to call people out. We are here to call them in. Thank you.
Thank you, Okay, our next public speaker is Mary Byrne.
Tonight I'd like to address item 13.02 on the agenda. It's come to my attention that the local attorney tweeted out a message referring to anti-education activists obsessed with CRT, something they can't even coherently define, as saying there's a good side to slavery, that schools should be forced to teach. They don't even wear hoods anymore. The attorney embarrassed himself by making an ad hominem attack on members of the public who were civilly exercising their right of free speech and freedom of conscience. And a professor of communication associated with a local university affirmed the attack. Though the attorney did not specify that he was referring to anyone who has testified before the Springfield Public School Board, because of the professor's relationship to this board during testimony presented by members of the Springfield public against CRT in Focus Area 5 of the SPS Strategic Plan, I present the four following challenges. First, I challenge any attorney, and particularly this one, and the communication professor to clarify their statements as to whom they were referring. If any video footage of SPS board testimony can be produced to implicate a citizen of Springfield supporting a good side of slavery, let it be produced as evidence to prove no slander was intended. Second, I challenge the criticism that opposition to CRT is anti-education. In fact, critical race theorists insist on a criticism of American history and the people of European descent that is deliberately designed to be decontextualized, negative, and in many cases demonstratively false, and I can demonstrate it. For example, human slavery is depicted as a uniquely American problem, when in fact the critics decontextualize the problem of slavery from its history as a global and ancient effort to dominate members within races as well as between races. They describe the establishment of black slavery on the North American continent as an American institution occurring in 1619 rather than a British practice instituted for the British economy, protected by a British king. There was no United States. And they brand Thomas Jefferson as a hypocrite rather than teach the actual wording of the original draft, which is available in the Library of Congress, that contained a paragraph of grievance that was supposed to be in the entire list. This is Thomas Jefferson's original draft, stating that the Christian King of England not only tolerated slavery, but overturned every action of the colony of Virginia to abolish it. Jefferson and the founders did try to abolish slavery. It was a political environment that nobody chooses to teach, while they criticized the white founders. If anything is anti-education, it's the board's persistence to spend taxpayer dollars on equity and diversity training, despite substantial evidence that it is the most expensive and least effective training around. A Harvard University sociologist, Frank Dobbin, wrote that we have been speaking to employers about this research for more than a decade, but they persist. That universities and colleges in the United States persist in offering training to faculty and students, even mandate it, is particularly surprising, given that the research on the poor performance of training comes out of academia. That this board collaborates with Missouri State University to perpetuate this training reinforces the conclusion that its continuance is ideologically not data-driven. Third, I challenge the straw man argument presented in testimony before this board that anyone who testified against CRT was testifying against teaching about other cultures. That's patently false. The real subject of the argument against CRT presented before this board is the board's support for unsubstantiated accusations that white people are guilty of racism because of an inherent trait, and that this fallacy is the essential criticism used by Marxists to incite a cultural revolution. For further confirmation that CRT is derived from Marxism, I refer you to a book that is co-authored by the black curriculum specialist, Dr. LeGarrette King, at the University of Missouri-Columbia. King stated, "Critical theory is a school of thought stemmed from the Frankfurt School in Germany after World War I, influenced by Marxism. For black education in particular, scholars draw on various critical frameworks. The most recent critical framework is critical race theory. One of the essential tenets of critical race theory is the permanence of racism. Racism is a permanent fixture of society and identifiable by skin color." Finally, I challenge the table of myths and truths that would be presented to the board with the evidence presented in the handouts distributed to the fall training session 2020. Distributing covert white supremacy tables, those handouts gave no redeeming factors to the whites. They were not conversation starters. And forcing t-shirts to fill them out was similar to the Maoist struggle sessions. You want to talk about cultural diversity? Try reading about China, because that's what we're becoming.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Our next public speaker is Alice Barber.
My name is Alice Barber, and I'm here because I think the complaints being made against our district's diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives are incorrect, disingenuous, and dangerous. I don't have time to address every complaint that you've heard tonight, but I can tell you this. They say that teaching our teachers about what racism looks like and how to fight it in our institutions and in themselves
is Marxism or communism. And I want to remind you that that is exactly the same rhetoric that racist reactionaries in the 50s and 60s used when they were trying to keep our schools segregated. All you have to do is look at the photos. White people who wanted to keep the system that we can all agree now was racist showed up to threaten and intimidate black students with signs that said things like race mixing is communism. And when I drove here today, I saw the descendants of those signs on the street outside this building. I am appalled that this is still happening, but I am not surprised, because this is what happens when we don't deal with our history of racism head on. It just repeats itself. When kids don't feel safe at school, they can't learn. And when kids feel disrespected and singled out by their teachers, when they tell us they're being abused by their teachers or their classmates, when they face unambiguous racist violence at school, they can't learn. And that is the point of school. That's why they're there. So what we need to ask ourselves about the diversity, equity, and inclusion training that our teachers are getting is not what political ideology do some people associated with this support, but is this helping our kids? Is this making school a better place for the kids that go there? Do they feel safe there? Are they learning there? And I think everyone here can agree that making sure black and brown kids feel safe and respected at school is what we should be doing now. It's what we should have always done. We don't want to repeat history. We want to be better. And we cannot get better if we don't acknowledge that our past is not good. We are coming from centuries of racism, of abuse, of violence that we can't deny existed. We can't change that if we won't admit that it's there. So this is not really about critical race theory, the academic concept, no matter what people here in Springfield or around the country would have you believe. This is about whose needs and whose feelings we think are important. And the kids need to come first. We're not going to do that if we refuse to even talk about what racism is, what it looks like, and how we can stop it. It's the kids that matter, and ignoring how they're being affected now is not going to make their lives any better.
I can't even say thank you because everybody's clapping. But we thank Alice for drilling down to the fundamental question of caring and doing what's best for our kids. Our next public speaker is Brian Shipman. Are you Mary Griffith? Okay, we'll go ahead. Yep. Welcome. Yes, welcome, Mary.
I spoke in February, and I spoke on behalf of several SPS employees, multiple, who are concerned about mandatory diversity training that was based in critical race theory. I also asked the board several questions about empirical evidence that you can possibly provide to us to show how that training could possibly or has affected the disparities that the district claims DEI training is supposed to address. So I would love to get that information from you guys at some point. I don't know how that works. I ask the questions, it kind of just floats out there, and I don't get answers back. So if I could find the answers to that would be wonderful. So many of us appear to have disagreements about the use of training that is rooted in CRT. It is very possible if we had a chance to just speak to each other, we would find out that we agree about a lot of things. And I am available to do that with anybody that wants to talk to me about it. Those of us who are speaking out about the influence of CRT on the diversity, equity, and inclusion program at SPS have legitimate concerns, and I really hope that you guys take us seriously. I'd like to mention that those of us who are critical of CRT do not have a problem with diversity or inclusion. Our family, my family, supports public education. We have 3 kids in SPS schools. And one of the great things I like about our kids being in public schools is that they have an opportunity to make friends with a wide variety of people from all different types of backgrounds. That's wonderful, and I love it. So not only is diversity a great thing in public schools, but it's also a wonderful thing about America. I mean, it is a diverse country, and I like that. So secondly, those of us who are critical of critical race theory are not interested in sugarcoating history. That seems to be an argument people like to set up, and it's simply not true. So I fully support honest teaching of world and American history. It's sad to hear these college professors come up here and say that they get these graduates from SPS history classes that don't know anything. That's very discouraging. We need great history teachers. My kids have had some really great history teachers, and I appreciate people who can teach history honestly. I lost my place. So students need to learn about the good and the bad. And for one thing, learning about our history unites us as Americans. We all have a history, no matter our skin color. We are Americans. There have been atrocities and injustices, yes, absolutely. But there are also inspiring aspects of our history that are deeply connected to the ideals laid out in our founding documents. So yes, racism does exist. I am not denying that. But if everything is racist, then nothing is racist. It becomes meaningless. So injustices are part of our story, and any educated person should know about these things. First, because they are part of our story, but also because we do not want to repeat them. And finally, those of us who are critical of critical race theory are not against learning about other cultures. Having friends, classmates, teachers from a variety of cultures, studying foreign languages, reading books and watching movies with characters and settings from other countries and cultures. These are all things that we enjoy, and we personally encourage our kids to do that also. So the problem with critical race theory can be boiled down to this. It is hopeless. There is no relief to the students who are told they are victims, and there's no redemption for the students who are told that they are oppressors. There's no escaping your category assigned to you simply because of the way you look. It's so un-American to think that way. This is cultural Marxism. Anyone who claims that CRT is not based on Marxism is either naive or being disingenuous. So I'm not claiming anyone here is a Marxist, but I am questioning whether or not the board or the administration has done any deep thinking about the problems with CRT. So numerous people from a wide spectrum of academic disciplines, political views, religious backgrounds, and skin colors have been sounding the alarm about the dangers of critical race theory. It would be great to know if you guys have read any of those people. And I would like to see some indication that the executive leadership team and the school board members have looked at these criticisms of critical race theory. If you have, and you still promote CRT, then please defend your position. Strawman arguments are not helpful. I'll leave you with a quote from one of those CRT critics, Virgil Walker. He's from the Just Thinking podcast, and I really recommend you listening to the episode of Just Thinking podcast about critical race theory. I think it's literally called Critical Race Theory. He says, while aiming to be a lens by which to analyze, examine, and restore culture, critical theory and critical race theory only bring with them death, destruction, and divisiveness. We all want students to have an excellent education. I believe that all people are created equal and have the same amount of worth as human beings. We want the disparities to be addressed, but critical race theory is not the answer. And in many ways, it's going to make things worse. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary. And Mary, while this is not the time for us to answer questions, I will have someone from the district office reach out to you. We have your number here to put you in contact with someone who can help. Thanks, Mary. Brian Shipman is up next. Good evening, Brian.
Good evening, and thank you for seeing us speak, board members. My name is Brian Shipman. I have a son at Pipkin Middle School. He'll be at Central next year, and I'm on the Pipkin PTA. I make my living as an instructor of media production at Drury University. Good evening. I'd like to start off just by going back and talking about a cycle we keep seeing in our country right now. An unarmed black man in the street is killed at the hands of someone in authority. The reaction is people take to the streets. They're protesting. They're angry. They want justice. They want what's right. And so often, or too often sometimes, that anger turns into violence and destruction. And when it does, we have a second group of people who for the first time will speak up and say, I just don't understand this. Why are they burning down the Walgreens? I just don't get it, they'll say. Now, I don't want to sit here and pretend that I understand the plight of African American people in this country, because I do not. I don't know what it's like to worry about my son when he leaves the house at night. I don't worry about my own safety when I'm around law enforcement. When I see a badge, I see a friend. I see safety, and I like that. But I understand that other people don't have these experiences. I understand that black families and black people in this country face obstacles we can't understand when it comes to education, health care, the workplace, the justice system. And it's really hard to have any comprehension of those when you've lived your entire life exclusively among your own race. So when I hear people say, I just don't get it, I'm also remembering just how much of our own American history we simply do not know. Across the nation, we do not know certain things that are so important and vital to our country. A couple of examples. Our Civil War history was a broad brush approach for so many of us. There was a Civil War, it was over slavery, Lincoln freed the slaves, there was a Gettysburg Address, maybe some of you have to memorize it like I did. But that's as far as it goes. We were never told what were the consequences of 300 years of slavery on a race. We also weren't told about the 13th Amendment, that when it arrived to our Constitution to free the slaves, it came with a loophole that immediately stated that former slaves are now going to be imprisoned on the charge of vagrancy. And that started our prison system, which right now is the largest prison system in the world. And it started right there. We were also told about FDR's New Deal, to rebuild America. Facing a housing shortage, our government was paying, subsidizing contractors to build subdivisions in entire suburbs. But here's what we weren't taught. We weren't taught that only the contractors who were building those homes on tax dollars had to make an agreement that they would not sell them to black families. In fact, it was written in the warranty deeds of those homes that the buyers of those homes could not also resell them to American or to African American families. Now, this was not an under the table policy. This was explicit. This was right on top of the table, and these are the words from the 1936 underwriting guidelines of the Federal Housing Administration. Here we have a large system making decisions based on race and racial implications. White people are getting loans, getting homes that would build in equity for generations to come. Black families are sent to the tall, high-rise towers known as public housing, which would become our American ghettos. I often wonder about some of the car rides that white families have had past those ghettos on the interstate, when a child might have asked the parent, why do we have projects? Why do these people live like this? I doubt very seriously any parent said, well, those are the underwriting guidelines of 1936. Too often they heard what I heard as a kid when the race was explained to me. They're not like us. They're lazy. They want to live on welfare. We're better than that. That is the experience so many people have had when it has come to race, without ever realizing that those ghettos and slums were built by us, by our government, a very large system making decisions based on race. Educational systems are also big systems, aren't they? I went to college in Oklahoma. My college classmates who went through a K-12 program over there in various towns across Oklahoma never heard of the Tulsa Massacre of 1921 in the Greenwood District. How is that possible? It's one of the biggest dates in Oklahoma history, right up there with the land run, and they're not even being taught that. So they have no idea what that's like. They have no idea what happened. And so that brings us to tonight. Here we are again, like those Oklahoma school districts, deciding what we're going to teach and not teach our children, and shaping communities. I often wonder what our community would be like if just 30 years ago we had started teaching really intense African American studies in American history. What would our community look like right now if we were talking about the blatant and open discrimination and racism that started in the Civil War and follows us to this day? I'd like to think we'd be a little more empathetic right now, a little more caring toward each other, a little more understanding. And that would be progress. If just for the last 30 years we had had some kind of curriculum that was really intense on African American experience in this country. The decisions made by these systems are based on race and how they've shaped this country. And after all, it is not theory. These systems are in place, and they're still in place today. In fact, if you really love America, then you want to change it for the better. And I ask that you stay on the course that you're on. Thank you for serving our school board.
Thank you, Brian. Our next public speaker is Elizabeth Steinbach. Good evening, Elizabeth. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm a teacher and foster parent in the district. First, I just want to say thank you so much to the board and all of our teachers and other staff that have worked so hard during this incredibly difficult year. Thank you for all you do for our students. I came tonight to in support of the district's commitment to equity and diversity as outlined in the district's strategic plan. I'm also advocating for the continued development of practices and structures that promote equity and inclusion in the district. I am grateful for the work of this board, the Office of Equity and Diversity, and the Equity and Diversity Advisory Board. Their efforts and dedication led to the district-wide equity training that I and my fellow teachers attended this past fall. They also provided online modules for further study. Similar to other trainings developed and facilitated by the district, this training presented information and resources that were relevant to our students' lives and therefore useful for our job as educators. Staff were challenged to think about perspectives that might be different from our own. We were prompted to identify and analyze the biases and philosophies that we hold directly impact how we teach. I'll be honest, the training was a little bit uncomfortable at times, just as good education always is. As a society, we try to distance ourselves as much as possible from pain and discomfort. But we in education know that discomfort is required for growth. Discomfort is the catalyst for learning. Think about a baby. Why does a baby learn to walk? Because they're frustrated with crawling. They're frustrated with relying on others to get them around. Discomfort leads to learning. I challenge this board not to distance themselves from the discomfort that we as a district and as a community are feeling right now due to this equity and diversity training. Discomfort is necessary to stretch and grow. And we must grow if we are committed to being an equitable and inclusive district. I recommend creating and implementing a structure or system that would allow concerned staff and parents to confidentially disclose information about incidents related to equity and inclusion. The system should also provide resources and advise staff and parents on the next steps that they should take regarding the incident. For instance, this school year I overheard another teacher give a transphobic example to a group of students. I was hesitant to disclose this information to the principal as I didn't know what steps would happen or how the principal would handle it. I wish there was a structure in place that I could ask for advice on how to move forward with that incident. I also recommend detailed and ongoing communication with staff and the community about the specific goals or intended outcomes for any equity and diversity training. In conclusion, I applaud the board on its commitment to creating a more equitable and inclusive district. I advocate for continued education for staff on equity, diversity, and inclusion. I recommend creating a structure for confidential disclosure and advisement about equity or inclusive incidents. And I encourage detailed and ongoing communication to the staff and community about the district's equity and inclusion goals and desired outcomes. Thank you so much.
Elizabeth, thank you for sharing as an SPS teacher, someone who's gone through the trainings. So hearing that perspective as a board is important, as well as ideas for improvements. Thank you. Our next public speaker is Teresa Drusa.
Well, tonight I'm not going to talk to this, read a passage from this book. I just brought it to scare you. But I have filled out paperwork to have it removed from the curriculum, and it has been denied.
Yes, we're aware of the process.
Being a wallflower.
We are all aware of the processes you have been.
Okay, well, I told my sister that you denied, refused to take it out of the curriculum, and you know what she said? She said, "They must be perverts." So I just thought I would share that with you. I do think that there needs to be some serious, clear transparency into the curriculum team, why they're choosing books like this.
I believe your topic is on equity and diversity for agenda items.
Well, I just have one thing that I want to share with you. This is Mark 9:42. Whoever causes one of these little ones who trusts in me to fall into sin, it would be better for you to be thrown into the sea with a large millstone hung around your neck. I just wanted to read that to you. Now I'll get to the equity and diversity. I'm curious as to why you did not want parents to see this. Your oppression matrix. Oppression matrix. The number one oppressor is a white male. My grandson happens to be a white male, so I'm a little offended by that. He's also part Cherokee. Why you didn't want students and parents to see this. So you're judging my grandchildren as oppressors and white supremacists, and I think that in itself is racist. Equity means white children should be taught that they are not allowed to have lofty aspirations, but taught to always defer to children of other races. White children must not be allowed to surpass or enjoy the consequences of surpassing children from other races in any subject or area. So, you know, I think, like I said, that's racist in itself, and I don't mind discussions about diversity as long as it's the truth. Anthony Johnson, he was an indentured servant. He came here to America, he served his time, and at the end of his time, he acquired 250 acres of tobacco land. He had 5 indentured servants. 4 were white, 1 was black. And at the end of the black man's indentured servitude, he sued the British government to keep his slave for his entire lifetime. And that is why, one of the reasons, we have slavery. And the comment about the teacher saying that black people were considered 3/5 of a person, that was because the North didn't want the South to have more votes so they could keep slavery. The fact that people say blacks were considered 3/5 of a person, that's not true. It's because they didn't want the South to have more votes. That's just a lie that a particular political party wants to perpetuate because it fits their narrative. And so I passed around, I gave Kathy a map of the Indian villages in Springfield. And, you know, when have you ever had an Indian history? I don't recall one. Like I said, my grandchildren are part Cherokee. The Cherokee were on millions of acres of lands that they farmed for thousands of years, and they were forced off of it. So, and another reason a lot of people don't know about slavery is because you've taken you don't teach American history, and you've taken all the books out of the schools. I mean, and our ACT scores are the lowest they've been in 10 years. Do you not see the connection? I just think that, as I've said before, you're going down the wrong road.
Thank you, Teresa. Our next public speaker is Nancy Ellen Smithson.
Where's the mic?
It's right there on the podium itself. It's flat. You're fine. You're fine if you speak right there.
Okay, because I don't talk very loud sometimes.
Welcome,
I actually am a former teacher of Springfield and Marshfield and OTC and MSU. And the superintendent of schools I had the honor of meeting, and he said, you know, you need to put some marbles in your mouth or some rocks in your mouth and talk as loud as you can, and maybe your students will hear you at the back of the room. I never thought I'd be a teacher, but it was a great experience for me, and I'm still a teacher. I love people. I love to be able to teach people things that will help them live smart. And I am actually, you would probably say I was sheltered. I grew up in a small town that there was only one black young man in that school, and I only saw him once on a bus. And I'm not saying this is a good thing, but even when I went to college, I was telling my dad about this Lebanese guy, and he said, don't you date him? And I said, well, why not? He said, because he'll take you away to his country. So it was not about people's skin color. It was about he didn't want his daughter to leave the country. But anyway, I love people. Sometimes I love people that are different from me better than the people that are in America that are racist or critical of other people's opinions. And so anyway, my school, my sons graduated from Parkview and loved it. They got a great education. I have a grandson who is going to start school this fall. And so I have some concerns, okay? And I was looking at the budget, so I printed it off. And I don't know if I did this right or not, but I finally figured out how to sort it. And my concern is about not having textbooks in the school. I'm thinking that you took all of the textbooks out. I don't know really how you can teach without textbooks. But anyway, almost $4 million from April 11th to May 11th. Almost $49,000 was spent on curriculum compared to almost $128,000 for information technology. And so I suggest an information meeting on the different academic disciplines. I actually created my own chemistry course when I was at Marshfield, and then I was able to get a program where I could teach the kids as they went on a, I'm a little nervous, on lab experiments, etc. And so I'm concerned about what the children are being taught and who prepares the lesson plans. And I'll put this down so I don't look like I'm pointing at you. But anyway, it's been a while since I've taught in front of anyone. So many educators and wonderful people here. I love it when I see people of all different backgrounds. But anyway, I heard one teacher say that he was given his lesson plan. In school, he spent hours and hours creating his lesson plans for his student teaching, and so I don't understand that, okay? So that's one thing. Number two, Chromebooks have, oh yeah, I already said that, been replaced by, okay, so how does this work for science classes where hands-on lab work is key in developing excellence in the sciences? I taught chemistry and biology and others as well. Okay, and another thing is I heard David Noakes talk about a book that was in the elementary schools, and I demand that that be removed because I do not want to have any disrespect taught to our elementary kids or high school kids. I don't even want any sex education because that is the parents' job. We are the primary teachers of our children.
Thank you, Nancy.
Am I done?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't get to go on. Okay.
If you have any comments that you want to share with our board secretary, she can make sure that we receive them.
Okay. Well, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so
and
much.
I just want to say one more thing. Okay. I have heard that the teachers have been told that they are racist if they don't say how they're racist, and so I disagree with that. But I do believe in diversity, and so mark my words, I believe in diversity because I love all of you, no matter what you say or do.
Thank you, Mary. Our next public speaker is Miles Pearson. Miles Pearson? Or do we have Lindsay Bell? Oh, Lindsay, if you'll go ahead and come forward.
That's actually a good idea.
Lower back. Good evening, Lindsay. Welcome.
Good evening. Okay, so my name is Lindsay Bell, and I am here to support the SPS Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Training. I work in higher education, and I am also a licensed mental health counselor in our community. Both in the university setting and in the clinical mental health setting, I have witnessed the impact on marginalized young people who have experienced bias and been discriminated against by their teachers and peers. I have heard stories of Black students being called racial slurs and having their hair touched without their consent. I have heard stories of teachers calling on students of color to speak on behalf of their entire racial group, LGBTQ+ students being bullied for their identities and having their pronouns ignored. The list goes on and on and on. I could use up my whole 5 minutes just going over the stories that I have heard. These stories all have the common thread of students' lived experiences being dismissed, disrespected, or ignored by peers and adults in their lives, including educators in the public school system. While this was often done unintentionally or out of what they did not know or were not trained to recognize, the impact remains the same, and as we all know, impact is what truly matters. In other words, dehumanization has been a consistent, expected part of these students' childhoods and adolescence. And I'd like us to just sit with the word dehumanization for a minute and imagine what that might feel like. To be dehumanized is to be denied of your full humanity. Black students, queer students, students with disabilities, and other students with marginalized identities are undergoing experiences in which they are made to feel less human, and this is happening in our public schools. This dehumanization results in complex trauma that impacts all facets of these student lives. The Trevor Project reports that lesbian, gay, and bisexual youth are almost 5 times as likely to have attempted suicide compared to heterosexual youth. In a national study, 40% of transgender adults reported having made a suicide attempt, and 92% of these individuals reported having attempted suicide before the age of 25. The National Institute of Mental Health reports that combined data from 2001 to 2015 found that among children ages 12 and younger, Black children were more likely to die by suicide than their white peers. These statistics are not coincidences. Repeated experiences of discrimination, bias, and exclusion result in decreased mental well-being, trauma, and in some cases, death by suicide. We have to do better. As an educator and mental health professional, I am committed to doing better. I have participated in a number of DEI trainings, and each time I have left with new knowledge and emotional awareness that has helped me grow personally and professionally. It's been uncomfortable. I would never stand in front of you here today and tell you that this is easy or comfortable. It's not. I've had to look deep within myself and acknowledge my own internalized racism, homophobia, and transphobia, and many other isms. It's been painful to acknowledge the ways in which I've caused harm, but it is a necessary step we all must take in order to effectively advocate for our students, reduce harm, and empathize with their lived experiences. If we want to be more compassionate, caring, and culturally conscious educators, citizens, and people, we have to be willing to get uncomfortable and be real with ourselves. In closing, in the United States, we say that we believe, and I want to stop here and acknowledge I'm saying we say that we believe, because we say we believe a lot of things that we don't always live up to. So we say that we believe that all students have the right to a free, accessible, quality K-12 education. But do we also believe that all students have the right to be seen and respected as full human beings? To have educational experiences that are affirming, safe, and unbiased? Whether we have good intentions or not, by ignoring our nation's racist past and present, leaving our biases unchecked, and pretending that we can be blind to our differences rather than acknowledging and embracing them, we have not lived up to this standard. Diversity is a fact. It's not something to believe in or not believe in. It's real, it exists. And equity and inclusion are choices that we make. And I'd like to close by just thanking Dr. Yvonnya and the Equity Department staff for the work that you are doing to improve our quality of education for all students. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. I'm just letting my fellow board members know we have 6 more speakers left, and then we will take a break before we begin our business meeting. Our next public speaker is Miles Pearson. Okay, I don't know that Miles is here, so we'll move forward. Our next public speaker is Jasmine Allen.
Hi.
Welcome, Jasmine.
Thank you for your time. It is past our bedtime, so I'm going to be brief. Many people before us have expressed the necessary steps we need to take. I am so proud this district was brave enough to go through that training. I had some conversations I would not have had if we did not have that training. I teach for the district. I am a parent of a district that Wolf, so I'm glad about the expansion. And so I'd like to say I go beyond just examining black and white cultures, right? As that's what critical race theory kind of looks at. But also I'm with the cultural responsive teaching. For example, I Am Malala. And in I Am Malala it says, we were invited to the White House. We said we would accept the invitation on one condition. If it's just a photo session, we would not go. But if Obama would listen to us and what's at our hearts, the message came back, you are free to say whatever you wish. And so I say to you all, do I have autonomy in my own classroom? Are you going to tell me, dictate to me how I can educate our students, right? Because like I said, racists aren't born. They're conditioned by these continued systems. So if we fail to realize the needed change, we're just going to continue fostering systemic racism. I'm going to have my daughter share, and then I'm going to share a piece. It's our bedtime, so I want to be brief.
We should learn about our past history because we need to know the mistakes that we have made. And if we don't know our history, then we can't know what to do to fix our mistakes. And there are mistakes still going on right now. Also, it is great to learn people's perspectives, to see their opinions on things. Let's just say my friend's parents voted for Trump or Biden. Instead of saying, why would you vote for him, try to figure out their perspective. And if it doesn't make sense to you, then share your perspective.
I'm going to share with you, one of the critics is like, oh, where is the Native American history? Like I said, I'm examining all LGBTQ, Asian American. So in 1803, President, and this is from the book, A Different Mirror for Young People, A History of Multicultural America, We Are a Melting Pot. So he told Jackson that the government should encourage Native American people to sell their forests and become farmers like the whites. 3 decades later, Andrew Jackson was president. Under his leadership, the government forced thousands of Indians off their land, offered them no protection. Even Native people who were farmers were removed from the land that white Americans desired. So it is not all black and white, right? It's beyond that. Also, immigrant stories. My daughter's going to share with you from Stepping Stones.
We walked, sometimes alone, but mostly many others. Everyone fleeing the war, running away from bombs. Papa carried little Sammy and more on his back. When I grew so tired and cried, Papa told me we were walking toward a bright new future.
So I ask you, what stories are being untold in our classrooms, right, if we continue the status quo? So I urge you to continue on with what you have been doing. My only recommendation to you guys is to re-examine your hiring practices, as that is one of your initiatives in your strategic plan, right? Like, how are we retaining diverse people? I heard a concern. It's like, I don't see people teaching my children that look like me. I was fortunate enough to get a position through many, yes, thank you. I was going to go on a tangent, but that is it. You guys have a great evening.
Jasmine, I would just say, this is Amira, right?
Amira.
Amira. Thank you for using your voice tonight. We enjoyed hearing from you.
Little kid, I had to clap.
Our next public speaker is Alan Kemper.
You gotta clap for the kids, right?
I know. If I see, okay, I'll move forward. Our next public speaker is Monica Horton. Okay. Our next public speaker is Jack Pippo, or Alan Kemper. Yeah. He's going to check and see if it might be their bedtime too.
Timing them is how long they have to get to
That's right. Okay, thank you. Alan Kemper? Yeah. Okay. There's 7 board members.
Yes.
Good evening, Alan. Welcome.
Good evening, and distinguished members of the school board and everyone in Springfield, Missouri. I'm just really thankful for the opportunity to share with you what's on my heart. And I'd like to begin by just saying I am a product of the Springfield public school system. I remember in our history, in our social studies, we were taught that America was the great melting pot of the world. What this meant, as it was clearly taught us by those teachers who have gone on, many of them, is the fact that we in America have our own culture. We have our own belief system. We as Americans were very happy to be able to know how to get along with everybody of all different kind of races, colors, creeds, and religions. I'm talking about a day when you may call it the good old days, but I can remember I never had any hatred in my heart towards anyone that didn't look like me. On the playground, some of my best friends were different colored. And it didn't bother me in the least because we were taught that we were all to become one in believing what our founding fathers believed in. These booklets that I gave you, and if I don't have enough, contact me. I'd be glad to get as many as you want. But they, among other things, are going to share with you how our founding fathers wanted to bring forth a nation that would be under God, indivisible, with liberty for all. We have so far gone away from that ideal. And I think it's time that we realize the terrible mistake we've made and how our children are suffering because they don't have the same privilege that I and my generation had in knowing how to live in peace and harmony with everyone, because we as Americans embraced a different culture than Europe, than all the other, whatever you want to call them, countries. We didn't even understand why anybody would want to follow Islam, because we saw it was diametrically opposite of love and peace. And here in America, we embrace the true peace and freedom that comes from God Almighty. And our founding fathers, as you'll see in the booklet, from George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, Benjamin Franklin, and even, of all people, Thomas Paine believed in God and believed that the Bible should be the basis of our standard for judgment and being able to decide where to go from there. So I'd like to read for you one of these statements about Benjamin Franklin, because as you may have heard, that he was the one that broke the deadlock when the Constitutional Convention was about ready to go home because they weren't getting anywhere. They came to this impasse. And this is what Mr. Franklin said. He said, mentioned earlier was Franklin's appeal as recorded by James Madison for daily prayers and seeking God before undertaking to form our new government. The full speech is recorded also in William Federer's book, America's God and Country Encyclopedia of Quotations. I want to hail this as an amazing book. It cannot be disreputed. It cannot be argued that it is true history, because you cannot find amongst all of the manuscripts that William Federer has come across and David Barton, they were speaking truly about their hearts. And it says, Mr. President, this is George Washington in the President of the Constitution, how has it happened, sir, that we have not hitherto once thought of humbly applying to the Father of lights to illuminate our understanding? In the beginning of the contest with Great Britain, when we were sensible of danger, we had daily prayer in this room for divine protection. Our prayers, sir, were heard, and they were graciously answered. All of us who were engaged in the struggle must have observed frequent instances of a superintending providence in our favor.
I'm so sorry, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you for leaving your pamphlets with us as well.
My pleasure.
Jack Pippo? Pippo, okay. This one.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Jack. Welcome.
Good evening to you all, enduring a long evening. I'm Jack Pippo. I'm a resident of Ebenezer Township and a parent in this school district. I'm also a 23-year veteran with 3 combat tours. That said, I make decisions based upon facts and not emotions. I appreciate the ability to participate in such a forum, and at the risk of being a little redundant, I will proceed. My first question, is the board interested or has the funding to increase the length of the school day to accommodate inclusion of this new theory? Of course, I assume not, which leads me to the question of which subject areas would be reduced by introducing this program into the current curriculum. If the answer is none, then it implies squeezing it into the white space that's in the existing curriculum. I pray that this is not true, because that would open up a huge more can of uncomfortable questions. Which brings me to the next question, textbooks. I will wave the textbook flag as well. Would this program involve the purchase of new textbooks, or we would be principally relying on ad hoc materials for training? Finally, my last question, if you do decide to add CRT into the curriculum, would you teach the failings of such rulings like Brown versus Board of Education that fought and won desegregation of schools in our great state of Missouri? I would yield the balance of my time to the next citizen, but I believe that I'm last. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public comment section on agenda item, and we are going to take a break before we begin, continue our agenda. going to resume our meeting after a short break. Board members, you want to make sure that you are still logged in, as your computer may have gone to sleep. Sorry. As long as you didn't go to sleep. Our next agenda item is our consent agenda. I'll make sure everybody is logged in. Yeah, that's what that's just making. Okay, our next agenda item is our consent agenda. The recommended action is that the board approve consent agenda items 3.01 through 5.01. Is there someone to make that motion? Charles?
Second. I'd like to.
A second.
I'd like
is
to
there
make
any
a
discussion?
comment. Yes.
Okay. Before we vote.
I believe, okay, so I'm going to make just a couple comments.
Okay.
I'd asked for information with respect to Illuminate Education, EduClimber. And the information that was provided, I don't feel is adequate. I'd like to have further discussion about it. More like a formal presentation. And then furthermore, I have repeatedly asked, as you all know, to have the launch numbers shared with me. I've asked for the detailed expenditures and detailed revenues. And I still don't have those. I mean, I have some general numbers, but they're not helpful. They don't answer my questions. And in some of these consent agendas, there are several launch purchase orders and and for that reason, I don't feel that I have enough information to be able to contribute.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And that I will await that because I'm sure this will come up repeatedly at our meetings.
Okay, would anybody else like a presentation on the math component? No.
I am not needing that information. Some of that information has been presented at previous meetings, and so that information can be found on our online. And so I was present for some of those presentations, so personally I don't feel like I need it. But
what component did you say? Okay. Did you say math or map?
The math, the math, the
That's
math.
Not, is that with respect to what I said?
Yes.
No, that has nothing to do with math. EduClimber is a data collection system.
Okay. Okay. So we appreciate your comments on that. We have a first, we have a second, and we are now ready to vote.
It didn't come up. There it is.
They come up at different times.
I got it to personnel and okay, good.
Consent agenda. Oh, wait a minute. That's interesting. Did I second it? Yes. Oh.
Okay.
I did not second that motion. No, I did.
Denise.
Denise did.
All right. You correct that.
Okay.
Okay. Get your vote, Scott. Did you get the vote? I voted. Did? Uh-huh. Refresh. Okay.
I did.
Did you get a second yet?
I'm sorry, what?
Anyway.
No, we have to redo it because it got corrected? Oh.
There it is. Okay.
This is her first.
Okay. Good votes.
Oh, so we're voting again?
Oh, it popped up again.
Yeah.
Oh,
We do
yeah.
it as we finish the second.
Is yours not pulling out?
I'm just slow. I It's okay, Tim. It's okay. Get everything. All right.
Okay, motion passes. Next agenda item is our treasurer's report. That brings Carol Embry up to the podium.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So we have posted for you, this is a little, moved a little bit, yeah. We posted for you our standard reports for your preview prior to this evening's meeting. And I will highlight for you some of the items that are also reported in the items of interest. Our fund balance percentage now is estimated to change from 18.43% reported last month to 18.49%, and that is a result of the budget amendments that are presented for this evening's consideration. We had some alignment of revenue and expenditures for title programs, for CARES student access, for CARES sub-teacher fingerprinting, and also revenue adjustments for local and county sources that we receive. Expenditures were also adjusted to align with the early childhood special ed and Part B special education programs. The budget amendments are included on the document. We are noting a change of an increase of revenue of $5,690,467 and an increase in expenditures of $453,369. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer those for you.
Thank you, Carol. Since this is a combined meeting, as you know, board members, we had the opportunity to reach out and ask questions around this agenda item to Carol. And so at this point, if there's no other questions at this point, I'll go ahead and read the recommended action, which is that the board approves the treasurer's report as presented. Charles will make that motion. Second. Danielle will second it. Any discussion before voting? Seeing none, we are ready to vote. Motion passes. Our next agenda item is information reports, and there are no information reports at this time. The next agenda item is board policy, and there's no board adoptions at this board meeting. That leads us to our new business, and that first agenda item is the professional development budget allocation.
Yes, so a year ago, we provided you with this same recommendation. There's a specific allowance by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education that is in response to Missouri Statute 160.530, and that is that we may reduce the allocation for professional development that is typically 1% of the state revenue line to no less than 1/2% in the event that transportation is not fully funded in a particular year. And so last year was the first year that that was allowed. This year it is also allowed for us. We believe this is the last year that that will be allowed. And so we are making a recommendation, and especially due to the impact of COVID-19 and inhibiting us on being able to deliver on all of our trainings and expenditure planning, that the budget amendment would be approved. The context, I'll tell you that our current allocation is $576,451 per the DESE financial memo. And in a normal year, we would typically spend all of that. This year, our trajectory is headed towards around $400,000 of that. So we would only make the adjustment relative to what we need it to be so that there's not a mandated carryover into the next year. It equips us for success moving forward.
Okay. Any questions for Carol before I read the recommended action?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I think I did ask the same question or a similar question last year. So if we cut our funding for professional development, the teachers still get professional development, but at maybe fewer of them, or?
Right, and so when opportunities are reduced in a situation like we've experienced both last year and now this year, that does reduce some of our costs. But I will tell you that our team has been phenomenal in continuing to deliver that in different ways. And so we do anticipate that the expenditures will run pretty close to the allocation amount.
Okay. All right, the recommended action is that the board approve the budget amendment as presented. Would somebody like to make that motion?
So moved.
Scott will make the motion. Denise will second that. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we are ready to vote. Motion passes. Our next agenda item is proposed rates and fees for 2021-22.
So this is a standard action that we ask you take each year. Sometimes we have it ready by the time we get to the May meeting, and sometimes it gets pushed out to the June meeting. But the teams of leaders have worked collaboratively to review all of our existing fees. We do work to ensure that we are publicizing and asking for your approval of the fees that we do charge for beyond the regular educational experience. And there are rules at play in regard to that. We are not allowed to charge for regular education, and we guard against that. A number of these fees is set based on a calculation provided by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education or by the U.S. Department of Food Administration. So for instance, the nutrition services pricing is based on a calculation. So all of the changes are identified in red, and we would ask that you consider this recommendation for approval for the upcoming school year.
Okay. All right. The recommended action is that the board approves fees and tuition rates for the 2021-2022 school year as presented. Would somebody like to make that motion? Miriam? Is there a second? A second. Danielle will second it. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Motion passes. Our next agenda item is our, I guess it's our budget development, general and teacher funds.
Indeed. So, this evening, our focus will be on the general and special revenue fund, also referred to as the teacher's fund. This is our timeline for delivery of information, and as you will note, the next presentation will be the actual full budget presentation June 8th, followed by a recommendation for approval at the June 22nd meeting. Just remind you of all the funds that the district manages for our primary funds and also our 2 fiduciary funds. We provide that each time. And we are talking about operating fund sources this evening, and so those sources would include our carryover fund balance, which is typical in the work that we do, as well as new local and county revenue, state and federal revenues. All the revenue detail will be provided during the June 8th meeting. This provides you with the primary types of expenditures that are experienced in the operating fund, and it's mostly about people and supplies and those other services that we receive that aren't provided by direct staff members. So as you can see, 80% of our operating budget covers our salary and benefits throughout the district. The next largest category is supplies at 12%, and lastly, purchase services at 8%. We've got 19,404 general ledger accounting codes that we're managing every day, and not that many revenue codes, but certainly it takes a big lift of a number of staff people doing that work. So from a position type perspective, 74% of our staff members are certificated positions. So that would be teachers and librarians. It would also include principals and other administrators that are required to hold a certification from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. Our classified staff make up 26%, so that's the rest of the people on the team that don't have a teaching certificate or administrator certificate, and those positions are varied. There can be anywhere from school bus driver, nutrition services, it can be other office types, it can be leaders who don't have a required DESE certification. So the estimated gross pay of classified is just over $46 million, and the estimated gross pay for certificated is $128.5 million. It does not include our temporary positions. We've got 3,530 benefited employees, and as you can see, that means 95% of our employees receive health benefits through the district, and that's supported by the employer, paid by the employer for the employee coverage, and the estimate for health benefits in the current year is $32.5 million. So the retirement types are 3 types, and the peers is for those non-certificated positions. PSRS, or Public School Retirement System, is for the certificated positions. And we have a tiny sliver of employees that might hold a teaching certificate, but they are in a position that doesn't require it. So they then participate in what is called PSRSS, and that was initiated, I believe, in 2010, I think. So the estimated employer match for retirement is $26,085,000. And this shows you the rates for each of those retirement types. So, yes, 2010, effective July 1 of 2010, that's when that PSRSS was initiated throughout the state of Missouri. So these rates are for every school district in the state of Missouri that participates in PSRS or peers. There are a couple of districts in the state that aren't part of that. That's Kansas City proper and St. Louis proper. They had initiated their own retirement systems many, many, many years ago. And the great news is that our retirement rates have remained the same since FY12. So that's a long run at this retirement rate for each of the 3 categories. Social Security and Medicare, I report on this because part of it is just identifying the nuances of what it takes to run payroll in this system with this large number of employees, but also just the different possibilities of how a person's pay might evolve. If you were hired in SPS prior to April 1st, 1986, you do not pay Medicare as a teacher in the system. And we currently still have 2 people on the payroll that fall into that category. All the others that were hired April 1 of 86 and beyond do participate in the Medicare program, and that then provides them with Medicare coverage as they reach the age requirement. And so 41% of our employees pay full Social Security and Medicare, and then 59% pay Medicare only. Our match for that is $5.686 million. Collective bargaining information we have reported in our closed session meetings because that is an allowable negotiation topic. But you know well that the negotiations with each of our units started in February and is continuing on through June 1st as the targeted date for completion. We'll bring those recommendations to you during the June 22nd meeting. We do have 5 bargaining units in Springfield Public Schools. 4 of those are connected through and supported by the Springfield National Education Association, or SNEA, and that is number 1, teacher, librarian, counselor, the second being school nurse, third is support personnel, so you see those positions listed, and then secretarial is the 4th. And Teamsters Local Union 245 represents bus drivers and bus aides. This shows you our staff by bargaining unit. You can see that 55%, anyone who's on the teacher salary schedule would be covered by the SNEA. And our non-union is the next largest group, and that would include administrators as well as some other support positions throughout the district. Our nurses is 2%, SESP 7%, clerical 5%, and Teamsters 3%. We provided for you an understanding of some of the information that you receive in terms of the full budget report that's provided in the month of June. And then also we provide you with updated information at each treasurer's report. But this shows you how those salaries are broken down throughout the different types of positions. And so you can see that the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education requires very specific coding for all of the different expenditure types, and that is what creates our nearly 20,000 general ledger codes. Object benefits are listed for you here, and again, you can see that our primary object or expenditure, rather, is the teacher retirement, followed by employee insurance. So $22,074,677 is currently our revised budget there. We also have our unemployment, worker comp, long-term disability, and then those other taxation matches for Social Security and Medicare included. So now we'll shift to purchase services, and again, this provides for other supports that are needed in the system, whether we're providing contracts to different entities to provide those specific supports, or there might be certain technical supports. Included in this category would be the audit work that we do, whether it be the internal audit or the financial audit. Those are some examples. The primary categories are listed for you on this slide, and as you can see, the largest group is that professional and technical services or other purchase services category at 39%. Our communication, networking, and internet services is $2.8 million or 12%. Other purchase services, which can be a myriad of different object types, is just at over $4.8 million or 19%. And our substitute services is included in this category because we do outsource to PenMac. So that doesn't show up as part of our regular salary and benefits, whereas in a number of districts it may still be a direct hire situation. This shows you the top 5 purchase service object code categories, and again, no surprises there that the first is professional technical, followed by that substitute services piece. And in the ASBR report, or the financial report that is provided to the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, there are 3 different expenditure views of that report, and that report is provided to you at the same time that the audit, the financial audit for the preceding year is provided. We have a requirement that we submit that by December 31 each year, but within it there are object code views, there are function code views, there's also a fund view, so you can look at the information in a number of ways. This shows you that our revised budget currently supports instruction of $6.9 million, support services $17.3 million, and community services $550,000. So we've highlighted for you that that is pre-K and parents as teachers under that community services piece. The others are, of course, direct classroom impact or support structures for things like nutrition services and transportation. So this slice now drills down a little bit further to show you some of the specific areas. For instance, that building maintenance is 14% of our purchase services budget, transportation 2%, nutrition services 5% with $1.2 million. Instruction, again, is the lead. That is our primary focus at 28%, $6.9 million. So general supplies represent 68% in the instructional arena, and again, we have other supplies, whether it be the food for the students and providing them with nutrition each day, or fuel and supplies for those buses and other vehicles that are on the street. So the supply function group, again, if we look at the primary divisions that are reported in that annual financial report, we have instruction at 40%, support services 58%, and those community services again at 2%. Drill down further and look a little closer at some of the department specific areas. Instruction overall is $14.7 million or 39%, and nutrition services comes in next at 17%, $6.2 million. Building maintenance 16% at $5.8 million, and then some other smaller categories as well. This shows you some of our specific objects. So keep in mind, we have 4.5 million square feet of buildings. So with that come utility costs. So we're showing 12% on utility costs. We're showing tech-related 18%, general supplies, so that would be whether it go in the classroom or again to support other needs throughout the district, 51% of our budget. Food supplies is over there at 14%. Again, this represents the top 5 supply object categories in the system. And that is it for operating funds, the general fund and the teacher fund. Again, we provide you with this recentering to provide you context as we lean into that full budget recommendation for you that you need. You have any questions for me?
Any questions for Carol on her presentation?
So with the transportation expansion, that increases the transportation line item budget by what percentage?
Well, I don't have that right.
That's okay.
That's a great question. And it will be distributed between salary and benefits or actual supplies, whatever the actual object category is.
So, yeah, transportation doesn't just, it includes not the salaries for the people who drive the buses.
Dependent on the additional hours needed to support the additional students, yes, that would affect that. We will have that as one of our highlighted information reports as part of the June 8th meeting, and we'll have a better breakdown for you at that time.
Maybe this is a dumb question. What's instructional supplies again?
So the function category is the 1,000 range. And so, for instance, elementary function is 1111, middle school is 1131, high school is 1151. There are other categories within that. It can include summer school, it's 1191. So anything that falls in that instructional or beginning with a 1 of the 4-digit function code would be considered instructional. So again, it's directly supporting what happens in our buildings for our students in classrooms.
I'm mad that you have those codes memorized. That's crazy.
I learned them. I do, since we celebrated, that I'm cruising toward the end here. I was able to learn doing that annual financial report way back in the day when it was a floppy disk that you mailed to the state, and I used a pencil, eraser, calculator, and paper documents to complete it. So yeah, I had to learn memorize the codes. We didn't chisel in stone, but it felt like it compared to how it works today.
Thank you, Carol, for answering our questions. Thank you for that presentation. And that takes us to our next agenda item, which falls under bond project updates and actions. And the first one is our change orders and agreements, which I believe brings Travis to the podium.
We've missed you, Travis.
That's right. Good evening, Travis.
Thank you. It's good to be back. Thank you to Carol for filling in while I had to be away for a couple of meetings. But it is good to be back with you. So the first agenda item are the change order and agreements, and the standard report is in front of you. You will notice that there's only one change order on the list. The rest are all agreements, which are part of our normal budgets within these projects, and the architects and engineers, the furniture and fixtures and equipment. The one change order is very substantial, and it's at Hillcrest for $404,247 in the first phase of construction. When we were replacing the roof, we realized that there was major repairs needed to the actual steel roof decking, and that took about 2.5 months to take care of. So it was substantial, it's taken care of, but that's why you see that tonight to add to that construction cost. So the total for tonight's change order and agreements is $930,203.39. The majority of this, you'll see a lot of furniture on there that's going to Williams, Hillcrest, and Boyd for offices, for early childhood, our normal expenditures that we do for all of these projects. So let me know if you have any questions.
Okay. Right.
Travis, I ask the same questions all the time, and my question is, can you give me a little bit of an update on Hillcrest? I know that we have a lot of these projects that are ongoing, and sometimes I lose track of where we are in those processes. Can you give me a little bit of an update?
Sure. So because of the roof deck that actually delayed the phase 1 about 2.5 months, the great thing is that because we had 4 different phases, none of the other phases were pushed back. And so they were able to continue the other phases while that got taken care of. So the overall project is still on schedule to be finished December of 2022. And so they are in, they just put furniture into the library, which you're going to see some amazing pictures on the presentation tonight. They will finish up what they're considering to be The third phase, which is that connection to the hyper gymnasium, some locker room space, making all of that campus one, to where nobody has to leave the building. The new entrance, the admin space, that will all be finished by the end of summer. And beginning of June, they will take down the existing academic wing that runs east and west. That's 2-level. That will come down, and then that construction will begin. And so over summer, all of those staff members are being moved to different locations within the building, and they will teach from a different location this coming school year. And so that's the final phase. It takes about 16 months to finish up. So
Can you remind me how many phases there were for the Hillcrest project?
well, so we put this into 4 individual phases from the construction side. There was one original phase, and then because of the allocation and the approval by the board, we were able to do the second phase that was originally on the bond issue scheduled for 2023.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, the recommended action is that the board approve the change orders and agreements as presented. Charles will make that motion.
Second.
Sharita will second it. Any discussion before we vote?
Okay, I asked this question before, I think at the last meeting, but a change order for $404,000 is significant, but that work has already been done.
Correct. And so when that work has been done, in order to not slow progress, there's what's called a CCD issued. It's a change, construction change directive.
Right.
You have to get the work done. We authorize the work to move forward, but the board, without approval of this coming to the board, to change the overall cost of the contract, which you have approved up to this point. This allows the contract to technically be changed with that new amount added. And so that's why all of these come to your attention for approval.
Well, the work's already done, then it really doesn't matter. But we're agreeing to it because it's already been done.
The hard part about this particular item is it took weeks for the construction company to quantify all of the work and the expense. There were 11 different welders on site for 10 weeks solid fixing this issue. And so that's why we did what was called that construction change directive. That we authorized, we need to get the work done, because if not, we can't finish this part. Everything stopped because of the problem when furniture was actually scheduled to be coming in a week.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand how the process works.
Are you asking, I'm trying to understand what you're asking, Scott. That you're saying it took weeks, 10, 11 weeks. Is this the first we hear of this?
Well, it's the first that we were able to get final numbers from the construction company.
I guess what he's
to be able
asking
to present to you.
is, in order to really, so we're not just saying yes to something that's already happened, maybe in the future we should be appraised of, this is what's happening. And usually companies have some estimate, maybe not exact, but just some rough, like this is going to be in the hundreds of thousands, or this is going to be in the tens of thousands. Is that what you're trying to get at? That we have, because the whole idea is that it's coming to us for approval.
Sure.
But if it's already done and spent, then it's, why are we doing this? It's a futile exercise.
Is it a part of the auditing process that we just talked about before, about, you know, in the auditing report that we had, we talked about some of the processes, and so this will be one of the processes that needed to happen because the work had to be done in a timely fashion before the board had the opportunity to vote on it. And is that kind of, am I saying this right? You don't know?
I don't know that I can answer that out of my area of expertise when it comes to the auditing piece. So.
But they give you an estimate after they do the work, or they give you an estimate, a rough estimate what it's going to be?
We knew it was going to be a few $100,000.
Okay.
We just didn't know the exact amount.
Okay.
All right. Good question. We've got a first, a second, and we are ready to vote. Motion passes. Our next agenda item is York Elementary steel package.
So the steel package with the York construction was initially intended to be a part of the overall bidding that takes place in 2 days. We received notification from these construction managers that if one of the things that's constantly going up in price is steel, and the supply and demand is becoming very, very concerning. And so their request was, can we pull this out and we bid this separately so that you can take that to your board for consideration, so that if approved, the following day we can order steel. That's how urgent it is, and that's how limited the subcontractors are willing to hold their prices on steel. Because of that supply and demand, we don't know down the road, will there be potential delays within the construction itself. We're not going to know that for a few months, but that's always possible when you deal with such a supply and demand. And so we had 3 subcontractors that submitted bids to R.E. Smith for the structural steel. The overall pricing for that guaranteed maximum price is $1,853,257. And so by approving this, that literally allows them to begin fabrication and getting that part taken care of now, rather than waiting until June 8th, when we will bring the overall GMP to you.
That makes sense. Makes sense to me. We're aware of the reality.
We did this with the precast materials because we needed to get those ordered. Demolition was the same way. They like to do a steel as early as they can, but a lot of times they can't get the structural side of it ready when we need to. So.
And what was the budget for this?
Well, I don't have an individualized budget for steel. The overall budget for the construction project is about $15.6 million.
Okay, so it wasn't itemized out, but...
Correct.
Okay, I got that.
We receive estimated budgets through the process.
Yeah.
They did say that this came in line with what they were expecting, so that's a positive.
We're paying what we planned on paying it for.
Time is of the essence, so for them to order the materials.
Okay. All right. Well, the recommended action is that the board approve the construction contract as presented. Scott will make that motion. Charles will second it. Any discussion before voting? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Scott first, Charles with the second. Motion passes. Our next agenda item is real estate easement, Horace Mann Elementary.
So Horace Mann Elementary is one of our sites where design is taking place for a storm shelter gymnasium, and currently we have a sanitary sewer line that runs underneath that particular building. And so this request is an easement with the City of Springfield that currently exists, that we would ask to simply relinquish that easement, and then this would be relocating it where the new sewer line would be installed during construction. The attachment on board docs, the very last page, shows a diagram of where that current sewer line exists and where the new one would be. And so, as is practice, all real estate items come before the board for your consideration. And so this would be our standard practice, that we bring all easements to you.
Okay, I'll read the recommended action. The recommended action is that the board authorize and approve a permanent easement for a sanitary sewer line to the City of Springfield, Missouri, in order to reallocate a sewer line that is currently located under the new gymnasium building site on the Horace Mann Elementary School property. The president of the board is authorized and directed to execute the easement on behalf of the district. Would somebody be willing to make that motion?
So moved.
Sharita will make the motion.
I'll second.
Denise will second it. Any discussion before voting? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Motion passes. Our next agenda item is our quarterly bond update. Always one of my favorites.
Okay, it's been a long time since I've presented this way. I'm used to everybody being
Right,
on one
right.
side. So again, here we are 3 months later to be able to provide where our projects are. And so I'm excited to be able to bring this information to you. These are the projects that we're going to talk about. We currently have Boyd and Williams and Hillcrest, Garrett all under construction. York is very close to be getting started, as well as our storm shelters. So this is our project sequencing plan that we've been showing from the very beginning, and you can see how far we've come through this process and with where we are in May of 2021. And so working through, again, the green represents the actual construction that's taking place, and the design build represents that yellow. And so continuing to progress through as we have. This is the location of our major projects. You can see the 8 major school projects that we've done. This does not count the secure entrances that we did, because those were all over the community. But you can see where the major projects were, as well as their completion dates. So the project updates, as I said, currently under construction. We have Boyd and Williams, which are scheduled to be finished up by the time school starts this fall. Hillcrest, again, is in a multi-phase project. It finishes up in December of 2022, and then Jarrett is currently scheduled to be finished in November of 2022. And so projects out to bid. York, like I said, in 2 days, we will have all of the subcontractor bids come in to our construction management at risk company. They will then put together that guaranteed maximum price that I'll present to you on June 8th. The Man and Wilder Storm Shelter Gymnasiums bid on the 26th of May, and we've received bids on Field and Twain, and we're holding on to those to see where everything comes in before we present that information to you. So for Boyd Elementary, again, this is the rendering of what the building will look like when finished. But you can see construction is well underway. The bottom left represents the east side of the building that faces what will be the playground. It faces the drive for parents that come in from the north. The top right is the front entrance, a little shaded, so but you can see where the archway, where the students and staff and parents will go into the main entrance. These are 2 examples of collaborative spaces within the school. The bottom left is one of our K-5 collaborative spaces. There's the glass you see there is a pull-out room space, additional space, and then the top right is the pre-K space where there's classrooms that surround it. And an example, the bottom left is the art room. So a beautiful space for kids to learn. And then the top right is an example of one of our K-5 classrooms. You can see getting very, very close to being finished. Williams is about in the same place as where Boyd is as far as construction timeline. And so these are examples. The bottom left will be the new entrance that is on the southeast corner of the property that faces out to Kearney. And then you can see the only part of the building that was left, which will be our Boys and Girls Club space, which was the previous library, and how it will tie into the rest of the building. Some examples of our classroom spaces, and if you were in Williams previously, this is a very, very different Williams, and so great for our students to be able to learn in and our teachers to teach. And then the bottom left is some of the work that's going on inside of the library for the Boys and Girls Club space, and then our large gymnasium that serves also the students for music on the stage and the PE students, as well as the storm shelter for the school and community. Hillcrest High School, again, what we can look forward to on the new facade. The bottom left is that new facade that's well under construction. The top right represents a view from the north, looking at the corridor, the new corridor that's connecting the existing building to the Hyper. So again, one of our safety features that we wanted to make sure was in this project, to make sure that students didn't have to leave the building in order to get to class. An example of renovation that's currently going on upstairs in the wing that runs north-south, above where we just finished. And then this is the new entryway that will be coming into, on the top right, coming into the building that's being currently constructed. Some finished product, this is one of the main restrooms coming off of the lobby. Everything up to date, school colors, beautiful, a renovated locker room for our students. This is an industrial arts shop classroom on the bottom left, and then a multimedia space that you see that is one of a kind for our kids out at Hillcrest. And then pictures of the library. The library, if you remember, was a very, very large space. It used to be an existing gym, and so we've better repurposed that space. And actually, the library space itself is smaller, but we have a lot of areas off of the library that are able to be used for educational purposes. But an amazing, beautiful space for those students. Jarrett, we're really starting to see progress. This is what we can look forward to out of that facility. You'll get a great view when you see the video. But a lot of our dirt work, if you will, the foundation work, those yellow tubes back there are actually underground detention where the water will remove from the site underground rather than on top because of some of the complications that we had with the south side of that site. Steel has arrived. That's always a great thing. That means we're going to start seeing things come up in the air. So the weather has really started to help us lately. It's been a hindrance before, but we're excited to see that progress. In York, just a reminder of what we can expect to start seeing over the next several months. Some renderings of the inside that are amazing. The design team has done an incredible job, along with all the feedback that we received from Dr. Hopper and her teachers and all the work that's gone on over several months to get to this point. And this is just the timeline that we've gone through. And so we will have the bid opening of all of these subcontractors on May 20th. We will begin demolition on June 7th and then bring forth a recommendation for the guaranteed maximum price to you on June 8th. And you can see the total project budget as well as the construction estimate. We should get started in July. We've got a 23-day schedule for demolition, and then be ready to start construction in July, and a 13-month construction timeline.
The demo is not part of the construction?
Pardon me?
Demo is not part of the construction?
As far as the timeline, it's part of the construction
timeline,
cost.
but I mean the bid.
Yes, it is part of the construction cost.
Is it part of the construction bid that's coming in on May 20th?
No, we've already received that
that's what I thought.
several months ago. Yes, sir.
Okay, before my time.
So the storm shelters, just as a reminder, Field, Twain, Mann, and Wilder are the sites that were chosen. And so we had the bid opening for Field and Twain on the 28th. We'll have Mann and Wilder on May 26th. And then we'll bring forth to you a recommendation for those costs on June 8th, and then hopefully get started very soon. As a reminder, and I mentioned this when we were looking at precast for York, that is also in a lot of high demand. There was new FEMA money that was just released, so a lot of different school districts that qualified for that. There's a lot of interest within that particular product, and so they are telling us some lead time on that, so it may push those back just a little bit. And I wanted to just update you, even though it's not a bond project, but this is a great aerial of what the progress of our Ag Academy that is out of the DAR facility. That is not water, and that's not a moat surrounding the middle. That's a gigantic slab of concrete, and it is a circular type building. And so it is very, very intriguing. It'll be amazing for the kids. The design team that MSU utilized to design that, and our team has been involved in that process from the very beginning. But construction scheduled for completion in January, and we'll start our first group of kids in there. So, okay, and then I will give you the most updated progress as promised.
That's right.
in the school.
Very helpful update, very helpful.
That was the wrong button. Well, you've seen it all. Last slide is questions, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything?
Yeah. Any
I can
questions for
answer you?
any questions for Travis at this point? Okay. All right. Thank you so much for the quarterly update and for you and your team and the day-to-day operation management of all of that, this big project for our kids and our staff. Our next agenda item is public comments to address agenda items, and we have speakers. We have 4 speakers signed up for that. Yes, I will. Okay. The Public Board of Education allows for comments not related to the printed agenda. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes for each speaker and will be timed by the board secretary. It is inappropriate to address the board about individual students or individual staff members by name in open meeting. If you have concerns about individuals, these concerns should be addressed with the appropriate administrative supervisors, either in the school or in the district office. The board uses this time in our meeting to listen to comments and/or concerns from the public, but will not comment or engage with the public during this meeting. If you have any materials that you would like to share, please provide them to the board secretary prior to speaking, and she will distribute them to the board members. Our first public speaker is Mary Jesnick. Sorry, Mary, I couldn't see you.
Well, that's okay. I can't hear. I can't even speak without my hearing aids in.
Yes, we're fine. You take your time.
I'm teaching phonics, I'll tell you that.
You're right.
Good
evening, Mary.
Here we go. First of all, I want to tell you a little bit about who I am. I'm Mary Jesnick. I'm a veteran of the Army. I'm a Legionnaire member. I belong to many of the other organizations in town that are VSOs. Also very active in a lot of other communities, including my church. But one thing that you folks don't know is that the American Legion has scholarships for your kids in high school. It's called National Oratorical Contest. This year we had no one from the Springfield Public Schools. They came to us and even tried to be part of that. They missed a $5,000 scholarship instantly. I urge you, and I'll be going to the high schools as well as my commander, to talk to your principals, your people who are in government classes, and your people that are in speech, because these young people will speak to us and speak to constitutional lawyers and educators about the Constitution. They will have to address the subject. They will speak on 5 minutes for one thing, and they will have to go ahead and come in with knowledge and present it to them and to be scored. It is difficult. As a constitutionalist, I know what they were supposed to say. My guy came through. I was just a little happy for him. But anyway, but they were both wonderful. One was a senior and one was a sophomore. It was his first attempt. So you try every year. We also have Boys and Girls State, and that is government. And so we only had one person, and that was from New Covenant Academy. And because I am a disabled veteran, I gave half of his cost to go to Boys State. The ladies, well, it's no longer the ladies auxiliary, but it's the auxiliary, also supports the girls' state. And we did not have that this year, but the boys' state did have theirs. As you know, I am a former board member. I wanted to remind you that each board member swore the same oath that I took, not only in the military, but every time I was elected and at my 3 boards that I was in. And I know that I had to uphold the Constitution of the United States as well as the state constitution. But in addition, by petitioning to be a board member,
Mary.
you should have understood that the taxpayers and the people are your boss. And when we ask for something, please take it as a board member to a board member. Be accessible.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mary. Your time is up.
Next week. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you for making us aware that the American Legion Scholarship, that there wasn't any SPS student that applied, and so we can alert our team to.
And I will let you know.
Our next public speaker is Raynell Martin.
I did that in high school.
Did she hit the door? I don't know.
40 years ago I did that.
I don't know what that noise was. I don't even know what that is. Hi, Raynell. Did I say your name right?
Yes, Raynell Martin.
Raynell. Okay. Good evening. Welcome.
My name is Raynell Martin. I'm a local business owner, small business, catering and security. I have kids that go to SBS. I have graduates, and I also have kids currently that's in SBS school district. I also own a security company. With that being said, there's been several incidents that came to my attention from several students pertaining violence in school, pertaining gun violence within a month and a half. Even last week, it was a suspect was supposed to have a gun that was threatening several kids, I can't even say like I want. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're fine.
Several kids that was threatened by the suspect. It was never notified to any adults, to any parents. There was no lockdown of the school. It wasn't anything brought to public attention to anybody that pertaining to the safety of these kids. This is the 3rd or 4th within a month and a half that a gun has been brought to public school system and wasn't told to anybody, any parents, anybody was aware of these situations. You know what I mean? Like I said, I do security, and I also subcontract to a bigger security firm that's new in the Springfield area, and we're willing to work with the Springfield school system to donate man-hours, all-person security, and try to get metal detectors and things as such to protect our kids. That is my main concern. I don't know the procedures and the policies of active shooters, but as we look at media today, this is an ongoing threat and a problem across America. Because it haven't happened in our school district doesn't mean it's not going to happen. So I just want to bring this up and everybody be aware of how important this is and how serious this is. Like I said, this happened last week. There's been 3 gun incidents within a month and a half the public do not know about. I do not know the school policies and procedures on active shooters, but I'm pretty sure that a teacher is not trained properly enough to de-escalate situation when it comes to a person with a firearm. And it's just as a parent, as a resident of Greene County, just a business owner and do security as myself, I want to step forth and help in any way possible. I have a lot of people that volunteer their man hours to make sure that we don't have a problem with our kids, pretty much. We want to protect our kids in Greene County. So anything we can do, anything, you can contact us, give all the information.
Thank you very much, and we've got your contact number here, so thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Our next public speaker is Joellen Garrison.
I'm a concerned parent. My son went to Free Hills. He was bullied, And I reached out to the school, and they didn't do nothing about it. They said, counselor said that he would take care of it, but it didn't happen. And I called the school, I'd get the voicemail, I'd leave a message. They never did return my calls. So, in the meantime, my son committed suicide because he was being bullied at school. The school didn't do nothing about it. I'm sorry. My son was that 13-year-old son that was being bullied in the school system. Didn't do nothing about it. I'll talk for you.
For months on end, this happened. We notified the school, we called them multiple times. Half the time they didn't answer, and when they did, they said that they would give us a call back, and that never happened. Talked to counselors, we made trips up to the school, and we gave them the names of specific kids that was bullying my little brother. And they said, okay, we'll get this taken care of. Well, it never got taken care of. So we kept calling and calling and calling. My brother had even talked to counselors, principals, about the kids who were bullying him. Every single day, they would yell at my brother and tell him to go home and kill himself. They called him a freak, a psychopath. They called him gay. They called him a faggot. Like, I don't like that word, but that's what they called my little brother. And administration was well aware of the problem. Bullying is not just a problem in Hickory, it's everywhere. Because this isn't the first incident where a kid has lost his life due to bullying. Well, the administration is well aware. There's been other parents calling about their kids getting bullied. We've called. Nothing has happened. Haven't gotten any justice for my brother. They were aware of the problem. They didn't do anything. And now because of that, my 13-year-old little brother committed suicide. So this is an obvious issue. And it's reoccurring because it's not just now that we're seeing bullying this bad and SPS. And as a 16-year-old student, I experience it firsthand because I'm in those classrooms every single day. And I know how cruel those kids can be, and I know that the administration doesn't do anything about it. They really don't. They put out grief counselors, okay, but what about the kids who are telling these kids to go home and kill themselves? What if they are terrorizing these kids? What are happening to them? They're getting away with it. Nothing has happened to any of those kids. And now I lost a whole part of my family. And they don't care enough to do anything about it. They showed no remorse. They haven't reached out. Nothing. So now we see. And sit here empty-handed with the death of my 13-year-old little brother due to bullying because he thought that was the only way out because the people who are supposed to be giving him a place that he can trust to be safe, to have a good education, to provide an education for him, failed him. Failed him so badly he lost his life. Kids are terrified to go to school because of this, because they know administration does not help. Because they don't. Kids shouldn't be terrified to go to school whenever teachers are supposed to be the ones to protect us. Right. But something's got to be done because this can't keep happening. 13-year-old kids cannot keep losing their life. And it's a serious issue.
Are you Azalea?
I am.
Okay, I was just picking up your name on the next sheet. I just want to say, Azalea, thank you for sharing your vulnerability. You and Joellen, thank you for sharing your vulnerability. Thank you for sharing your story. And we do care, and I am so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
We do care about your family, and we will ensure it will not change your current situation, but I do want to make sure that someone reaches out to your family from our district office, and we'll make sure that happens. Thank you very much.
Have a good night, guys.
Okay. I believe that concludes our public comments for tonight, and we'll move on with our next agenda item, which is our strategic updates. Our first strategic update is Focus Area 4, Goal 1, Mid-Year Update, which brings back Stephen to the podium.
Here we are, right here. Okay. Well, good to see you all again,
Yes.
and thank you for your patience tonight. I will breeze through this with a very speedy update, and I just wanted to start by reminding that due to the timing, did you?
Yes, no, and I thank you. I'm jotting down notes, and that I failed to remind our fellow board that as you're presenting, we will jot down notes. The slide numbers are on the screen, and so that we can ask you questions at the end. So thank you.
No problem, thank you. So due to the timing of this report, I think it's important to kind of start by reminding everyone what we will be measuring tonight. And this report actually is from the first half of the school year. So we're measuring from July 1 to December 31st. So that is the first 6 months of the fiscal year. And that will encompass really the reentry, leading up to the reentry, and the start of the school year in August, and what has been truly an unprecedented school year. As a reminder, this is Focus Area 4, Communication and Engagement. It is one of 5 focus areas for our strategic plan. And as a reminder, the goal of Focus Area 4 is to provide open, transparent, and effective communication with all of our constituents through information sharing and then engagement opportunities to help advocates support the mission of SPS. So you'll hear us talking both about ways that we share information about the district, but also how we seek to engage and gather feedback from all of those that we serve. So we'll start with 4.1.1, which is about increasing awareness and advocating for our staff. So we start within the organization. We talk about the ways that we engage our staff team, and then we will begin focusing on the rest of the constituents we serve. So during the first 6 months of the year, we sent 14 different e-newsletters to our SPS staff. And within the e-newsletters, we featured 62 different feature profiles of the district, stories that are featured on sps.org, shared across our social media platforms. And we are pleased to report that about 27% open rate through our e-newsletters. And I think it's important to look at the industry trends as well as where we have been historically. Industry average is about 24% open rate on an e-newsletter when we send it through Constant Contact or any e-newsletter marketing tool to a mass distribution. And so we are 3% above, and that is 4% above where we ended the last school year. So we do monitor that closely, and we do track to see what engagement has higher open rate. We focused all of our communication during the first semester primarily on the COVID-19 pandemic response. We wanted to make sure that our messaging was strategic, that it was really highlighting both our health and safety protocols as well as other important information related to pandemic and our learning options. A video series, which was put out at the beginning of the school year, highlighted our health and safety protocols, including the cleaning of our facilities, screenings of symptoms at home so that individuals did not come to school sick with symptoms, and then highlighting other safety measures. And that video series generated about 21,000 views right at the beginning of the school year. So we felt good about that consistent message and how it reached those that we serve. We also launched Building Up, which, as you know, is the theme for this school year, and we'll talk more about that later in the presentation. But that was both our staff recognition, but also a way to highlight the many different people who serve SPS. As we move forward, our continued work will be to continue collaborating with Human Resources on an ongoing staff recognition program. And then SPS in Focus, which, as you'll remember, is a video series that is primarily led by our superintendent or other executive leaders. It engages others in the system and highlights initiatives. That was paused during the first semester because of the pandemic messaging, but that has resumed in the spring, and you'll receive more information in our year-end report. So 4.1.2 is how we engage with stakeholders to seek feedback. And there are a number of things that we did during the first semester that yielded really great results. Last summer, had the privilege of working closely with Ms. Rector, our Chief Human Resources Officer, to co-lead one of the 4 re-entry work groups that planned for how we would open school year in the midst of the pandemic and how we would communicate with our constituents and engage our partners. And so our re-entry work group was titled Communications and Community Partnerships. We had 14 members that represented the district. There were parents, teachers, principals, and others in the system. And we looked at how we could develop messaging, really put the reentry plan in the most easily digestible way possible, and then share it with all of the team, and what type of constituents we needed to engage through that process. In September, we led a thought exchange on behalf of the Foundation for SPS to engage our students, which was really important because the foundation has been involved in strategic planning, developing their new revised strategic plan. And for the first time, we wanted to hear from our students. How can the foundation better serve your needs? And so Thought Exchange was used as a tool to engage with them. We also utilized Thought Exchange in October to gather feedback from our families and our staff about how the different learning options were working for them, what changes they might like to see, and what they would want us to consider as we continued moving forward and making adjustments as the pandemic allowed. We also provided Thought Exchange training to 7 of our principals so that they could begin using this tool at the building site level, which is really exciting because we want this engagement tool to not only benefit the district, but benefit those at the school level. For those who may not be familiar with Thought Exchange, I know we have had several new board members since we first rolled this tool out. It is an engagement tool that allows families to share open-ended feedback around a question. We prompt a question, we seek feedback, but then we ask people to review the feedback of others so that they can star or rate that feedback, and it allows us to really see common themes that rise to the top. And then it allows us to evaluate that and make necessary decisions because of that feedback. It's been a very valuable tool, and the more we use it, the more familiar our team becomes with it, we believe the more engagement we will receive and the more useful it will be. We are in the 2nd year of a revised advisory council. If you remember, we used to do forums that were opened for different groups of our constituents, and we invited representatives to come in. But what we're seeing is that the feedback had really dwindled. It had gotten a little bit stale. We needed to really shake things up and make sure we were involving more people. And so last year, for the first time, we had advisory councils that were divided by grade levels. So we had pre-K through grade 2, grades 3 through 5, 6 through 8, and then 9 through 12. And these advisory councils are led by our 2 executive directors of learning, so elementary learning as well as secondary learning, and they are representative of the district. So we have teachers, we have parents, we have principals, and we have staff, other staff on those advisory councils. And so that meeting occurred in October, and we had 85 different people participate in that. And it was great to see them contribute to the agenda in advance. We provided a number of highlights, district initiatives, and we gathered feedback in real time. We also, for the first time, hosted roundtable discussions with our senior leadership team, and that includes a group of about 100 different principals and department leaders from across the district. And we targeted these roundtables with human resources as well as operations and communications. We held those virtually, and we allowed our leaders to come together and ask questions and dive deeper on topics that they were facing throughout the system. We also engaged significantly with constituents around our next superintendent. So when GR Recruiting was hired by the Board of Education last fall to conduct a nationwide search, we relied upon our communications team to really help host a series of engagement opportunities. We hosted 9 different meetings, a combination of virtual and in-person meetings. We had more than 50 people attend those meetings and provide feedback on the next superintendent. We also conducted a survey that was engaged over 6,000 people that provided open-ended feedback about what they were looking for in the next superintendent. And all of that feedback was then used to develop a candidate profile that GR Recruiting used to search for candidates nationwide. So this is a moment to really celebrate increased engagement, just looking at Thought Exchange, one tool of many that we use. And if you see this, we conducted 2 exchanges during the fall, and we had triple-digit percentage increase in engagement. And we knew, I think that's really important, we had more than 7,000 people engage with us, share their thoughts. Almost 10,000 individual thoughts, pieces of feedback were shared, and then more than 320,000 ratings. So what that means is we encourage users of this tool to continue to engage with us. Share a thought, but don't stop there. Come back regularly as thoughts continue to come in so that you can evaluate and those thoughts can rise to the top. So we were pleased to see how this engagement continues to increase. As we move forward, we want to continue to increase engagement opportunities with those that we serve. Thought Exchange will certainly be one piece of that. Another exciting opportunity that I talk more about in the white paper that is an in-depth look is our partnership with the Foundation for SPS. I mentioned their ongoing strategic plan work. We had SPS representatives that participated in that, and as a result of that process last fall, we've now formalized the idea to work together to collaborate on an ambassador program that we've talked about in the past. And I believe, in visiting with Dr. Lathan about there's some exciting things that she also is looking forward to working on in terms of creating an opportunity for people to learn more about the district and how they can really spread the word in the community and also have their needs met. More to come there. Strategy 4.1.3 is around the communication flow, how the communication flows through our system. As you remember, we developed with our communications work group last spring a series of recommendations for how we could continue to be more strategic in communicating across the system. An infographic flow chart was developed. We provided that to you in a previous report. It was finalized based on feedback from our ELT, our executive leadership team, and others in the system. It was posted to sps.org, shared out, and we will continue to refer to that as a model so that when someone is in the system, regardless of what role they serve, whether it's a parent, a classroom teacher, a principal, we want them to be thinking about the constituents they work closely with and who is it their responsibility to share information with, and that's what this helps us with. We also took the recommendations of the work group and we redesigned our district's e-newsletter. And one of the things that we did with the e-newsletter, we're trying to streamline the number of all staff emails that are sent out from various points in the system. We received quite a bit of feedback that many times our staff feels overwhelmed, inundated with a lot of information, and the more we can be strategic in streamlining that, the better. So with our district e-newsletter, and you'll see an example in the report, we have now divided up departments so that they can provide information to the communications team. We link it in the district e-newsletter, and we remind the staff when they can receive that and where they can look back for those details. And that is a new and newly redesigned, but we're hopeful that that will help us be more strategic. Continued work, we will focus more on the remaining work group recommendations. One of the other things that has done in the budget, we have submitted a request for an intranet solution and a calendaring tool. These are two pieces that came directly from the communications work group. And an intranet solution is really software that allows us to communicate more effectively with our internal team, a place to not only store resources, but keep those updated and make it very easy to archive and for people to go in and say, where did I find that information? How can I stay up to date on what we're doing? The intranet solution tool will be key to that. And then the calendaring tool will not only share the dates that are important to the district, but it would help us be much more effective in scheduling, communicating schedule changes, both at the building level as well as the district level. So more to come on that important work. As we look at strategy 4.1.4, this is awareness. This is how we share information from the district out to all of those that we serve. You'll see here and in the report, we highlight how we continue to increase our following on social media. And so we provide those details there across all of our social media platforms. We provide data here about how we've engaged families on Blackboard Connect phone calls. That was critically important this fall. As we changed and adapted our learning models, we kept our families up to date on how the school year began, but then as we moved forward, what changes would be necessary. And certainly Blackboard Connect was a key to that. You see over 6,500 unique messages, an audience of over 608,000 people. And the district sent more than 8,000 different unique text messages. Some of those come from the school level, others come from the district level, and you'll see a breakdown on the general topics of those messages. As we move forward, we will continue to monitor all of the metrics that are listed in the report, and we will work toward a 5% growth where possible. We know that there are some things that are beyond our control. Certainly, no one predicted a pandemic and how that would impact the way we targeted our message, but we are monitoring those and working toward growth wherever possible. We'll continue working with our information technology team to provide updated and best practices and training for our webmasters and our social media managers to make sure that we're being as strategic as we can with that work. And then we will begin a second phase of the district's social media review. If you remember, that work began last spring, and it was a really, really large task. We identified more than 800 social media accounts that had some sort of SPS affiliation that had grown rapidly through the years. And we began the process of reining that in, making it more strategic. That work was paused due to the pandemic, but it has resumed, and we will have more to report at the end of the year. This is something that we're really excited about. As we're monitoring our data, we want to show where we're trending toward growth. So these are a few of the metrics that we use that look at this point, mid-year, as though we are trending toward growth for year-end. This is comparing the number of engagements to the end of last year. So anything 50% and over compared to the 12-month total is trending toward growth. So we're doing really great in several of those areas. I'm pleased with the newsletter open rate. We're pleased that our newsletter database has grown. That not only reflects our parents that have signed up to receive ongoing emails from the district, it also reflects community members, others that just want to know what is going on within SPS. 4.1.5, as we talk about branding, it's important that we not just talk about the parent official SPS brand. There are a number of sub-brands that we use to engage with our constituents throughout the year. I'm going to talk about several of those. First of all, Back to SPS, as we mentioned, was huge. As we launched the new school year, we created a website in collaboration with information technology and learning support. All of this work reflects collaboration across multiple departments. And I want to just take a moment to talk about how proud I am to be a member of Team SPS. You know, communications has a privilege and a responsibility to work collaboratively across our system. And so we get to celebrate and communicate the work that's being done by 3,500 people across this district. And so none of this work is done in isolation. It's reflective of a team effort. And it's been a truly unprecedented year. I know that term has been overused, but that's the best way to say it. And I'm very, very proud of our team. The Back to SPS website generated 63,000 plus hits to the homepage just in those first weeks of school starting. And within that platform, there were an additional 85,000 page views of the re-entry learning plan as people processed the information and they determined what was best for them as we move forward. Also developed a COVID-19 statistics and health update brand. And that was really key because there was a lot of fear in our community as the pandemic began, and there was a lot of knowledge about how it would impact our learning environment. And our public wanted to know that we were going to be transparent in communicating how COVID was impacting the learning environment. And we promised to do that, and we did that. We developed a dashboard on sps.org that tracked the number of weekly cases of COVID within the system, and it also tracked the public notifications that were issued anytime a COVID-19 case was diagnosed in the school setting. What did that look like? We had 431 site-specific public notifications that went to the staff and the parents and the students in those buildings so that they knew what had occurred, what we were doing, and any follow-up instructions. If there were quarantine follow-ups, we worked very closely with our health services team, which has just done an amazing job. We celebrated high school nurses and other school nurses at last month's meeting. They are amazing. We work closely with them to provide that detailed information. We've also worked closely with human resources to collaborate on recruiting individuals to apply for hard-to-fill positions within the system, specifically bus drivers and other support service team members. And we developed the Why I Serve and Why I Drive campaigns. As part of that, we helped promote 2 different recruitment events last fall. And within that, we reached an audience through digital advertising of more than 13,000 people and generated 27 direct responses to those recruitment event pages. So we were helping to cultivate people that were interested in those jobs. In addition to those 2 recruitment fairs. We also worked to promote teacher job postings in December because we had many positions that were posting at that time. We reached an audience of more than 25,000 people and 301 direct links to job applications for SPS teaching positions. So I think that shows strategy and a direct outcome there at a crucial time. And then we also assumed management of the district's LinkedIn account for the first time. And on July 1, we took over the LinkedIn account, providing some additional strategic content, and we have seen the page views grow by more than 200, more than 166 more followers. And the way we're doing that is we're featuring student success and teacher profiles. We're being very intentional with that. The Building Up theme was a big success this year. We had 148 recognition photos shared of employees that were recognized with Building Up, 364 tweets. The videos generated more than 22,000 views. And we really feel like that summed up the extraordinary work of our team this year. And then finally, progress as promised. We continue to deliver a thank you to our patrons who've made the great work that you saw tonight from Dr. Shaw's presentation possible. We celebrated a number of ribbon cuttings and groundbreaking ceremonies, celebrated with our principals and our students and others and our staff within those buildings, and then posted information on social media. Our Progress as Promised video series generated more than 60,000 views. We had an audience of more than 150,000 reached on social media through Progress as Promised posts. This just provides an overview of the different brand initiatives that we focused on. One additional piece that I didn't mention, but I'll highlight here, is the Hall of Fame. We've had 32 SPS graduates inducted into the Hall of Fame over the 10 years of that program. In the fall, we inducted Earl Coleman, who is a respected teacher and musician, class of 65, I believe, from Parkview High School, and then Mr. Steve Grant, who is a renowned broadcaster from KY3. Both were inducted into the Hall of Fame. Mr. Grant is an alumni of Hillcrest High School. And we continue to really celebrate our graduates. As we move forward, we will continue to work on a review of the district's parent brand, SPS. As you remember, the request for proposal that will go out to advertising agencies that really help us engage constituents and begin that process, that was delayed due to COVID-19, but we are moving forward with that work, and we'll have a report for you at the year end. And then finally, our next phase of Progress as Promised, we're going to have more ceremonies scheduled, ribbon cuttings at Boyd and Williams Elementary. We will also have Jarrett and Hillcrest to celebrate, and a groundbreaking for the New York Elementary. Finally, I want to talk a little bit about feedback. We survey our team considerably, and we have become more strategic about how and when we do that. And that's what I want to highlight here. Communications has collaborated with our AAA department, which is our data and analytics team, to really talk about content of surveys, timing, how we deliver them, and what we do with the feedback that we receive. And there are a number of things that we want to celebrate. In the past few years, our survey calendar has been divided between fall and spring. And so half of our surveys are conducted in the fall, the other half in the spring. And that's created some challenges in terms of how we compare the data based on when we're collecting it. But also, it hasn't always been the most useful. If we're receiving survey data at the end of the school year, it doesn't allow us to really make real-time changes so that we impact the learning environment in that year. So now we have conducted all of those surveys in the fall, so that individuals can receive the information by the end of the first semester, and adjustments can be made as needed for the second semester. Several of the surveys that you'll see on here were not conducted again this year for the second year as a result of the pandemic. We knew that our families were getting bombarded with information, and we wanted to be respectful and avoid survey fatigue. So that's what you'll see there. We have good news to report. I think you will see in all but one survey we've had some significant growth. I do want to note here, though, that it is not possible to compare year over year exactly. In the report, you will see why, and we will advance to the next slide. For the engagement survey that you'll see, we saw a significant increase there. That goes out to all SPS staff members, and it asks them to reflect on their experience with the district. So all 3,500 staff received that survey. Leadership, that goes out to all certificated staff, but it's divided this year for the first time between our executive leadership team and our senior leadership team. The executive leadership team is a group of about 10 or 11 executive leaders, whereas the senior leadership team is about 100. In the past, that was merged together. And so it's been divided into two, and you see an average of the response rate here. For our student school response, that goes out to all of our students, and they're asked to reflect on how they feel about the learning environment within their school as a whole. So we saw a decline there, and I think that's reflective of the year that we've gone through. For teachers and staff, that has gone out to all of our certificated teachers, asking them to reflect on the work environment within their school. So individuals in the leadership survey have an opportunity to provide feedback on their direct supervisor or their leader, but in this final column on the far right, it's about the learning environment or the working environment within their building. So again, we've seen a positive increase in engagement, but it's important to note that there are certain things that make it a little more difficult to compare year over year. Moving forward, we will continue to collaborate on the survey calendar and content with AAA. I think there's some opportunity for us to pull out communication and engagement specific questions and really look at that and how we may be able to use that data to drive our work strategically. But we will continue to do that and report on those metrics. And I'm happy to open it up to any questions.
What questions can I help direct for Stephen? Sharita.
I always have questions. So I'm interested in slide number 5, strategy 4.1.2 stakeholders. I've received feedback from community members about who gets to be on these work groups, advisory councils, etc. And I know that you guys have whatever process you have with identifying people to be on those. Community feedback that I received would suggest that they would like to have a more transparent process for suggesting or recommending themselves or even signing up to be a part of those work groups. I think there's a lot of families and people out there who like to be a part, who I don't know what the process is for being picked, but they would like to be picked or would like to recommend themselves to be picked for those work groups. And so I don't know what the process is, but I do know folks are interested in being a part of those.
I think that's excellent feedback, and we would certainly want to talk more about how we could look at ways to do that in the future. It has varied depending on the different opportunities. We've tried to be as representative and inclusive of the district in a variety of ways as we possibly can, but we always want to be respectful of that. I think one of the most important things is that people want to serve in that capacity.
They do.
That's when you get authentic engagement, and so we'd love to talk with you more about how we might continue to improve that.
Thank you.
I'd like to be a part of that discussion as well.
Okay, great.
What other questions for Stephen? I'm looking at my notes, sorry. So just a question on slides, you don't need to go back to it, but the ambassador program. I know that's something that over the last few years, started off as an idea, and now the foundation, was working on, I've been a part of some of those conversations with the foundation about partnering, as well as knowing that we have a new superintendent who's going to bring some new ideas too, and has, mentioned some different things. So I just didn't know, is that in like a holding pattern right now, would you say that's an accurate way?
I would say that is accurate, but I think what has progressed significantly this fall is that the foundation has concluded their strategic planning, which has embedded that as one of the tactics that we work together on as we move forward. So it's great that we remain dedicated to that collaboration, but there is an opportunity for us to shape that and what it looks like. And so while it originated as an idea that would be modeled after the Leadership Springfield idea, where we invite people to come in and experience the district from a variety of different departments, and then hopefully want to become champions of the district in our work after they complete a year-long experience. That was the initial idea, and I think there's room to really build upon and incorporate the vision of Dr. Lathan as she joins the district.
So while the outcome, I believe, is agreeable, the pathway to get to that outcome, it may shift, but I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I just think we're not voting on anything tonight, but as I'm listening to your slide 7, I'm personally supportive of the intranet solution and calendar tool. That is something that has not been up to date in our system for our entire district to be able to, is schedule. I mean, just as simple as who in the world do you call to find out if something's already on the book, or, you know. So some of those, it may seem little, but it comes with a budget line for us to consider. But it is, it's all about improving our communication processes internally and externally. So I just want to throw that thought out. I also want to, as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about, while we see you a lot, Stephen, you know, leading us to begin our board meetings a lot, and also at the cabinet level, I'm also writing down your team, which is a phenomenal team that helps deliver on all of the strategic plan that the board has approved for direction. And so Teresa, Pam, Ren, Melody, you know, I'm thinking they're just incredible. I mean, Pam's back here in the closet. People don't know that Pam's back here in the closet running this whole, you know, digital board meeting for us. So whether it's ribbon cutting or groundbreaking that they're setting up for, whether it's replying to a parent on social media to be responsive to something, whether it's coordinating, celebrating our staff, or helping us gather research on communication processes across the state. I mean, whatever it is, you, Teresa, Pam, Ren, Melody, you've got an incredible team that is helping deliver on this. And so
thank you for saying that. They are an amazing team.
I just want to say that.
They are an amazing team. And we've been able to be, we've added, we've realigned a video production person, Lance,
yes,
also part of our team
Lance.
as well.
Yes.
And so we're just becoming more and more strategic as we move forward, and I think that is a credit to the board and your support for Focus Area 4 and the ongoing work, so I appreciate that very much.
Very, very complex, yes.
Last comments, I do not want to belabor the time because I'm tired, as everybody else is tired. However, I want to say that you do a very good job with regards to communication, and I've seen such a huge improvement in the communication in the district over the last few years since you have been on board. However, going back to strategy 4.1.2 with stakeholders, this one seems the most connected to the work of the board, and I would like to see the board more involved in these strategies, this particular strategy, because it is so important that the board also have that engagement with external stakeholders to champion the work and priorities, et cetera. It seems to be so much tied to the board. I would really like to see, I know that we were part of at least some of the work groups, but I would like to see the board more engaged in particularly this strategy.
I would welcome that. We would welcome that. And I know that's a priority for you as you move forward, and we're committed to helping to support that any way we can.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing that up. Yep.
Yeah, I think we all heard the importance of authentic engagement with a variety of stakeholders. We have a lot, and I would agree with you, you're doing a terrific job, you and your team, but there are some opportunities for us to have a much more authentic sense of engagement.
Thank you so much for your mid-year report on Focus Area 4, and we look forward to the next one.
And our year-end report will be brought to you in December. So I know that's a little bit of an odd timing, but we'll close out the year with the stats then.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Moving on to our next agenda item, which is Focus Area 5, Goal 1, mid-year report. Ivania, welcome.
Alrighty. Well, good evening, board members. My name is Dr. Ivania Garcia-Pusateri, and I serve as the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer. Tonight, I'll be providing with my team members a brief overview of our Focus 5 Goal 1 mid-year report. As Stephen stated in his report, we'll be focusing on the fall semester of kind of the happenings that happened for our department. And also, given limited time of this presentation, we will not be able to cover everything that was reported in the white paper. Again, this is just a slide of the various focus areas in our strategic plan. And this is our goal associated with Focus 5. So I'm going to give you a couple seconds to just go ahead and refamiliarize yourself with the goal. We also use the term underrepresented and under-resourced students very often when we do reports and just in our work. So I wanted to give you all another chance to go ahead and review the different groups that are outlined in this slide. Again, I'm going to give you a couple seconds to go ahead and refamiliarize yourself with those groups. Myself, I will be presenting on strategy 5.11, that will be professional learning, and that's really about district growth and development through professional learning with an equity lens. So this fall, the department engaged in 2 instances to facilitate professional learnings around equity. So as you can see right here on the side, we partnered with the district to participate in Learn, Lead, Succeed. This was an opportunity for myself to partner with the Chief Communications Officer and the Chief Human Resources Officer to facilitate a presentation to prepare our leaders as we return back to learning. As you can see, we had 166 leaders participate. It was focusing on creating a culture of care in light of COVID-19. We also had another opportunity to partner with the Department of Professional Learning to participate in induction days, which was a great opportunity to engage with the new teachers in the district or new educators. And then myself and 2 of our coordinators were able to facilitate sessions focused on equity to kind of just deepen our teachers' cultural consciousness and help them understand kind of what does equity mean in the district and introduce them to Focus 5. As you can see on this slide, 173 educators participated. This was our second year of our deployment for the district-wide equity trainings. Due to COVID-19, we had to reimagine what this process looked like. We wanted to make sure that we were able to make the training accessible, but also safe for all our participants. In doing so, our 2-hour trainings were facilitated in person as well as virtually. So as you can see in the slide, we had 28 equity trainers facilitate and deliver 152 total sessions, which included the participation of 3,572 staff members. On the last bullet here just gives you an outline of the goals that were associated with the training. So I'm going to give you a couple seconds to go ahead and review those before we move on. And as you review, I really just want to put this out there that with the goals in mind, the district was built on this preference. Our data shows that underrepresented and under-resourced students are having negative academic and social experiences. Those are due to barriers, many barriers. The best way to address those barriers is through the deployment of Focus 5, which talks about equity trainings. So in our equity training, we discussed those barriers. Those barriers, we talked about racism, white supremacy, and oppression. We also talked to them as systems, not just individual acts or isolated incidents. As I said, there's varied barriers that our students engage in or experience, but these are the barriers or systems that we talked about. And so with those barriers, our teachers, our participants, everyone that participated in the training was given these things. You're able to identify barriers, address the barriers, and we're given tools on how to eliminate those barriers. Therefore, making the academic and social experience great and better for all students. So while these are the goals, it's really about the training to be able to provide our teachers, our participants, ways on how to identify barriers, address the barriers, and then eliminate the barriers. And so forth, our students, especially our underrepresented, under-resourced students, will have better experiences and therefore graduate and therefore go to college or engage in our workforce. We know that there has been a lot of misinformation about our trainings, a lot of buzzwords that have been brought forth. We've seen them in the board meetings, we've seen them out in the community. So we wanted to spend some time with you to go over kind of what those myths look like. So the myths outlined in this presentation are some of the top myths that have been communicated, whether in this room, in the community, what have you. So I wanted to spend time and go over that with you. The first myth is staff are being forced to change their beliefs. They're not. We're asking them to engage and explore new perspectives. As educators, this is the work that they do, this is the work they ask their students to do, so we're asking them to, again, explore perspectives. Think about things that maybe have never you experienced, or think about these ideas. Just learn, explore. Myth 2, staff are being shamed for their beliefs. Actually, we're actually asking staff to be honest and transparent about those beliefs, those experiences, even if they disagree with their colleagues or with the material. We want them to be open and honest about what they believe or what they've encountered or what their perspectives are. No one is being shamed. We're all learning about this together. And then finally, I'm a bad person because. I'm a bad person because of my identity, my political belief, my religion, what have you. That's not happening. But we are trying to communicate in this training that there are systems in place that provide advantages based on those experiences, whether it be your identity, what have you. Again, those barriers are based on systems, and because of those systems, they are providing advantages and access that aid in those experiences. Again, just wanted to go over a couple of those myths and give you some perspective on what that looks like. That way, when we talk about equity work, it's about expanding the perspective of our staff that they, again, can identify, address, and dismantle those barriers so that all our students can graduate and enter into higher education and into the global workforce. It's important that our trainings continue to grow and develop and stretch our staff. So the best way for us to continue to improve and enhance the trainings that we offer is to offer post-assessment. So this is basically just some data points that were taken from our post-assessment of our past equity training. So it's really just talking about the comfort level of staff participating in the training, their satisfaction with the training, and then the importance of the content that they learned in the training. So I'm going to let you take a couple more seconds to go ahead and review these data points before we move on. I do want to draw your eye to the third data point. How would you rate the importance of the content learned in the training as it applies to your position? As you could see, 71.1% of participants felt the content applied to their position. So, participants may have not liked the content, they may have not liked the way it was delivered, or they felt some sort of discomfort while going through the 2-hour training. However, the data does show that 71.1% of participants felt the content delivered in this training related to their position in the district. So I think that's just really important to emphasize on, because again, this work is not meant to be simple, it's not meant to be easy, it's not even meant to be comfortable. But even our participants saw that the work is needed for our students, and 71.1% of participants felt that it related to their position in the district. Next steps with this strategy, we're going to continue to collaborate with departments to expand our opportunities for trainings and professional learning opportunities. As COVID-19 mandates are lifted, we hope to move these trainings to in-person. We'll definitely keep them on a virtual platform so that way all people have accessible opportunities to our training. And then saying that, I would like to invite now Mr. Jimmy Sode. He's the Coordinator Equity and Diversity for Workforce Development. He's going to deliver the overview of Strategy 5.12.
Good evening, Jimmy.
Thank you, Anya. Good evening. My name is Jimmy Sode. It's a pleasure to speak with you this evening on Strategy 5.1.2, Diversifying the Workforce. This strategy primarily focuses on helping SPS diversify its workforce to be more representative of our student population community. The Department of Equity and Diversity has had several meetings with human resources to gain a better understanding of the current recruitment and hiring practices. Following these meetings, the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer developed equity-focused interview questions that would be implemented in the 2020-2021 recruitment and hiring season. These questions were developed specifically to assess a candidate's level of cultural consciousness. District leaders were provided a bank of these questions which they could then implement during their interview over the course of that hiring season. The Future Educator Program serves as SPS's proposed Grow Your Own experience. This program will help identify underrepresented and under-resourced students at the high school level as well as the college level that would serve as great educators for the SPS community, and then provide them with the proper supports, financial mentoring experiences so that they could then transition pretty effectively back into SPS to help really diversify that workforce. During the summer and fall, our office worked very closely with the Department of Human Resources to assess national and local models to then provide a special, unique experience for the SPS community. Strategy 5.1.2 supports diversifying the workforce by providing an opportunity to critically examine how current policies, procedures, and practices impact the climate and culture for our staff and how potential candidates might view our district. The fall review focused on district's non-discrimination policy, and the work group reviewed 7 different sites, 1 university and 6 districts, 3 of those representing the state of Missouri. The Chief Equity and Diversity Officer also felt it important that we implement an equity statement that might be housed on the Human Resource webpage and other various spots across the SPS website. A draft of the possible changes to the district's non-demonstration policy is now being reviewed by our legal counsel. Next steps include continuing meeting internally and also externally with stakeholders to review and finalize that Grow Your Own program, that future educator program for our district. The department will also continue to connect with chief diversity officers across the Midwest region who are working at our minority serving institutions to really strengthen partnerships when it comes to recruitment, to provide a more diverse candidate population to our possible hiring committees. And last but not least, we really want to meet with human resources to continue this effectiveness on seeing how those questions that we implemented for the hiring season worked. Were they effective? Were they being used at various interviews? Are there possible changes that we can make? For strategy 5.13, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Lawrence Anderson, who serves as our coordinator of Equity University.
Welcome.
Thank you very much,
Welcome.
Ms. Sode. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, or almost good night.
Almost good morning.
It's almost good morning.
Oh, that's hurtful. That's hurtful. My name is Lawrence Anderson. Most people know me as LA, which is just my initials, so feel free to use whichever one you're comfortable using. So I'm here to spend a couple of minutes to share Strategy 5.1.3, Academic Success and Learning Supports. Some of the equity pieces that I will be sharing are not areas that our department they oversee. So we felt that it was important that we still share those with you during this presentation. So starting with that piece, looking at, starting with Club Encore, which is a program for after-school program for 2nd through 6th graders, where they have an opportunity to get additional supports in math and reading. And so if you look at the graph, you have the opportunity to see where there's a demographic breakdown of its participants who were in this program this fall. So out of the 975 students who participated, you can kind of see where our underrepresented and under-resourced students were reflective in participating in this program. And to give you an example of that, our students who are free students, it's for free lunch, our black students and our multiracial students, they participated in this program. So the students who really need those supports are participating. So looking at our student empowerment groups, we are able to work with 4th and 5th grade students and with middle school students to give them an opportunity to engage in topics of character development, identity, and cultural enrichment. That looks very different this fall with COVID. We didn't have the opportunity to meet with them as often as we had in previous years, just due to scheduling. So we were able to get back to that in the spring, which we'll share at another time. We also, this year, we were able to create a partnership with the Student African American Brotherhood, which also stands for SOB, which is a national organization which is now headquartered in Springfield, Missouri. And this program promotes mentorship and academic achievement for young males of color. And Central and Glendale were our pilot sites for this year. Equal Opportunity Schools is an opportunity which creates pathways for underrepresented and under-resourced students to have access to AP and IB classes or courses. Hillcrest Central and Parkview are the sites, or partner sites for this year. And those sites were very intentional in engaging those underrepresented and under-resourced students to participate and get excited about AP and IP courses. And so they also had a huge increase as far as the course request from 140 to 324, but they also doubled participation rate from 14% to 31%. Keep going the wrong way there. I apologize. I keep having issues with my eyes, so I'm at that age now to where that's an issue for me. So making sure, there we go. Okay, so each year the district deploys surveys for students and staff over culture and climate, and for this upcoming year, the Chief Diversity and Equity Officer felt that it was important to have some equity-focused questions be included as well. And so we wanted to share some of those questions and responses with you. And I wanted to bring your attention to the first question, or the first bullet there, with teachers or with staff. 83% very comfortable addressing issues of bias or discrimination. And when you go down to the last section for students, only 55% of students felt that their schools address bias and racism in an appropriate way. And for us, it was an interesting thing of looking at, you can have people sharing spaces, they may not be having similar experiences. So we felt that there was a disconnect there. Let me get this right before I leave. So moving forward, we'll continue to expand with empowerment groups, but also continue to research and to dive down into how to expand programs for other underrepresented and under-resourced groups. We will continue our support with SOB and continue to grow that as we go through. But also we will continue our review process as well within the district for the underrepresented and under-resourced students who are in our system. So with that, I will pass it back on to Dr. Garcia Pusateri to cover strategy 5.1.4. I'm not going to touch anything before I mess it up.
Okay, so with this strategy, we'll be discussing culturally relevant curriculum. So the work to enhance our curriculum to become more culturally relevant has actually been taking place for some time, and really has been driven by the Specialist for Equity and Diversity with her program, Readings with Miss Gwen. As you can see here in the chart, it really just gives you an overview that these stories are really the early opportunity for all readers to have access to culturally relevant literature. As you can see in the chart, 3 schools were served during the fall semester. We know due to COVID, some different things had to take place. So we had some read-alouds take over Zoom. We had some other read-alouds take place in person. So as you can see, 201 students were able to participate in this experience. Also, myself and the Specialist of Equity and Diversity were able to work with various external and internal leaders in the district, as well as the community, to bring forth a committee to really start to discuss what does a culturally relevant curriculum look like. And so the first steps was to really look at our curriculum, to review and see what are we offering, what does this look like, and to also for our department to get a deeper understanding of curriculum work. So this was a great opportunity for us to engage with our colleagues, a community member, and again, engage in this work. So we had a wonderful time this semester just to have some meetings, learn about this, and to also, again, just really explore what we have in our academic curriculum. Also beginning in the fall of 2020, the Learning Support Office developed a culturally responsive scorecard to evaluate the English language arts curriculum, to kind of just go ahead and analyze what is in that curriculum, what does that look like, what does it look like from a culturally relevant perspective. Gladly, or not gladly, but wonderfully, we will now be able to use that tool to be able to evaluate prospective curriculum resources moving forward. So next steps, Ms. Gwen's readings will continue to move on. Our hope is that we're able to do some more in-person read-alouds. We will be researching ways to add local, culturally relevant history and happenings of Springfield history to our curriculum. As many of you know, or at least I hope you know, for Central High School, we have Lauren Brown as part of that history, who is part of the Brown versus Board education. So it's important that our students be able to understand all the culturally relevant history to Springfield as it applies to our own curriculum. So we're going to look at ways on how we can implement that curriculum, as well as make sure that it aligns to the state of Missouri education standards. And then also our department will participate in upcoming curriculum reviews and adoption processes. I'm going to go ahead and welcome Mr. Jimmy Sode back to the podium, who will go ahead and close out with us for strategy 5.15.
Thank you again. Looking at strategy 5.1.5, primarily focuses on engagement and advocacy, primarily for our students, staff, and our community members. And the one highlight we wanted to share with you centers around our advisory councils. So we currently have a community and student advisory council. The Community Advisory Council has a very, very broad representation of community members, a lot of members serving from formerly EDAT, but improving and expanding on that to bring in a lot of other community members as well. And our Student Advisory Council serving at all 5 of our high school sites as well as Student Alternative Center. And really, those provide an opportunity for us to listen to our community members and our students around equity and anything that they might notice that we might be missing, but also allows us to provide and gain feedback on some of the initiatives that we have planned moving forward. And so something that we are really excited about, we really love engaging with our community members as well as our students around equity and ways that we can improve moving forward. But looking forward, currently we have a lot of initiatives that are in the review stage, and so we're going to spend the spring and summer really analyzing the effectiveness of that, preparing drafts and proposals on moving forward and recommendations. As well as we have our advisory councils going on this spring and looking at really expanding the engagement of that moving forward into next year. We've had a lot of good feedback from our community advisory council about wanting to get more involved in a lot of the work that we're doing. And so we're looking at what that looks like moving forward and ways that we can do that. And then lastly, there is a great resource or tool that EABS produced recently that allows you to assess how well are you doing when it comes to some of these equity and diversity and inclusive issues. And so really excited about exploring ways that we can implement those tools moving forward. But that concludes our presentation for Focus Area 5. We'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
And before questions, I misspoke. I meant Linda Brown for the Brown Board versus Education. My bad. It was late, but I meant Linda Brown.
Yes, so I'll field some questions. Yes.
On slide 13, actually, you don't have to go back to the slide, really. What's the timetable for the completing the legal review of the non-discrimination potential changes to that clause?
Well, right now we're just waiting to see kind of what that looks like. I know also it will be helpful to see what federal guidelines look like soon coming up forward. So I don't exactly have a exact timetable what that looks like. I just know right now we have pushed along, and so we're waiting to hear feedback.
I mean, if we're talking about systems and structures, I mean, that's sort of top-line material. And it's, I mean, I've done a little bit of the sort of snooping, probably the kind that you've done, and I think there probably is room for change. I mean, obviously, legal counsel will have insight on that.
Okay, great. Yeah, sure.
I have several questions. The first question goes back to slide number 7, where you have that there were 3,572 staff members who participated in the diversity district-wide equity training. When you say staff members, who does that include?
So that is all staff. So our executive leadership team, senior leadership team, teachers, bus drivers, people in our nutritional services. So everyone that is a staff member in the district participated in this district-wide equity training.
How many students participated in that?
Oh, students did not participate in this.
There were no students participating in that?
Not at all.
So what about the curriculum that you're developing for students? What does that look like?
Can you repeat the question?
Isn't there a curriculum you're developing for students?
Oh, no, not at this time. We are actually just reviewing what we have in our curriculum.
Okay. My next question has to do with slide number 19. And slide number 19 talks about the IB and AP program increases in the EOS courses or EOS program. And I just wanted to say I'm excited to see the numbers of participation rate go from 14% to 31%. One of the things that I know from my own research is that one of the indicators for closing the achievement gap is the increased number of minority students who participate in these programs. So seeing an increase from 14% to 31% is commendable. So kudos to you all.
Thank you. And we also want to share that celebration with secondary elementary, as they are the ones really driving this program. So we will pass that along.
Other questions?
Yes. I don't have.
No, go ahead, Joe.
It's more a comment, and we were on slide 7 before, and again, you don't have to go back to it though. Where you talked about the equity, diversity, equity, and diversity folks who are doing these trainings. I think it's, in my judgment, absolutely crucial that this board support the folks who are doing that work, because equity, diversity, and inclusion is not your job. It is his job. It is our job to do this. It's part of our strategic plan. And I think if there should not be any doubt in the community's mind, in my judgment, that we are committed to acting on this strategic plan, right? These conversations are hard, right? We saw evidence of that tonight, last meeting, et cetera, and we're going to continue hearing that. But it is precisely because they are hard, it seems to me, that suggests that they are important. And the folks who are doing these trainings, who show up on Fox News and other places like that, they deserve to hear explicitly from us that we are supportive of the principles, as well as principles with the ELE, principles. And the principles, ALs, too, yeah. But also the individuals who are doing that.
Thank you. And you know, for our equity trainers, they're volunteering to do this work because they're committed to lifting this work. So our equity trainers are teachers, counselors, learning development specialists. We also had a senior leadership team member participate as an equity trainer. So I thank you for that comment as well.
Scott, yes.
All right, go back to slide 7. And I had the exact same question, you know, 3,572 staff members. Who are staff members? You answered that question, but then you said a bunch of different people. How many are teachers?
How many of those
what is the percentage?
I don't have that data in front of me, but I can get that for you.
It goes back to Carol's presentation. I think about 1,800 to 2,000 are certified positions of our 3,500. Yeah.
Okay. How much did you say?
1,800 to 2,000 are on the teacher schedule, I think would be. Yeah.
Excellent. And then one other question. Slide 16, really 16, 17, all these, how does it compare to previous years?
Participation in Club Encore?
Yeah.
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Thank you, sorry. How does it compare to previous years?
I think for, you know, to give you a longer answer, we can provide that data to you, but I think given COVID, I think at the fall presentation that we had, we were able to show that the underrepresented, under-resourced students were definitely using this tool, this resource to be able to help with their academic achievement. For as compared to other years, I don't have that data with me right now, but I'd be happy to get that to you.
Okay. Good. That's all I have for now.
Okay, Miriam?
I have several questions, and I really appreciate you being here this late. And I agree with Charles that we need to have these difficult discussions. We had 3 hours of people talking and in previous meetings. So I have many questions for you, and if you don't know the answers, if you want to, I would love for you to come back in June. I would prefer that you address me in the open board meeting rather than an email. If it gets to be too long, we can table it till June.
Okay.
But I appreciate it. The EOS was just amazing, doubling those numbers. Very, very impressive. My questions, I want to make sure this focus area is very important. This is laudable.
I appreciate that.
Very much so. But I want to make sure that this isn't just a box that we are checking off.
I agree.
And so you know a little bit about me. As I'm looking at who is and this is my first question, who is underrepresented and under-resourced? This is a great group. It's time we have this discussion. Okay, so some of my questions, you know, you answer, and some of it is an opportunity for us to have a discussion, a much needed discussion.
Okay.
And I just want you to know that this is a great group because we're very diverse. I was looking at this and I thought, oh wow, you know, I would qualify for many of these. I'm considered a student of color. I'm an English language learner. Free lunch, that was me. If there was such a thing as McKinney-Vento, I would have qualified because I lived with an entire another family in a 2-bedroom apartment. My mother didn't speak English. And I asked about what a diverse religious background or belief system is, and I qualify on that. So there's a lot of intersectionality here, right? Mm-hmm. My question to you is, and I'd address this to Dr. Jungman, the students with, this is a specific question I have. Students with disabilities, and we report to the state 11.6%. Mm-hmm. But that's just students receiving special services. Students with disabilities includes 504s. So when we make accommodations, they're not really receiving services. Does that make sense? Is the students with disabilities significantly higher than 11.6? Or would you say it's about just a rough estimate?
So when we say students with disabilities, we are referencing or including students who receive special services, as you mentioned, students from 504.
So a bigger group.
That's part of that.
If you had to, and like I said, many students qualify, so our students of color, 25%, English language learners, 4.7%, free FRL, 52.9, so 53%. So, you know, we're pushing over 50%, but I don't know what the intersectionality is. So if you had to give me a rough estimate of the total number, like if you had to just say 60%, 70%, what percentage of our population falls into this group of students that we want to do better for, that we want to bring equity to? What would you say?
I mean, 25% of our district is racially diverse. I don't have that data that disaggregates, I think is what you're
But 53% is FRL, so we're sitting at 53 at least.
Right, at least with that, yeah. But to disaggregate the data, so if you're talking, I just want to make sure I understand. So students of color who are also receiving free and reduced meals, is that what you're mentioning?
No, just all together. So some students will have one category, some will have two, some will have three. But if you just had to say, if of all our students, how many of them, what percentage overall fall into this category? It's going to be at least 53%. We know that because that's your FRL. But how much higher than that is it? Is it like 60%?
Of all this group of students, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so we have let's say 23,500 students. Okay. What percentage of them fall into this category?
Students can then be, a student of color can also be an LGBTQ student or an English.
I understand, but like overall.
I don't have
that. The largest category would be the SES group, so at least 56%. So that's the largest category that we have of all those numbers.
What group? The FRL group?
Yes, that's the largest category that we have. So that would be the largest number that we would
53.
say. Yes.
Okay, so over half. Okay, so thank you.
Sorry, I didn't really understand what you meant.
No worries. Oh, I just appreciate you.
I wasn't quite sure either because I'm not sure if that's even a fair question to ask because there are so many different parts of it.
Right, there's so many moving parts.
So at least 56% of our student population is being captured in this underrepresented, under-resourced group of students. At least 56%, since that's the largest group that we have.
That's right. Can you go to slide 7, please?
Sure.
So, I just want to understand this. When you talk about systemic racism and xenophobia, how we should address these complex issues within our school system, and you reference some data. So you are saying that we have systemic racism in Springfield Public Schools. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying yes, there are barriers that our students are experiencing, that our underrepresented, under-resourced students are having negative experiences.
That it's systemic.
It is systemic because when we talk about these things, we're not talking about them as isolated incidents or individual acts. They are systems. So in the training, we talked about the topics, racism, systemic racism, systems of oppression, and white supremacy. So those things are happening, unfortunately, in our district, but also in K through 12 as a whole.
And so we want to address this. Yes. So it's always nice to have a measurable benchmark. What is your benchmark so that we can come back a year from now and see where that moves?
So are you saying what is the benchmark on how we're addressing these barriers?
No, what is your benchmark on saying that we have systemic racism? Because I'm looking at the numbers.
Our data shows, our climate and culture data shows, past climate and culture data has shown.
I'm looking at that.
I think previous to this year has also shown that we have had issues in discipline, we have had issues with students having, facing various oppressions when in the classroom, as you can see in the climate and culture data that we showed earlier, that even though teachers feel that they're able to address these issues, I can't remember the number, but 53, 54% said, yeah, it happens, but I would feel better if that was an 80%. So there is a disconnect on how to address this. And then
we're talking about how comfortable they are addressing it. But I do want to point out that you had 0% of teachers who had issues interacting or 0% who were comfortable interacting.
Sure,
so the teachers themselves, you know, the individuals aren't racist or xenophobic. It's their training in terms of handling conversations within classrooms. Those are two very different.
Who said that? Who said that they weren't racist? Who said that we don't have?
It's on page 12. of the description, it's not, there wasn't a slide on it.
But also, a person can
Or
say they're
slide
not
20.
racist and say, I am fine with, I'm going to use LA as an example, as LA is a black man. Great, I'm fine with him. But when it comes to other things about learning about his experience, maybe I'm not fine with that. So to me, I may be fine with sharing space with LA and he's black and that's not a problem to me, but once I want to hear about his experiences about being a black man in this space, then it makes me uncomfortable. So a person may say I'm not racist and be okay sharing space with a black person, but when it comes to their lived experiences, then they're not okay. So those are the
got a
issues.
0 on that too.
Right, so they can say they're not racist or do that, but it comes to then their practices or the way they think. But in our training, we're really just helping people understand what does that look like. And sometimes it's hard for a person who may say, I'm not racist, I'm okay with people of color, but when it comes to the hard questions, it changes too.
Can I just say that what it means to be racist is defined by the person who's receiving the racism, not the person who says that they're racist or not. So just because a person says they're not racist doesn't mean they're not racist, because they don't get to define what racism is. It's the person who receives the racism who says that was racist. So just because they said it doesn't mean that it's not the problem.
Can you define racism?
Yes, I can define racism based on my experiences with racism. So I can give you some examples of systemic racism if you like, because you were asking about that. Within our district, we have data that demonstrates disproportionate discipline practices. You saw the numbers with regards to disproportionate referrals and participation of students of color in the IB and AP programs. We have disproportionate representation with regards to participation in other types of high academic performing programs, not because they're not capable, but because they don't even get referrals, including the gifted program in Springfield Public Schools. While we know that there's not like a lower percentage of African American kids who are gifted, they just don't get referred to those programs. Those are structural barriers. Those are barriers that exist not because the students aren't capable, but because the system is set up for them not to get into those programs. We need to change those barriers.
Okay, I agree with you, but hold on one sec. I agree with you, but what I'm trying to understand is, so our district is in a decline of student achievements, and I'm trying to understand, is it, you know, are we saying that it's because of systemic racism, but it wasn't this way, let's say 10 years ago. What has happened—
What wasn't this way 10 years ago? Clarify for me.
You know—
We didn't have systemic racism 10 years ago?
No, at the end of the day, I'm looking at student achievements.
Yeah.
So ACT
student achievement has been bad for 10 years before that. Even when Wes Pratt was a student here 50 years ago, it was bad. We still have had those desperate participation of students in those different categories.
So I'm looking at why it's getting worse, because it is still getting worse.
It's getting worse across the board. So student performance, not just
Correct. So you mentioned data. I want to be able to come back a year from now and look at your data. I want to know what your benchmark is so I can look at that again. So it's important that we look at the data, because what has changed in Springfield, the percentage of multiracial blacks, Asians, Hispanics, that hasn't moved that much. Certainly the population at large, but not the students when you go back and look at a decade ago. But what has changed in the last decade is poverty has doubled in Springfield. So I think it's important to tease out that information. Is the black neurosurgeon's child having the same scores and the same experiences as the medical assistant with 3 black kids who's making $18 an hour? You know, how much of this is poverty and how much is race-based? So I just want to know what the benchmark is, so that a year from now, is it the climate and culture? Is this the number that I'm going to look at a year from now? Because the next thing I want to talk to you about is how effective our training is, because we are allocating resources, you know, an entire department, you know, resources. So we want to do it right? Okay. We want to be the most effective. So I want to know what your benchmark is. So your benchmark is the climate and culture, is the EOS, is this the data that we're going to be
looking
following?
at discipline data to make sure that students are not being targeted when it comes to discipline.
And you should, but how do we tease that out again? Can you share that data with me over time?
I'd be happy to share whatever data is needed with the rest of the board to be able to address this. But I also want to come back to what you mentioned about poverty. Yes, poverty has increased. It is more than half our district, but I also want to point out, and it's a larger discussion, that the experiences of white students in poverty are different than the experiences of black students in poverty. So yeah, while students—
How so? Intersectionality. That's how. Because they have additional that word that you guys hate, oppression, different levels of additional oppression.
What do you mean by you guys?
You guys who keep talking about you don't like CRT, that word oppression comes up in that discussion of people who oppose CRT. You oppose it, right?
We'll come
you do oppose it, right?
We'll come
you
to
do
that.
oppose it, right?
Let's finish this and then let's
I'm just
talk
trying to,
about that.
get clarity.
I would love to talk about that, but I want to wrap this up, and that is, actually, that's coming up. That is one of my questions. So why don't we go in a stepwise, like step by step, so that we can have a really productive
You asked the question about what I said of you guys, and I was answering your question.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would just want us to observe that I think we're arguing on the wrong issues if we allow ourselves to be put into a box of saying that person is racist. Right? In all candor, what's in somebody's heart of heart or soul of souls or whatever is way the heck above my pay grade. Right? That's between his and her maker, conscience, whatever. Our focus, as I understand it, right, is not labeling someone a racist, is labeling structures,
yes,
practices, discourses,
yes,
right? People can change, right? I surely hope people can change, right? That's one fundamental assumption of the educational system, is that we can be better. This creates a structure in which all of us can be and do better. And it's not about identifying this person as racist.
Right.
It's a series of practices and structures, et cetera, that lead to the kind of inequity that we got to get past.
Right, so if teachers understand that there is a disproportionate representation of students who are disciplined, then they're more apt to do something different. If they understand the structure that provides barriers to minority students participating in the gifted program, then they can be more aware of how to behave differently. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah. It's just that our goal, as I understand it, is not to label this person or that person or that person, right? I mean, that's philosophically way, way beyond at least my capacity to do it. I might do it in my heart of hearts, right? I'm going to keep it to myself. But that's not our goal with these equity trainings.
But we do want to identify people who certainly...
How do you do that?
Discriminate. Well, there was a patron who spoke earlier who had witnessed an incident or heard or something like that, and she wished that there was a procedure to report. So it would be nice to have a system where, as educators, we're not in the buildings. It's the students and it's the staff, so it's up to the students, to
report racist behavior. Absolutely.
To just sort of, to see and say, well, maybe that wasn't the best approach. Maybe this wasn't the best way to discuss it, and so thank you. I'm going to keep going in the interest of time.
And I would just say, and that would be an administrative function for you all to improve and take feedback in from teachers and staff to improve your processes.
Right.
That's not a board process, but yeah.
At this time, teachers can also reach out to us if things do happen. We have gone to sites to be able to facilitate conversations between the site and probably a parent or guardian or whatever, to be able to offer our support to have a good conversation around it and to understand and address the issue at hand.
Yeah, there were several specific, or not several, 2 specific examples that were given, and so I had an opportunity to hear about that. I don't know if you remember. I do want to point out that I think that we can do better, because I'm disappointed in that of the, right there, 3,572 staff members.
You're talking about the data?
Yes, only 686 people filled out the survey. Yes. And the most important thing to me is, the comfort level, that's not important. I don't care whether you're comfortable or not. And whether it applies to your position. Some people, it just doesn't apply to their position. They don't have interactions with students, or to me, the most important thing is your level of satisfaction. So were you helped by this? Did you like it? Were you satisfied? So you think in your heart of hearts, I have an issue, I'm uncomfortable. Am I satisfied with my training? When you look at that number of 59.2%, that's really overall 11% of the people that participated. So I wonder, why did people not fill this out? Did they think that if they filled that out as negatively, that there would be consequences? Because I do believe that unless you use paper and pencil, no survey is anonymous, because that's the computer age. So what I'm saying is that this data is not good enough. From a statistical standpoint, I'm very good at math. This isn't good enough. So we're going to have to do better, because this training, and I'm going to ask you some questions about the training, it could be more effective. I think that we can do better with the training.
But I'm going to respond to your question about the survey. Our survey is not mandatory, and as my colleague Stephen mentioned earlier, that with engagement with surveys, sometimes our district is oversaturated with surveys. So this was executed in the fall, so they are completing other surveys at the time, and also during the fall, we weren't at full capacity, right? So a lot of things were happening. So our survey is not mandatory, however, this is a sample that we're working with. And I know that you may think that satisfaction is going to show if this training is working. I will disagree. That when staff are able to rate the importance of the content that they have related to the position, that's where we're going to go to know that this is working. So even if the secretary, bus driver, even the grounds person may not have direct interaction with students all the time, they still see them. And so those are the people that are participating in the training. So satisfaction, again, it could be they don't like the delivery, they don't like the content, they don't like the day must have been terrible for them to go to training. So satisfaction, yeah, but when it comes to rating the importance of the content as it relates to their job, a bus driver, a principal, a groundskeeper, even parents, a teacher, person that comes in, that's where we're going to go for the data. But yeah, I would love to increase the number.
If it's a mandatory training, I think it should be a mandatory survey.
None of our surveys are mandatory.
But this is really important.
Sure.
I know you've got some more questions, but I just want to tag on to, since we're talking about survey and the worded questions, one of the things I liked about that you mentioned in the white paper, and I can't remember who mentioned it tonight, but I remember reading about just about more direct equity-focused questions. And then on slide 20, you know, because we can ask these different questions, but then it can be interpreted a lot of different ways. But I really like that you all have honed in on strengthening those questions, because I believe that that is getting more to the heart of what you're trying to work on, you know, and to give you, I mean, survey data just gives us as educators directions for next steps. You know, what to keep the same, what to do a little bit different, where people are needing help that we may not be aware of. So I just want to point out that I read in the white paper just about strengthening those targeted questions and getting them stronger, and I think that that's a positive step for you all.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Was every participant given the opportunity to participate in the survey that sent out to all 3,572 people who?
This was for our certificated staff.
Okay.
Yes. Wait, are you talking about the equity training or the equity metrics? I'm sorry.
Of the 3,000 something students.
Oh, everyone was able to participate in the training, yes. Or I'm sorry, the survey. Survey, yes.
And there was also board members that participated in the training. I didn't see our number up there, so slide 7's very popular tonight. But I just, you know, I know Charles and I were on the same one. Jerry, Jill, you know, it was
participated.
Yeah, I mean, so we, even though it was Zoom, we were able to participate. I don't know that I filled out my form though, so I, but yeah, I just wanted to point that out as well.
Okay.
You got some more questions?
I do. Just, I think 3 more. So I want to specifically, you didn't have this on a slide, but it was in the written portion. I want to specifically ask you questions about the district reentry Canvas modules. And Dr. Jungman had already filled me in with information, so which then you answer one question, I have another one that comes up.
Sure.
So my understanding is that this was for the certificated staff and that it was mandatory. And later on in this write-up, you have that you got feedback in August from the advisory council. Was that before you published it, before it went out? So you got feedback from the advisory council before?
The Equity and Diversity Advisory Council, yes, that was formed last August of 2019. It doesn't really have anything to do with the district modules.
So they didn't have this feedback on the district?
Their primary role was to come together to discuss issues of equity and diversity for the district and to discuss academic success, diverse workforce, attendance, and graduation rate. And their recommendations to the board really help with the development of Focus 5.
Okay, so it was the, your division that you collaborated together and you came up with the Canvas modules.
Yeah, so that was a working group. So as my colleague Steven mentioned, with his work group, we worked with teachers, principals within the district to really look at how can we create a re-entry process for our district that's going to be safe, accessible, inclusive, but also culturally affirming. So that's what that work group looked like, and one of the recommendations was to create modules for our certificated staff to complete as part of the re-entry process, which they had other mandatory processes for that, like with safety, health and wellness, other things. So it was kind of in the allotment of other re-entry processes.
Okay, so so I'm going to read to you, this is what Dr. Jungman had responded. These were mandatory. That certificated staff were given resources and tools to address social, emotional learning and cultural consciousness supports for their classrooms. However, they were not mandated to implement them. And this comes back to the question she asked you about curriculum. And so they were not, these resources were given to them, and it was basically presented to the teachers as, hey, you can take this to the classroom, but it was not mandated to be implemented.
In the module, it was just, here are some resources on how to create socially emotional learning classroom experience from an equity lens. And so
was it mandated?
Articles, no, it was not mandated.
But you are aware that this content, and I've asked the district to share it with me, and the district has not, but it has been shared with me, and I don't know the validity of it, but what I know, and some parts of it I know for certain. So this is where, because I was trying to figure out the book that Mr. Noakes read, Something Happened in My Town. How did it get in our district? This is how it got in. So Eric Liu's video, What is Power? Systems of Oppression. I know this because my student, it was introduced to my student through the teacher, through this training. Black Lives Matter pop-up video, and some content about Ramadan, which, by the way, is factually incorrect. And I can come back to that specifically if you would like. So I'm concerned because this content was not mandated, but we were not careful to actually prohibit the teachers. Because you see, it is illegal to take religious content and political content into the classroom. So BLM is a political movement. Blue Lives Matter is a political, no, hold on. It is an established political movement. And so we have to be careful because we have a board policy, GBCB, line 17, that says we may not engage in political campaigning during workday or during our official duties. And that we cannot, there is a clear separation of church and state. So we have to be really careful that we don't infuse, and it was also brought to my attention that high school principal wrote an email or a letter or something like that, to the teachers, telling them how to educate themselves about Ramadan.
Actually, no, that's incorrect. It was more of an information sharing that Ramadan is taking place and that you may have some students or staff members that are going to be fasting during this month. So just be aware. If you would like to learn more information about it, here are some resources.
Do you also send information on, hey, it's Good Friday and some people may not be, or this is Lent and for the next 40 days your students may be giving up? I mean, are you doing every religion?
No, because we focus on underrepresented religions or practices. As you know, in Springfield, we have an abundance of Christian churches here. We only have one mosque. We only have Temple Israel, which is not even in Springfield. It's outside the city line. So we really want to educate and just communicate to our staff that your students are all coming from very lived experiences, practices, what have you. And if sometimes things are taking place that we don't reflect in our calendar, because our calendar does reflect Christian holidays.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. We get winter break off during Christmas in January.
Does it say Christmas break, or does it say winter break?
It says winter break, but they get Christmas in January. However, what I'm trying to communicate is that when we do these information, or communicate this information, it is to demonstrate to communicate about underrepresented religion and practices so that our teachers understand that, hey, if my student may be not eating at this time or whatever, looks very sad or sick or what, maybe I should have asked some questions, or, oh, I got this email about Ramadan, maybe that student is practicing that, so that way I can just check on them, see how they're doing, and that's it.
But you do realize that,
it's not a promotion of religion.
Well, except that the content that was shared with me, it appeared to be that way. And it's also factually incorrect. I'm Muslim.
Okay.
So, and I've spoken with the Islamic Center, and so the person that was involved with EDAC, with the advisory council, realize we don't have a mullah. These are just 200 community members. They're predominantly Sunni, so you don't know if your student's Sunni or Shia.
Sure.
But there's no pass given to students that are Muslim in the rest of the world.
We're not giving them a pass. I'm just simply providing information so teachers have an understanding.
But it says you might want to back off.
What is the
learning?
I never said that, actually. I talked about information and that they should understand.
What is the current question?
Maybe.
What is the current question?
My question is, are we being careful in making sure that we remove religion and politics out of the classroom so that we don't get in trouble? I want to protect our district and our board from wrongdoing. That we, in our effort to try to be inclusive and try to be culturally sensitive, that we don't cross that line.
I can appreciate that, and I think that's the same side. However, I would just want you to understand that email is really to share information so our teachers have an understanding of what is taking place in our students' lives. So that way, if they need to ask questions, they maybe just have some education there, and therefore don't make assumptions about students.
What is the next question?
I would like to have Black Lives Matter issue formally addressed.
So Miriam, can I say that you just said that the information about Muslims was incorrect? I'd like to say that you said you're a Muslim and the information was incorrect. I'm black, and I say that Black Lives Matter is, while it is a political movement, it exists outside of that political movement. So I am black and my life matters regardless of the political movement. So I am not a part of the political movement, but yes, Black Lives Matter. So you can't say that it's just a political movement. It's not. It's more than that, and you can't tell me it's not because I'm black and Black Lives Matter.
It has been politicized, just like Blue Lives Matter has been politicized. So just like Blue Lives Matter makes some people uncomfortable.
The flag has been politicized. The curriculum has been politicized. Lots of things are politicized, and that doesn't mean that we can't talk about it because it's been politicized.
But we have to be careful because we make people, if it makes students uncomfortable and afraid, then it is not a safe place. We are trying to
also allow students to wear Confederate flags on their clothing. They can also drive around
that's a policy that apparently allows for it. Apparently staff is different than students.
No, students wear Confederate flags, and at Kickapoo they also drive around the parking lot with Confederate flags on their truck. That creates a very uncomfortable environment for many students.
Let's change the policy. Right now our policy is directed towards staff and not students. First Amendment, right? I went and looked at the policy. Let's change the policy for students.
So this conversation is above and beyond what she's presenting on right now. And so while that's important and it's something that we can take care of, it is above and beyond what we're talking about right now.
I'm going to keep going.
You know what? I think we're going to move on to our next agenda item.
Well, can I just 2 quick questions?
Well, it hasn't been quick yet.
Well, okay, thank you, but this is a really important discussion. And
the discussion has nothing to do with her presentation. The discussion is about your issues that are above and beyond this topic.
I'll ask my fellow board members. Would you like for me to move forward?
The students that filled out the climate and culture, number of students is less than, overall students. Was it just given to all students and this is the feedback you got, or did you ask certain schools, or?
I believe it was deployed to all students. I don't think it's mandatory for all students to complete.
And then I had a question about, I can ask you about the EDAC later. Well, I'll make this my last question. About the scorecard. So I assume Sabah, so you had said in fall that you had instituted it, so I assume the Sabah 6 through 12 ELA the scorecard was used. So the scores for this particular from NYU Metro Center, it goes from -26 to +26. So where is your, what number do you want to see? What's the score that you like to see?
Well, we're still reviewing that data right now, so I don't have that information with me, but I want to make sure that also this is a collaborative effort between our office and the Department of Learning Support. So
I saw that you're going to be collaborating, and I'm going to read something to you from the scorecard that is concerning to me, and I want to know if it's concerning to you, because you presented it here. And the reason I'm concerned about it is because I am concerned about curriculum changes, specifically like with math, the fact that we don't offer middle school algebra in middle schools, and the fact that it seems like we're going to go for, I like seeing the minority students and the under-resourced students in these IB classes and AP classes. I love that. But I feel that advanced math is coming under attack. So I just want to make sure the scorecard is not.
Yeah, what's the question?
I'm getting, so my question to you is, are you aware, because you've listed here that the scorecard assesses are the following areas related to equity and diversity. 1, diversity of authors' characters. 2, representation of diverse characters. 3, social justice orientation. 4, teachers' materials. So I'm going to read to you the social justice, and I want to see if you agree with this, because my point is we want curriculum that's effective in teaching reading and writing. Okay. It says the most essential component of CRE, which is culturally responsive education. This is a scorecard. This is right out of the scorecard from NYU. Is connecting or relating learning to students' real-life experiences, communities, and cultures. Culturally responsive curricula should encourage students to connect to experiences beyond their own, examine their own perspective and privilege, and develop a critical consciousness about systems of oppression in order to take action against them. Are you in favor of this, I assume?
I think taking action can be able to address an issue of bias they may see in the classroom or in the hallway or in their neighborhood. That's the action that I would assume.
That is how you're taking that? Okay. And then with respect to CRT, there was a lot of people talking about it, but what's confusing to me is Dr. Jungman's email stated that the content in our training is not CRT.
Can you repeat that part?
Dr. Jungman has indicated in an email that the content in the training is not critical race theory, because there's been a lot of, it's a hot button topic. However, in the December meeting, slide 8, you do specifically say that you introduce the components of critical race theory. So before, I just want to establish, is it in the training or is it not in the training? Because people are talking about it, and I'm confused.
Yeah, it is. It gets confusing when a lot of misinformation is happening.
Right.
This training does not have critical race theory. I think what you're referencing is a training that was deployed by Missouri State called Facing Racism, where they do use those components.
For the senior leadership.
Yes.
Got
It's not something.
So for the senior leadership, 2019-20, it was used only for the senior leaders, but not for the 3,572. It was not.
That was not our training. It's not a district. That is not a training created by the district.
It was not. Okay, because people are talking about it, but it was not used. No. Okay, very good. If you were going to use it, can you please give us an opportunity, because Sharita wanted to talk about it, and I'd love to, but we're short on time and we need to move on. I think it behooves us to have a discussion so that we don't have a repeat of 3 hours of people coming, and I think we should be transparent about it.
It's in the report and in the presentation. So
no, I mean, but you said you didn't use it.
We didn't, and I think
if you were to, if like you planned on doing it.
So we've been transparent because it hasn't happened. People made it up. People were saying that something happened that didn't happen.
Well, because it was in that slide in December. I attended, and in fact, it's the first time I ever heard those words. I went home that night and looked it up because Dr. Mayburn came and talked about it. I'd never even heard of it. So I'm just saying, I'm just recently educated myself on it.
If we were going to use it, yes, there would be complete transparency and communication.
Thank you. So that we don't have all this misinformation.
Critical race theory is not a curriculum.
No, it's in the training. No, it's used in the training.
Who's training?
The tenets of, well, it was used in the senior leadership training.
Which was done by Leslie Anderson and Lyle Foster, not by Ivania or any staff of Missouri State. I'm here.
But nevertheless, it was of our senior leaders.
Okay.
So that it is significant. It doesn't matter that you did it, but it was used in our senior leaders. So the question is it all now going to be moved into the training that our staff received? And the answer is no.
Critical race theory emerged in legal studies quite a long time ago, right? There are some broad theoretical constructs. It's not as if you are now a card-carrying critical race theorist. I think it has become the boogeyman that has driven this conversation.
That's right.
And we need to get past it. We need to talk about how we address the structural inequities and taking action, etc. CRT is just a card. We might as well, it's kind of like being in an auction, just hold it up, right? CRT, CRT, and somebody's going to get lit up. And we have to get past that. It's not a curriculum.
Well, it's not in the curriculum, but I think the way to get past that...
No, it's not a curriculum.
But I think the way to get past that is not to do it tonight because it's 11:50, but is to get our board president and our superintendent to agree that we're going to talk about this.
We're talking about it right now.
We're not, because I've been...
But why are we talking about it? Because it's not a part of our curriculum.
Exactly.
So why are we talking about it?
Yeah.
If it was going to be...
What if we decide we're going to do, I don't know, Chomsky or somebody else? Like, do we have to talk about all the theories out there? Because there's a whole lot of them out there other than this one.
I don't...
So since it's not a part of the curriculum, why are we talking about it? Should we talk about all of the theories out there? Should we have a discussion about all of it? There's a whole lot of them. We can have a discussion about any of them. I teach several of them in my class.
It's part of the curriculum because of the book that Mr. Noakes came and read.
That's not critical race theory.
Race theory?
Yeah.
Let's talk about critical race theory on another.
I mean, like you just educated yourself. I teach a whole class about it. Like you just educated yourself, so you can't tell me what it is and what it's not.
Well, I've done a lot.
I know you're really smart, but
let me tell you,
I've been doing it a whole lot longer than you have.
You can read about it from two different people and get it's very vague.
Yes, I read a whole lot more than you have because you just started.
Okay. Okay, I've got a couple comments.
Thank you.
I've got a couple.
Scott wanted to say something.
Yes.
And let's let Scott
No,
have
well, I was just going to say, I think Miriam's saying that we just need to be more transparent.
Yes, that's all I'm saying, that if we are going to use it, we need to be transparent.
So let's just say we're not using it.
We are saying that.
Okay? And because people are in here talking for 4 hours.
Yeah, but you're not saying it because it took me 3 weeks to finally get an email. Our superintendent won't have a conversation with me. Okay. So this could have been resolved a month ago.
This is not the context for that conversation.
You're right.
And
Yes,
that
you're
really
right.
this is
You're
not the
right.
place for that conversation.
You're right.
So I would like to say that I think slide 8, the myths and the truths, I appreciated hearing from you all about the myths and the truths. I also appreciate the development and the student empowerment groups. I've heard from students, I've heard from parents. I love when I see it on social media, but I just know that that's making a difference. And I just want to encourage you and support you in those student empowerment groups. And just to make sure my understanding is correct, the EDAC committee dissolved. It ran its course, it did its job, and now what I'm hearing from you is the Council on Equity and Diversity Advisory Council is more of an ongoing group of partners that you all listen to and you all share what is going on in the district. So it's going both ways in taking and receiving communication.
8 members from EDAC actually are part of the ongoing committee right now.
Okay, because I know that was a question I had last time to just see where, I knew one group was ending and another group was going to be beginning. Okay, we're going to move on to our next agenda item.
The EDAC has 8 parents. Hold on.
Report from administration.
I would like to know, because you have faith leaders, Christian, Jewish, Muslim, can you communicate with me who the Christian faith leaders are? Because we have a very large Christian population, and we want to make sure that when we are selecting leaders, that we are getting one from the large swath. We have Catholics, Protestants, it's very wide.
Sure.
And so I don't want to be making a mistake because I don't feel that, Second Baptist and, what is it called? Assemblies of God, I think. James River, which is, I think, Assemblies of God. Those are the largest ones. It's important for me to know if they're represented because they're the largest.
Could you put that in an email to us?
Sure. Yeah, could you? Thank you. Thank you.
That would be great. It's also important, Ivania, that you work for the superintendent. You do not work for this board. Our next agenda item is the administrative reports.
Just a couple board updates, and I'll take it for the team since we're late this evening. And it's around health and wellness, number one. Finishing up vaccines for high school students have started the opportunity for students 15 through 12. Those clinics are underway at our middle schools. We're looking at ways to also expand those into summer environments for students that would be eligible. So we'll be communicating with parents and families regarding that opportunity. Important shifts in our community's masking ordinance are underway. As you know, our city council passed last night to end that ordinance at the end of the day on the 27th, right? So on the 28th, the city mandate expires. We are out of school at that time, so obviously we're going to hold the mandate and hold all of our current precautions through the end of the school year. But on the 28th, we will move to a optional process for our staff members, and we will also do that for summer school for our students. So we are going to move to optional masking. That does shift some of the things that we will have to do. We won't be able to use modified quarantine anymore. We'll have to go back to standard quarantine, right? So the health department has issued guidance to all of the regional school districts regarding that, and that they have two options: to stay with mandatory masking, and they can do modified quarantine, or you can go to optional masking and go back to standard quarantine. So that is our plan at this point for summer. We'll be communicating with staff in the next 24 hours regarding the shifts that start on May 28th, and with parents that will be sending their kids to our summer school environment so that they know what to plan for when they come. And this will be, the exception to that is we will continue to mandate masks on buses during summer school because of the close quarters and the fact that you're mixing cohorts, right, on a regular basis at that point. So those are the shifts in the health and wellness. Summer school enrollment is going well. Over 8,000 students have registered to participate. And we're excited to greet them back after they go away for just a little bit. Graduations started actually last week with OTC Middle College, sending some of our seniors on their way. Tomorrow we have Studi Alternative Center, and then we have our 5 traditional high schools on Thursday and Friday at Missouri State. We know we have limited seating, but there are links available on our website and through social media, so if people want to stay home and watch if they didn't get access to a ticket, we would love to have them participate in that awesome celebration of our seniors.
Did students get tickets per
graduate?
Like
Yeah, I think it's 8. I think is the number that everybody gets, and that's based on Missouri State is doing it consistently with all of the high schools in the region. So we look forward. It's some of our best days of the year.
Yes.
So we'll see you at graduation and handing out diplomas to our students. And we'll have some protocols built out just for safety there. But come and we'll prepare you to do that and celebrate with our kids. Last day of school is just 7 days away at this point. It is a 2-hour early release that night, or that day. So students will be coming, but leaving early. So that's our one early release. On the legislative front, and I know you get your MSBA updates, but session finally ended last Friday. Overall, I would say that as you look at your legislative platform that the board adopted back in the fall, we did well, but not perfect, right? We stopped many bills that we advocated against, and many bills didn't pass that were issues that were adopted by this board as a legislative concern. The one that did pass that gives us pause, continue, and will stay engaged on is on ESAs and vouchers, and that's House Bill 349 and Senate Bill 86. It's a unique situation that actually 2 voucher bills passed, one at $50 million price point and one at a $25 million price point. And they actually, typically you would think it would go up. It actually came down in price, but we believe that was because there are some significant flaws in 349 with constitutionality, and they needed to try to fix it. And part of the negotiations was bringing the price down, I do believe. So all that said, I think MSBA and other education associations that had this as something that they are opposed to will ask the governor for veto. That is the only stop at this point, or a constitutional challenge in courts later down the road.
What was the Senate bill? I didn't get that
86.
number. 80. So they're different. They're different.
Yeah, 349 is $50 million that rolls up to 75. 86 is 25 and it rolls up to 50. But their processes for how the money flows are different in those, and basically deals with the role of the state treasurer.
They can potentially be cumulative?
No, they cannot.
Oh, it's one or the other?
I mean, he could sign both of them, but they can't stack on each other.
They can't
would
stack.
create two
Okay.
completely different programs that are funded in different ways structurally. So it'll be a choice between the two or zero. So we'll advocate against and probably ask that the board engage at some point in seeking out to the governor's office opposition to signing that bill. There's a few other minor changes, but nothing that was high on the radar. The budget came through with K-12 full funding. The bad news is the foundation formula didn't go up this year, so the state average target hasn't been recalculated for an increase. So the only real increase will be transportation funding. It was a $20 million increase, which is a good start, but it's about $200 million underfunded as a state, and that's why we get a significant pause around creating a tax credit program when you're not fully funding the things that are actually already in statute, like our transportation formulas. So that is the big stuff legislatively and admin reports.
Okay, great. I think you kind of touched on the legislative updates.
I did it all
We'll
at
move
once.
forward, and thank you as our district advocate. You've been spending the last few weeks in Jeff City. Charles, thank you for your continued advocacy with the MSBA board and keeping our board informed. And so we appreciate that work. Our next agenda item is board comments. I have no pressing midnight board comments to make that can't wait.
Good morning.
Is that a record?
Good morning. Or I have no morning announcements that can't.
Bruce Renner would be proud.
That cannot wait.
12:01, good morning.
That's right. That cannot wait for another time. If anybody else has board comments that you'd like to share, please do so at this time. Our next agenda item is upcoming meetings. We are, let's see. Kathy just handed this to me, so I'm looking at it. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., Studi graduation. Thursday and Friday, we've already mentioned that. We already have the commencement schedules and our assignments for that. Tuesday, June 8th is our study session. The MSBA Igniting Great Ideas Summit, which will be held here in Springfield, June 17th through the 19th. Kathy and Tammy have emailed the board. For those of you who are interested in attending, they will get you registered. And then our June 22nd regular scheduled board meeting is also on our calendar. If you have any plus deltas from tonight, you can write it on the Post-it and hand that to Kathy or Tammy on your way to executive session. Our next agenda item is that we do need to go into executive session.
So moved.
And the recommended action is that the board meet in an executive session following this meeting to discuss real estate, personnel, and collective bargaining matters as provided in section 610.021, subsections 2, 3, 9, and 13 of the revised statute of Missouri. I have a motion from Sharita, a second from Miriam. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Can we take a 2-minute bathroom break before we?
We sure will.
Okay.
We sure will. Charles, did you vote? Voted.
We have to power this down, right?
Did we get all votes?
Okay.
Yep, we're good.
Just